It's 7:35.
Expozebu 2022 nesse dia de muita expectativa, hein? É hoje, após 2 anos sem
So after 2 years,
a pista de julgamentos do Parque Fernando Costa volta a receber os maiores exemplares das raças zebuínas do país. E você, claro, vai assistir tudo direto do nosso camarote, o camarote da Copa. Y
el inicio del juicio es solo uno de los detalles de nuestra programación. El domingo que también les presentará la primera etapa de la prueba de quesos, que va a ver las potencialidades del cebú de leche. Van ustedes a ver directamente de la granja experimental de ABCZ y las primeras. Siga con nosotros, eres nuestro invitado para la posición de honor de la Feria del Cebú. Mudó. Y de hoy en adelante hasta el último día de la feria, nuestro estudio
com a presença dos nossos comentaristas, time de peso que vai
estarán nuestros comentaristas, quienes estarán juntos en la pista de juicio de las razas de cebú de todo el mundo, explicando cada detalle y cada momento. Es nuestra posición de honor. Vean aquí quién está conmigo en esta barra: Ricardo Abreu, gerente de fomento de mejoramiento genético de ABCZ, también Renato Chalub de ABCZ, actuando en Río de Janeiro, hablaremos de eso, y también Celo Heinck de ABCZ en Paraná. Bienvenidos, chicos.
Vamos lá começar, né? Vamos lá começar.
Bueno, comenzamos esta. Vamos a presentar la pista de juicio y quiero que ustedes expliquen a quienes van a estar con nosotros, cómo será nuestros juicios tan especiales. 2 años sin juicio y este año esta feria 3 en 1. Gracias, Renata. Buenos días a Chalub, a todos los amigos que están conectados en ABCZ. Estamos aquí en los... También felicitar al equipo de ABCZ por estar aquí en los bastidores. Para quienes están en la granja, muchos están siguiéndonos por virtual. Es la oportunidad de estar conectado junto a ABCZ con más interacción, y nuestra gente de la casa también puede entender más rápido aún que quienes están acá, porque Expozebu tiene esa dinámica de eventos, subasta y juicio, y quienes están en la casa podrán ver todo el mundial del cebú.
And so we're going to start with the initial evaluations, the time of the groups, okay? And then we're going to have that expectation, okay? We're going to have butterflies in our stomach of the breeders, everybody who is participating, and so those who are exposing their animals. And so we have this World Cup environment, and it's a great joy for us to be able to participate with this wonderful team that makes all the difference in the fields, in the rural areas. They live this on a daily basis, and this is also part of all of these movements and this passion, which is the raising of zebu cattle. We have journalists and everybody involved. We have such wonderful positive environment that involves the cattle breeding here in Brazil and around the world. So it's a great joy. Thank you very much for this invitation. You always help us and the technical team, and thank you, Chalubi, for being together with us. And we are here, we're going to have a blessed day, and we're going to share all of the news, great news that we have, and also with the audience. Thank you so much. We thank you because we're going to learn a lot with you guys. You guys are there in loco, campo,
em
in the
campo
field,
e vamos
on
aprender
the
muito.
farms,
Hablaremos em
and we're going to
detalhe como
discuss
vai
all of the
a
details.
ser
We're going to explain to you
el
how this
funcionamiento del
judging
juicio.
of the
Não
animals
estamos
is
aqui
going to
para
happen,
juzgar
okay?
el
We're not
juicio
going
que
to
los
judge the
jueces
judgment
hicieron, sino
of
más bien
the
para
referees and the
explicar
experts,
a la
but
gente
we are
que nos
here
ve
just to
cómo
watch. How does it
funciona, cuál
work?
es la
What is
visión de
the
cada
view? What is the perspective of
juez,
each
que ellos
juror? What
avalian,
do
por
they
qué lo
assess? What do they
evalúan así.
evaluate? In Shalubi, I had a
Ayer
chat with
yo
Mr.
hablé con
Josakian,
Josaquian
and
aquí
when we
y cuando
stopped discussing
terminamos la
this in
conversación yo
our
le dije,
chat,
si
if the
los
jurors are
jueces están
were
aquí
here watching this
escuchándonos,
conversation,
la
the
responsabilidad que
responsibility that they have
tendrán
when they
después
step
que
in
pisen
there,
allí
they are
ya
not going to
no van
sleep
a
any
dormir,
longer,
porque no es
because
solo
it's not
evaluar
only
el
assessing the
animal
animal.
y
Oh,
decir,
this is
este
the
es
ideal
el animal
animal.
ideal. Hay todo
There
un
is
trabajo por
huge work
detrás, hay que
behind this. You
comprender
have to
de
understand the
mercado, de la
reality. You have to
realidad de la
understand the
ganadería
market.
brasileña
You
para
have to
llegar
understand
allí
the
e
livestock
identificar el
production in
animal
Brazil
correcto.
to understand
Sí,
the animal. Good morning
buenos
to all. Good
días
morning,
a la
Renata,
barra.
Célio. So first of
Inicialmente
all,
para
for us
nosotros que estamos en
who
campo
work
es
in the
un
rural
gusto
areas, it's a
poder
great joy to be here
aprender, estar
working
juntos,
so
porque
we
hay
can
un
learn
intercambio
together.
de
We're going to exchange
información
information.
en
We're
esta
going to learn
conversación
everything about this
y
content, and we would like to
de lo
highlight
que
that
dijiste
it's
es muy
very important
importante
for
entender
us to
qué hay por
understand what
detrás de
comes
un animal
behind
hasta
the
que llegue a la
production or the
pista,
raising or the
qué
breeding of
tanta
an animal,
dedicación,
and
cómo el
so
mercado
how much the
influye en
market
este resultado y
influences
la
this result. And
responsabilidad de
those who
quien
are
va
going
a
to be judging
juzgar.
the
Tiene
animal,
que tener la
they must have the
responsabilidad de
responsibility to
comprender
understand
todo el
all the work
trabajo que
that
se
is being
desarrolla
done.
y cuál es el
Okay, and what
objetivo
is the main
también de cada
objective of
raza.
each breed?
El
What is the
objetivo,
main objective of that breed?
tenemos que
We have to
entender
understand
la
all of the
funcionalidad, la
functionalities, the
productividad
productivity,
para
so that we can
comprender
arrive
y llegar
at
a una
a
concepción,
concept
una
or
respuesta del
consensus
juicio.
regarding
No
the
es solo
judgment. And
puro y
so,
simple
when you
llegar
go there and you're going to
a
decide that
una
this is
pista y
first
decir
place
que
and
uno
this
es
is
primero
second
y el otro
place, this is
segundo.
my
Es
opinion.
la
It's also
experiencia,
his
necesita estar
experience, and it's
basado
based on what the
en qué el
market
mercado
desires to have,
desea
on what the
y no
breed
su opinión
desires to have.
personal.
That's not
Esa es la
his or
base
her
técnica
personal
que se
opinion, okay?
requiere.
Célio is already very
Yo
experienced in judging.
juzgué
I
un
have
poco,
judged
pero
for a short
también
time,
ya
but I have already
juzgué
judged some
y comencé
animals, and I
aprendiendo con
learned a lot from
Célio.
Célio.
Célio fue uno de
Célio was
mis
one of my
maestros, entonces
teachers, and
puedo
so I
decir
can speak knowing what
del
I'm talking
de la
about, yeah?
cabine, como estamos en la
And
cabine,
knowing about
cabine VIP.
Célio.
Tenemos esa
We are here in the
interacción,
VIP box,
necesitamos
right?
tener
Yes,
esa
we have to
interacción
have this
pista
interaction.
campo. No podemos abandonar esa
The place
interacción
where the
pista
animal is
campo,
being judged and
porque
the
lo que
market. So what
estamos
we're
utilizando
gonna
aquí
judge
es lo
here
que
is
vamos a
what we're
utilizar
gonna
en
use
campo mañana y esa
on the farm
decisión.
tomorrow.
La
And
palabra
so
es esa,
this is my
responsabilidad. No podemos
responsibility. We
utilizar otra
cannot use
palabra
another word for
para
those
quien
who are
está
judging the
juzgando,
animal
porque
now,
necesita
because they have to
comprender qué es lo
understand,
que le está
what am I
juzgando,
judging? Oh, I'm
porque
judging what
es lo
is
que
going to
vamos a
be
utilizar
used
en
on a
campo
farm
mañana.
tomorrow. Yes, you're right.
Y
Célio
Célio
has
tiene
vast
una experiencia
experience. He's a
increíble, no solo de
fantastic
una persona
person.
que
He's
está en
not
campo,
only in
sino
the field,
también que
but he
estuvo
has
en
already
pistas de
been there
juicio.
in the
Y es muy honesto,
judgment
entender.
arenas. And
Quisiera
so,
que usted
Célio,
nos
from
cuente
your
de su visión
perspective,
como
based on your
juez,
experience
qué es
as
lo
a
que has
juror, what have
vivido
you
a lo
lived
largo de
through
los años, qué
throughout
fue
these years? What
cambiando.
has changed
No
from the
sé, qué sé yo, de
1970s,
los
from the
años 70
1980s
hacia
up
acá,
until now?
del animal que
So,
fue
the
el
greatest champion
campeón.
at that time and the
Esto
greatest champion now. So, this
vino
has changed,
cambiando
right?
porque el
Because the
mercado
market has
cambia, el
changed, because the
ganadero
breeders
cambia,
have
la
changed,
realidad
because our
cambia y el
realities have
juez
changed,
necesita
and
estar
jurors
muy
have to know
involucrado en
these
todo eso,
things
¿verdad?
deep down and well.
Sí, quiero
Thank
agradecer la
you. First of all, thank you
invitación.
for the invitation.
Shalom,
Good
es un
morning to all.
honor
It's a
estar
great joy
aquí.
to be here. Okay, so during these days, we're going to work together. And
Como
so
la idea ya
you
vino tomando
discuss this, and
cuerpo,
this is
creo
getting its
que
own format now.
el
So the
ganado,
cattle itself,
el
okay,
resultado
it
de la
changes when they
balanza,
are on the
con
scales,
el
when they are
mejoramiento
at the
genético, las
slaughterhouse, okay,
investigaciones
and
llevan a
so
cosas
these
que
reflect
reflejan
on the
la base
arena,
del
on the
juicio de
judgment
pista.
arena. And so when you do this during their registration, you
Hay
have
que
to
ver
compare everything. So
si se
does it
adapta
fit
bien,
well?
si está
Does it
bien
fit
dentro de
well
un
within
estándar
its
de la
race?
raza.
Is it correct? Is it
En términos
straight? And so
funcionales
the
está
best
correcto, es la
one
mejor de
regarding conformity
conformación. es lo
And
que,
so we have the milk cattle,
por
we have
ejemplo,
the beef cattle,
el
and so the
tabapuã
guzerá,
será
guzerá for the
la
milk, guzerá
carne.
for the beef.
El juicio
And
de
so
pista es un
the arena,
reflejo, primeramente,
judgment
de
on the
lo que
arena is
uno
this: what is
define
ideal
como
for this
ideal de la
breed?
raza
And then
y que el
the
resultado
field
en
result
campo muestra en la
shows the
práctica.
practices. We have heavier and heavier cattle. The younger
Y el
they are
ganado cada
getting
vez más
heavier at a younger age, okay? But
entra en cinta
specifically
más
regarding what you're saying,
temprano,
there was a
y
change.
cuando
Yes,
comenzamos a
there has been a
auxiliar y
change. When we
comenzamos a
started
juzgar en
judging,
una
there was a
etapa de
transition
transición, te voy a
phase.
dar un ejemplo
And I'm
sencillo
going to give you a
del
simple
Nelore.
example. The
El
Nelore, they are a
ganado
little
era un
different.
tanto
They are a little
diferente.
longer, okay? They are a little bigger. And so since
Hoy
the
como
cattle is being
la
slaughtered
faena es
earlier on,
temprana
and so they are
y
producing
y
earlier,
también la parte de
and
cría es más
they could
temprana
not
y el
tolerate
ganado
this, so it was
tiene
difficult for
dificultad en
them. And
campo.
so
La
the
pista tiene
arena
que
has
ser
to be a
el
reflection of what
reflejo,
works
es
out
la
on the
concepción
farm.
inicial.
And
No
so I
tenemos
don't
mucho
have
tiempo
much
que
time to
hablar, pero esa
speak,
es la
but
idea
this
de
is an
respuesta
idea.
de lo que
Yes,
estás
it is
diciendo.
dynamic, yes, but because somebody said this or that, and
Los
so the
toros que
bulls
se
that are
utilizan
used
en
in
una
one generation, they're
generación
gonna
muestran una clase de
show you a
ganado.
kind of cattle, and they
Muy
change their
interesante esto.
characteristics and
Ayer también
features. That's
nosotros
very
mostramos,
interesting.
Ricardo,
And yesterday, Ricardo,
nos
we
fuimos a
went
nuestra
to the
cocina de
kitchen of the
ABCZ y mostramos la
ABCZ and we
carne
showed that
que
juicy
estaba
beef being
rica, que
prepared and
estaba
cooked.
siendo
And at
producida.
that
Y yo
moment, I
estaba
was
con
there with
Josaquian y cuando
Ozakia,
regresamos
and we were
hablábamos de
talking about
juicio.
judgments.
Y
And
yo
I
dije,
said, oh,
oye,
we
ya
have already
mostramos el
shown the
resultado.
result, the end
Todo
result,
ese
all of the
trabajo que
work that the
ABCZ
ABCZ
desarrolla
does
con
with
todos
all
los
of the
programas
programs
y con
and
los
with the
juicios,
judgments.
el
The final
resultado
result
final
is
de
that
esto
the
es la
juicy
carne, la
beef and the
producción de la
production
carne y
of
de
milk,
leche.
yes, and the
La
genetics
genética
impacts
actúa en todo
all
el
of the
sector
chain, all of the
y la
cycle. And the
genética
genetics
comienza
starts by the
y
genetics,
luego
and then
también con ese
this
ciclo
functional cycle,
funcional,
let's
por
put
así
it this
decir,
way,
se retroalimenta por
retrofeeds
medio de la
itself through
genética.
genetics. So we have
Es
many
mucho
products
producto
and
y
services
servicio
always
orientado al
aimed at so
criador,
that the
al
breeders or the
asociado, para que
members, they get
conozca
to
su
know their cattle
rebaño,
well,
comprenda las
understand the needs of
necesidades
their
del
cattle
rebaño para su
for their
sistema de
production system.
producción.
And so
No
there
hay
is
una
no
receta.
ready cake
Brasil
recipe.
es un país
Brazil is as big
continental.
as a
El
continent, and so the
Cebu
Zebu
ha
breed with
conquistado con
reliability,
fiabilidad, con
with competence
competencia de ser
of
la
being the
base de la
basis of
ganadería
the bovine production in
vacuna
Brazil,
nacional por
because
su
it adapts very,
adaptabilidad,
very
porque
well.
es
It is
diferenciada en
unique in
términos
terms
de
of productivity,
productividad.
and so technically with the
Con los
breeders, you
criadores
deliver the
del
Zebu,
Cebu
whatever you
da
give it, it
respuestas en
gives back
términos
to
de
you.
selección y con
And so,
información, la
so the
información cada vez
time,
más
the
rápida.
creation.
Felicitaciones
So
a
I would like to
todos los
congratulate all
trabajadores.
of
Hoy es
the
1 de
employers,
mayo.
all of the workers, okay?
Ya
So we
vamos
are in the
por el
fifth
quinto
month of
mes
the
del
year.
año.
And so when we
Cuando hablaban
discussed genetics
genética,
in the past, it was,
decíamos,
yes, I'm going to
vamos a
use this,
utilizarlo
but
en
I'm only
3,
going to
5
have the
años.
results
No,
in 5
cada
years.
vez más,
No,
la
more
velocidad
and
es más
more, it's
rápida
quicker and quicker. And
y
so
las
the
generaciones
production
son
is
más
happening
cortas. Y
faster,
es el
and that's the
objetivo
objective, that's the main
a
focus, okay?
acortar.
And we have a
Porque
piece of
hay
novelty,
novedades
the
ahora.
male
Con
Nelore bulls
36
and
meses, los
oxen.
machos já estão
They
gordos,
already
já tem
now at
campeonato de
30
30
months,
meses.
30
E
months,
é
and there is an exchange of
intercâmbio de
alignment,
sintonia de
and so
lo que viene de la
we
informação
have
da
the needs of the
necesidade del
market,
mercado.
and so
E
we have
aqui
the assessments.
comienza a
They start shaping this work
conformar essa
philosophy or
filosofia
work
del trabajo
methodology,
y
and
las cosas se
things
van ajustando
fit
en
in,
buen
and
sentido,
things
porque el
end up
mercado
being
es
adjusted
soberano
because the market
y el
is the
Cebu
boss,
también
and the
es
Zebu is
soberano
also
en
the
términos
boss
de que
because
se
it is the
prueba ser
foundation
la
of
base de
most things.
todo.
When we talk about the females,
Muy bien has
and you
dicho
talked
del tema
about
de
the
la
beef,
carne, ya
and so we
viene
have
de
high
Cebu de
quality beef
calidad,
being
que
produced, and this is
sabemos la
fantastic
potencia, el
because we
mercado
know how
sabe la potencia
powerful
del
the Zebu
Cebu
breed
PO
is.
en
It
producir más
produces more
carne
beef in
y
less time,
nosotros hemos
and we have
comprobado
proven
eso
this
a lo largo de
during the
los
years.
años
We have proven
de
this
la
with the
influencia
Nelore
de la
breed, and
genética del
so
Cebu PO
it
frente
is
al rebaño
superior
comercial, que
when we
también es la
compare it
base
to to
del
the
cebú,
commercial
pero esa
cattle. And so
prepotencia en
this
términos
preponderance,
de
okay, and we have
funcionalidad y
functionality, we
características
have visual
visuales
characteristics that are
importantes
very
que son
important,
importantes
and
del
this is
cebú, que
important and
son
inherent to the
inherentes
zebu
al
breed
cebú para
to
la
produce
producción de
more
carne y
beef and more
leche.
milk in the
Eso
Brazilian
viene en ese
reality, and this is
documento que
it all
comienza
comes
en
together.
el
And
sitio
so
de
in the
evaluación, que
assessments,
es
it's a
una,
wonderful source of
ya
information.
tomamos
We
los
discuss
centros de
artificial
inseminación
insemination,
artificial, que ellos
and
necesitan también
they
esas
need this kind of
informaciones, ese
information, this
trabajo,
kind of work, not only to take the bulls to
pero
donate
también para
semen,
analizar
but
todas
the
las
bulls that are
cuestiones. Todo
going.
es
So
una
everything works in
sinergia
a
muy
complete synergy.
interesante.
Everything is very
Todo
interesting. And when we
participa.
talk
Cuando hablo
about
en
zebu cattle,
cebú,
there is a lot involved within
participa
all
todo
of
eso
these
en esos
processes. You
procesos.
mentioned the
Bien has
beef.
dicho de la carne
Inside the
y
pavilions, we
ahora
have
de la leche.
the
La
milk
feria de
producing zebu cattle
gastronomía.
here also.
Quienes
You have to
vengan
come
al
here. You
Parque
have to come
Fernando
to
Costa
Uberaba, to the park to
necesitan
visit.
visitar
And the
la
high
feria
quality
gastronómica,
product comes
porque
from the
la
milk. And
leche se
the milk is
produce de todo ese
wonderful. All the
trabajo que
work
se
that we
desarrolla para
place
producir
into this
hembras
and
cada
we
vez
put
más
into this, okay?
productivas. Oye,
So
hablar de
talking
eso,
about this, we're gonna
estaremos las 12
talk
horas hablando de
about
eso,
this for
pero
12
está
hours,
la
okay? But we have
nuestra
some people in the
periodista
judgment arena
que
now,
está en la
and she's
pista y
gonna
nos traerá
share
la
all of the
informaciones de
information.
todo lo que está
Melissa, so what's
pasando
happening
allá.
there? Good morning,
Hola
Renata. Good
Renata,
morning
buenos
to
días a
everybody.
todo nuestro equipo de la
Good morning to
cabina
everybody who's
VIP.
at the
Estoy en
VIP
esta
box. We're
alfombra
here on the
que
arena on
pronto
this
estarán las
beautiful
primeras
green
estrellas
carpet, and we're going
de
to
esta
show all of
Expo
the
Cebu
animals in the
2022.
Expozebu.
La
In the
movilidad aquí es
2022
enorme, hay mucha gente
Expozebu, we have been
trabajando para
working
dejar
hard
todo
to make
listo
everything
para el
ready for the
comienzo del
judgment of
juicio.
the
La
breeds.
gente está
We have some
trabajando ahí
people
al
working
fondo, hay un
back
equipo
there, as you can
organizando
see them.
todo
They are
para el
organizing
comienzo del
everything for the
juicio.
beginning of the
Tenemos
judgment.
por acá
We
también a
also
nuestro
have our
equipo
technical
técnico
team that is
que
going to share with
llevará
all of
a
you
todos
firsthand, at first hand, everything that's going to happen
primera mano
to you
la
live. What is going to
transmisión de la
happen in the
cabine
Copa arena? Everybody's
VIP
organizing
de
the
la,
cameras, the
del mundial
microphones to share the images
y
with you,
toda la
all of the
emoción
emotions
que
with
trae
you
el
that we're going to
juicio
have
de
with the
las
judgment
razas,
of the
los
breeds.
primeros
The first
animales que
animals that are going to
llegarán
arrive soon,
aún no
they're
están
not
por
here
acá, pero
yet, but they're
pronto
going to come
vendrán a
here
la pista
soon,
de
and
juicio,
they're going to
serán
be
los
judged here
animales
on the
de
judgment
la
arena.
raza
The first
Nelore.
animals are
Por
going
la
to be the
tarde
Nelore,
se prevé
Nelore breed,
el
and then
juicio de la
later on we're going
raza
to have the
Gir.
Gyr
Y
breed,
yo
and
les
then
voy a
I'm going to
llevar la
share all the
emoción
emotions
del
with you.
campeonato, como
As
bien ha
Ricardo
dicho,
said, we're going to
que
start
comienza
by the
Ricardo, que comienza
categories,
de las
and then
categorías hasta llegar al
we're going to
gran
have the great
campeonato.
championship,
Y
and we're going to
vamos a
share everything
presentarles
with
todo
you.
muy de
I'm going to share
cerca,
all
vamos a
the
llevar la
information with you,
información, la
all of the
emoción de los
emotions of the
tratadores,
breeders, everybody
los
who's close
criadores.
by. We're
Les
going to
vamos a
show
mostrar todo
this
y
to you, and
pronto
I'm going
les
to
traigo
come
más
back and share
información.
this with you soon. Thank you,
Muchas
Melissa,
gracias,
for the
Melissa, por
information
su
you shared with us.
información.
And
Y Melissa
yesterday,
también
Melissa
nos
also followed up
estuvo con
everything that
nosotros para la
happened at the
apertura
park here,
oficial de
because
la
yesterday was the
Expozebu
official opening
87
ceremony.
del
And so
campo.
let's check this out. So
Luego
right
del fin
after
de la
the
apertura
official opening
oficial, una
ceremony, we had a
operación magnífica comenzó para preparar todo en el
operation
campo y
happening
librar
because
el
they
mayor
wanted to create
campo
the
de la
stage
feria.
here, because
Para el
this
juicio que
Sunday
comienza
we're
el
going to have the
domingo,
judgment.
mientras las
So
esferas,
while
las
the
estrellas
stars
de la
of the
feria no
judgment
ingresan
don't
en
enter
campo,
the arena, the
el
movement is happening
movimiento
now
está
in
en
the
los
pavilions of the park.
pabellones del
People are
parque.
visiting all of
La
the
exposición
breeders'
está a lo
pavilions.
largo de todo
Marcelo
el
came
día.
from the city of
Marcelo
Limeira in
vino
the
desde
countryside of São
Limeira,
Paulo.
São
He's a
Paulo.
businessman, and he wants to start the first
El
zebu cattle.
diseño sería
My
dar
desire is to
espacio a la
start with
raza
the
Cindy,
Cindy
una
breed
raza que
because
ha
it's selling
ganado
more and more. It's growing in
espacio
Brazil. They
en
have
el
great
mercado
power to be
brasileño,
mothers.
con una
They have heavy,
buena,
they give birth to heavy
una
calves,
vaca
okay?
de buena
And so
maternidad,
it's an
que
easier cattle for us to work on a daily basis because I don't have much experience. And
criada en una
Juliana
familia.
visited Uberaba to get to know the work being carried out in other farms, on other farms. And she wanted to introduce little Antonio to the cattle. My grandparents helped to create the ABCZ, and we started creating Gyr, and so we wanted to check it out. It's the exhibit is also okay. I'm from the city of Cordeiro. I'm the mayor of Cordeiro, and we are visiting the Guzerá breed. We are getting to know
conociendo otras
exhibits,
razas para
okay?
abrir las
We're going to
puertas de
open
nuestra
the exhibit to
exposición,
other
para
people,
ser también
and
la
this is going
puerta
to
del
be the
Cebu.
door to the Zebu
Aún
breed
quienes no
into
comprenden
Brazil.
del
And
tema
so
encuentran
people
en la
feel
belleza
that
del
the Zebu
Cebu
cattle is so
motivos
beautiful,
que
and
no
that's why
faltan
they
para
want to come
venir al
here
Parque
and
Fernando
to visit the
Costa.
park.
E você viu aí na
Y
participação
se
anterior da
vieron
Melissa que já
ustedes
tem
en la
uma
participación
And
de
so
Melissa que
Melissa
hay
has
una
already mentioned to you
movilidad ahí
that
en la
there are
pista de
some
juicio.
people
Hay mucha
there,
gente
right,
por allí,
Ricardo?
¿verdad, Ricardo?
We were
Estábamos viendo,
analyzing this. Who is
veremos
there? People
quiénes
are
están
getting
por
warmed
allí,
up. They're getting
sí, que
warmed
están
up,
ahí
okay?
calentando
They're
en el
playing
calentamiento.
ball. They're playing with a ball.
Es
And so
eso,
this
que
involves
involucra
everybody,
no
not
solo a
only
los
the jurors, but
jueces, a
also
los
the workers from the
tratadores,
farms. They have
pero
butterflies
también
in their
todo el
stomach.
equipo,
And so
todo,
all of the know-how of the
desde la
ABCZ.
medida de los animales
And
que hace
so we have an
el
X-ray of
radio
all of the
X
animals,
con
of all
todas
of
sus
the
medidas
measurements,
fenotípicas,
the
además del pesado oficial, que son herramientas
phenotypical
importantes para
measurements.
E daqui a pouco a gente começa
And
y
pretty soon,
pronto
we're
vamos
going to
a
have the
tener
judgment
el
of the
juicio de la
Nelore
raza
breed, okay? And we
Nelore.
have all of the
Hablaremos de los
jurors that were
jueces
chosen,
elegidos
and they are
a
going to
participar.
participate in the
Y
morning.
hablando de
And
este
talking
sentimiento,
about this
quisiera
feeling,
que
Célio, share
Célio
something with
nos
us.
cuente.
Expozebu,
Expozebu hace
for
2
2
años
years,
sin
we didn't have
juicio.
any
Ahora haremos
face-to-face
una feria
judgments
3
because
en
of the
1 para traer
pandemic,
todo al
and now
Parque
we're going to have
Fernando Costa.
everything in the
¡Qué
Fernando Costa
sentimiento!
Park. What is the
Imagínense,
feeling?
¿qué,
What is the feeling?
qué se
What goes through
pasa
their
en la mente de
minds
esa
during this
gente?
moment? So when
Uno
you are
cuando
chosen,
es elegido.
so there was a moment that I was an assistant
Yo he
juror, and
sido
then I was a
juez
deputy juror.
auxiliar, después
And there was a year that was very
juez
interesting. And so we
sustituto.
had many jurors, and there was a
Después hubo una
tie,
decisión
and
del
there was
Dr.
a
Rómulo de
decision
llamar
of
una
inviting an
persona
international
internacional.
juror, and so that they could be judged in another way. And so the
Hoy
breeders, they
son
choose,
los
okay? They're not
criadores
the
los que
breeders that
eligen. El
choose.
juicio
And
es
so
muy
we have to
concentrado. Hay
focus,
que
to
estar muy
focus. We have
centrado
to
en lo
be
que uno va a hacer.
100% paying attention to
Ah,
everything.
trata
You have
de
to
dormir
eat well, you
temprano
have to sleep well,
y
okay? And so
evitar
you have
encontrar
to
a
meet
los
the
criadores
breeders,
y
and so
los
you have some
colegas.
friends. You have to separate. You have to
El,
separate your
el juez
personal
se
relationships
pone,
from your moment as
como
the
estamos
juror.
diciendo
So I'm
aquí,
here at the park.
salimos para
I'm gonna have
comer,
lunch,
pero
but you
siempre hay
have
que
to
tener un
separate
juez
yourself a little bit.
reserva.
And so we have
Y
to
estamos
focus.
ahí
We
en
have to focus.
concentración.
The more
Mientras
cattle
más
you
uno
analyze throughout your
analiza
life, the
ganado,
more
más
you have to
posibilidad
be
tiene
able,
de la
you are
toma de
able
decisiones
to
rápidas.
make
Sin
quick
embargo,
decisions.
la
And
seriedad
there's a
que
lot of
involucra todo
seriousness
eso y
here.
el peso,
Everybody's
tienes que
concentrating. There's a
sentir
lot of
eso,
pressure.
tienes que
But you have
tener
to
el
have
discernimiento para
the
poner
cold
en
blood to
práctica todo
analyze
lo que uno ha
everything with
visto
everything based on your
sin
experience
preocuparse
without
con el
feeling worried
tratador
about
que
the
está
on their
basta
leg.
son concepciones
And I
básicas
have many
que
colleagues,
todos
okay? I
nosotros
have many
tenemos.
colleagues.
Hay que
You have to
tener
be ethical,
ética,
you have to
conocer
know
del
everything
ganado
about
y parecerle
cattle, and you
ético
have
a
to
los,
seem
a los
ethical,
ojos
okay?
ajenos.
Because there in the corner of the arena, I
Yo
saw
veía a
Ricardo
Ricardo
commanding his
su
team, and
Somos
so they are
todos
our
sócios,
partners, okay?
aliados.
Me, for instance.
E eu
And
sabia,
the audience was all there. I knew everybody, and so I knew that.
desde
But
luego que
when you start
comenzó
the
el
judgment, you
juicio,
forget
uno
everything
está
else. So you
centrado
live in a
nisso.
parallel world, okay? In a parallel world. And so the animal,
se ganam,
the award, it overcomes
sobrepassa
the other
a
animal by
outro
itself. And so
solo.
there's a breeder that can be a little
Domador
nervous,
que
and
não
so
haya
they
tomado
treat
bien el
the animal
animal, el
badly.
animal
And
se
so,
hace
but the
solo y
animal
el
can do
juez
it by
tiene que
itself, and the jurors have to
el
understand
gran
that.
talento
So they
toda
have to
parte de
have
la
a great
perfección
talent,
de la
okay?
raza,
All
toda la
of the harmony,
armonía, todo lo
everything
que
that
es
is
bueno
good
para
for
una
that
raza.
breed.
So, if you have an experience
A
in the
una
field and you
experiencia de
select
campo
that,
y
can do that
podemos
in
hacer
practice
eso
as well.
también
So
en campo.
you have to have a
Hay que
method and you
tener
have to
método
repeat
y
it.
repetición.
You
Si el
have to
juez no
repeat
tiene
that.
método y
The
repetición,
judge
se
has no
confunde.
method.
Si ahora
Say, well,
él
now
comienza, voy a ver por la mitad de la categoría. No, no, no.
get close to
Tienes
them.
que
Then you
elegir,
you question
este es
only
el
about
grupo
that
élite
group,
el
Aí
grupo
você vai
principal
classificando.
y ahí
Classify.
comienza a
Você tenta colocar
clasificar
aquele mais
y
try
trata
tem
de
uma cor
poner
mais
esse
mais
que
fina e
tiene
tal.
algo
Ele vai uma
más
hora
de
ele vai achar um
detalle.
parceiro dele
En
que vai ser
Sooner or
cierto
later you have
momento
a
él va a
partner to
encontrar
compare
então,
that
su,
one
assim,
to.
o jurado
So
el
fica
que
muito
va a ser
focado,
the judge
comparado
should be
con el
very, very
otro.
focused
muito
because
gado,
it's a
Es
lot of
mucho
cattle, it's
ganado,
a
el juez
lot
tiene que
of
estar muy
proximity to
centrado.
one another
Son
because they have
muchas horas que
many hours
hablar
to
cuando
speak.
comience el verano.
Just a detail here,
Paréntesis,
since
ya
we
que
are
estamos
speaking about
hablando
the
en
World Cup,
mundial,
it's, we are going to have the World Cup here in Qatar.
Você
15 animals in a
vai
category,
julgar,
you
são
judge
15
them.
animais em
You
uma
have
categoria.
15
Quanto
animals
tempo
in a
você tem
category.
pra
How
olhar esses
long
15
do you
animais e
have
julgar?
to look at them?
A gente
Well,
já teve vários momentos que
we
deve
had
acontecer,
many
a gente
moments
passou por
like
esses momentos
that
todos.
in
A gente já colocou
ABCZ,
timer,
but
a gente já
we had
colocou,
timers,
não
we
isso pro
had
público para criar uma pressão.
not for the public, but
Timer para
for the
comentário, para
juries
não ficar uns
themselves.
animais, tudo tem tempo.
Everything
A
has
gente
a
tem que ter
time.
bom senso, né? As
You
eleições
know,
mais
you have
mais
to use
difíceis.
common sense, and
Hoje
sometimes
eles vão
it's
fazer
difficult.
pela programação
Today
pré-classificação,
they are
e
going to
depois você chama
pre-classify, and
isso
then they are going to be
para o leigo que não está acostumado,
for a
vai
layman
saber o
who's
que é.
not
Aí
used to
você
it.
tem categorias com mais de 15
You
inscritos,
might have
então você vai
categories
fazer
with more than
tirar
15
os animais
animals, and
inferiores
then you
para que
should
voltem
take off the
no
inferior
momento
ones
da
so that they
classificação
come
final, e as
back
raças menores
afterwards.
não.
And they,
Elas já entram
for the
no
lower
ano
breeds,
sem
no, they will
pré-classificação,
be here
sem
with
seleção
no
inicial.
pre-classification,
Mas
no initial selection.
o que vale
But what
nesse
really
momento
counts
é
on
você,
right now in this
quando
moment
está
is
em
to,
dinâmica, o jogador
when you have the
respeita
dynamic of the
em
judgment,
dinâmica e em estática.
you have the
Em dinâmica
dynamic
você
moment
vai
and then
ver
the static moment.
você
When
consegue ver pela
you're going to
lateralidade
see the
como ele está
laterality, so
e
how
qual o biotipo
the
dele
animal
tem
is going to
aparentemente.
walk,
Quando ele para,
and what is the
o jurado
biotype,
tem que
and
tomar muito
when they
cuidado com o
stop,
plano que ele tá e o posicionamento
the
que ele
jury
tá. Ele tem que
will
dar
check
Eu falo
from all
comigo,
angles.
com a turma,
I say that
você
because
tem que dar
I
chance
always
pro
tell
animal.
that you
Tem
have to
vezes que
give the
corrida,
animal the
tem um
chance to
tratador,
show
tem um
itself
tratador,
because the
tem
breeder might have
experiência, e
good
um animal do
experience,
lado
and
é um animal que tem uma apresentação
the next
muito
animal
boa.
might have a
Tem que
great
separar eles,
presentation, and you
mostrar
should
bem,
separate
olhar
them
individualmente.
and show them
Depois
very
você
well
volta pro lugar
individually.
e compara os
And then you
que você
go back and compare them both. There is a lot of little tricks that you learn with time,
Isso aqui tudo não é
and everything here is not really a
questão pessoal de alguém, é um animal.
personal issue with anybody. It's the animal. It's the
Não
animal is the star. There's no other star here. But each category will be around what, half an hour? Well, maybe less. Well, look at that responsibility, right? Well, we try and every category with
agora 15,
12, now 15 animals. Then we subdivided them later.
começavam com 8, outros começam com 7.
Now with the younger categories, we have more of those. Now 7. Before it was 8.
E aí
And now we have more categories separating, and then you have a little bit of change in order
julgados por categoria.
to judge by category. But there is a lot of, and the responsibility is to, when you have time and experience, and the new ones too,
A ser novos.
they are only new when they had
Com 3 ou 4 já
15 rounds and with 3 judges who are very experienced.
então você não chega também.
And so you
O mais
don't
jovem
come,
você chega,
the youngest
você
you
não
go
chega
to,
aqui,
it's not like a,
sem algum trabalho. E
you
também
don't go,
você
you
não
come
sabe
here
também
with
função
no work at
liberal.
all. And it's not the first time of every judge, you know.
Às vezes as
So
coisas
sometimes
têm
it's
competência,
you have to have the competence and luck too in order to do that. Everybody has their personal issues as well. The first year I was here as a substitute because I had been around for a while, and other people might have less opportunity, and some other people would even launch because they have different interpretations. And the jury
oferece mais de
will offer more than, I think they have more than 400 specialists. They had more before. They have to update and have to recycle, and we have done that for about 3 years now since, right? And the breeders will choose. That's very democratic. So Ricardo, tell us how it goes. We have Nelore now that's going to be the first one to be judged. Who are the specialists who have been chosen to, you know, the judges who have been chosen to Expozebu 2022, and how are they chosen? How do you, you know, Sarin was commenting about the experience and the whole thing in order to come here, but those guys, those three guys who came here today, how did they get here? Well, I've done that analogy with the coach from FIFA, right? They are the best. The whole collegiate have the judges, the technicians, the specialists. They have been filtered already by experience and following the tests and having taken the tests in order to check those capabilities that they have. And we have, you know, Expozebu is went back to being a first time ever because of each race, each breed, right? They have 3 judges, and in previous editions you would have only 1. And since we're speaking about the Nelore, there's a whole procedure of the indications from the breeders. The main force in the sense of coming into this triple list is from the breeders who deal with the animals here and during the judgment. They are the ones who vote, right? Yes, they vote, and then you have the most voted judges, and then you have a random choice, and then sometimes you have a judge that it's the same person for 2, 3 breeds. It is according to the order of animals. Well, sometimes we do that with 2 or 3 breeds, and if I was chosen, I would be for the first race or the first breed, or then the second. If I was the first one to be chosen, they would be in with the biggest breed, right? They won't choose the somebody might be very well voted for. One breed might have 5 people there, but then you have to choose one. That's very dynamic over the years. Sometimes the department would choose one person, and then the association would choose another, and the breeders would choose the third one. And this year, that was the criteria. You know, that was never just that was never static. It was never a monolith, right? It's very dynamic. Yes. For many years, the association would come up with one person and then the others. And sometimes people would see, well, there's a good professional there. I've been judging cattle here. I lost the raffle, but then sometimes you have a breed and people who are very experienced with that breed, and this is how it's going to happen. You're going to collaborate anyway. And we do need the experience of those people, right? Yes, and among the main ones, we have 3 for each race, which is also new because during the previous directorship, the model would be individual, either individual or by criteria, with 3 criteria. It might be 3 different votes, and even we didn't eliminate that, but we still have 3 in consensus, which is a model that we still use. I've taken part in that, and we still do use that, but it takes a little longer, because then you have to convince or be convinced, and then people will be fitting themselves to judge. Yeah, before we keep going with that, I'll talk to Melissa, who's on the tracks, and she's going to give us more info. I'm here with Paulo Amarelinho, which is one of the main voices of Expozebu here in the Fernando Costa Park. He's one of the responsible for the judgments here. And he's here with the breeders and the handlers. He's always in the main championships, and thank you for participation. Good morning, my friends from ABCZ TV. It's a great honor to be here again with you in the Fernando Costa Park and taking part in this event. It is already a tradition here in Uberaba, Brazil, in the world. And I do have the satisfaction and the honor of being here in this event in 2022 for 25 years now. ABCZ with this wonderful track, and it's an honor to be here in the first day of judgments for the Expozebu 2022. And we now have during the morning, we will have the part of the judgment with the Nelore race, and we start with this breed. And then we are going to have the sequence with the judgment of the late Gyr, the Milky Gyr, which is a sister breed to the Zebu. And now for 25 years, we still have butterflies in our stomach, and is this still a pleasure? Yeah, it's always a pleasure, you know. In this track, we always have we always feel a responsibility and a weight here. And you are following the judgment. How do you see the judgment of the evolution of the animals during this time? Do you have that impression that they are stronger every time and they are presenting clearly an improvement, genetic improvement within ABCZ programs? Well, I have been following that since '95 in the Fernando Costa Park. And the growth has been fantastic. It was exceptional. The technology, the advancements are exceptional for whoever wants to follow up in '95. This growth is amazing. So now we are going to bring the stars to the track, the judging track, in the beginning of the evaluations of the animals. That is one of the main moments here, the most expected moment here. With you, Renata. Thank you, Melissa, for your information. We are going to get back to you with the judgment track, which is very much expected by us today. And before Melissa gets back to it, we are speaking about the model for judgment. With the three judges, I would like you to explain that. You know, we have three different people there, and one of them will be talking to each other. And if the judge is having that posture of, you know, being more reserved by himself or by themselves, that's even in the regulations. How does that take hold in the track, and do they have their own opinion? How does that work? Well, that's the idea of being a judge. You have to be with different opinions that might be sometimes in the smaller breeds. They are very close opinions to one another, and the ABCZ has created that with the directorate. But I understand that from what I followed, that's getting back to it. We have the three judges working with different opinions and making everything prettier, right? But that is, the judges will be working individually. However, in the track, and I always say to Renato, you can look at that animal, be careful, you know, looking at that. That's the practice. But for a while, we couldn't talk to one another. Things evolved. Now we have a meeting with the chairman and back in the day. And you would say, well, I would like it to be that way, and then you have the superintendent, the other technician there, you have the other judges, but you could have a time for that. And before we had Masir, who was there, and he would take care of whatever was involved with the judgment, the last details, and that would be the correct dynamic, right? But nowadays you have the deals, and I didn't talk to my colleagues yet, but they are going to work as normal. And in practice, Renato can say, Célio, you have in this category, I can say, Renato, you go with that. That is not written anywhere. That's just a practice. And so it wouldn't seem to the public that each one of us would have a different animal, right? So we do that informally. Renato, go ahead and pull 3 or 4 that you like, and I will be just waiting, no talking, no influencing what he thinks, and then I would go there and pull my choices. And then in the category, we will alternate, and we wouldn't do that for in any order, for alphabetical order or something like that. Now, I did that in Rio Preto too, right? So the president would be there, ABCC had the support, and we had the whole work being done there. We just didn't have the public because we would be using masks. That was another moment of the pandemic, but it was the same way, and it worked very well. So we had an alternation between us, and it was Rafael from the headquarters in Cuiabá. Now I have Fabio, and then myself in Nelore judging. So it really depends. It was 3 before, but for a while we only had 1. And it really depends on the directorate. Great, awesome. So let's do the following. We are going to speak about the judgment. We are now going to hear Elsa Fonseca, who has information from the Zebu Museum. Good morning. I'm here at the museum. It's very intense, the activity here. We have a comprehensive schedule today, and Expozebu 3 in 1, right? We have the sampling of the museum, we have the exhibit here, which is already open, and we have the projects Zebu na Escola and the university. I have here Maria Gorete dos Santos, pedagogical supervisor of the museum. She's going to tell us more about the agenda for the museum today. Gorete, good morning. It's a really nice program, very intense. Yes, okay, so good morning to all of you who are watching us, and thank you for the partnership. It's very nice. So we have a very extensive agenda today. We started the Zebu na Universidade project, the University Zebu, Zebu in the University project. Yesterday we had more than 200 university students here following the exhibit. We have the museum here inside, but you also have the open space museum, which is our park as a whole. That is the real museum. And tomorrow we will have the beginning of the project Zebu na Escola, which is to bring the Zebu to basic education with the subscription of about 4,000 students from basic education over that period that goes from Monday to Friday. Monday the 2nd to Friday the 6th. So we will have the training encounters with the professors. We are going to train them to bring that topic to the schools in the municipality as well. So we also have the inclusion works for inclusion that are already happening, and we have people from the school for hard of hearing, blind, and children and teenagers with special needs. That's wonderful, Gorete. That's a full, complete work, very comprehensive with many areas, from the very young people in basic education to the professors in the schools, which is the whole network, the whole education network. Yes, the whole network, and even more than that. We still have the art and culture, Zebu art and culture. We had a start yesterday. It was wonderful to see the shows. That's right next to the museum, right? That's the project Arte e Cultura. And this project is very cool, you know, especially during the night we will have food trucks here. I've been here yesterday night and it was really nice to see, and every night you're going to have that, right? Yes, every night until Saturday the 7th we will have many activities here. Approximately 3 each night, so it's a partnership of the Federal University of the Minas Gerais Triangle and the Federal Institute that supports us in every way. Oh, we didn't speak about the exhibit of the Expozebu, and now we have the entire population of Uberaba here. The time is from 7:30 in the morning up to 6 p.m. every day, all day. So everybody is invited. I would like you to reinforce. Well, we invite all of the community because it is ABCZ opening itself to the community, because that's part of the history of Uberaba, and the entire population is part of this here as well. And you have to get to know this, right? Yes, all of this belongs to the community of Uberaba. It is ours. It is Uberaba for the world. And, well, wonderful. Zebu to the world, right? Our Zebu to the world. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Gorete. I know you have a lot to do because soon we will have, Renata, around 9 o'clock. We will have a very important moment here in the museum. I won't tell too much about it right now because, of course, now we are going to see everything live, but we will have a signing of an agreement between ABCZ and the Bank of Brazil to have a very important event here. I'll tell you later, okay? Thank you, Gorete. We'll speak later. Thank you. You're always so kind, and it's awesome to see your coverage. Thank you so much. We thank you as well. We speak later. Renata, we will speak later too.
Thank you, Elcio, for all the information. Thank you so much. We're going to be back with you that are there in the park bringing more information. And now we have the reporter Tietro, and he's going to discuss the workshop. Hi, Tietro. Good morning. Hi, Renata. Good morning to all of you. I'm here at the multi-use pavilion. And so I believe that Débora Pereira has come here because this is the first time that we're having this in the world, an event such as this one. Good morning, Débora. Can you tell me what's going on? How are things going to work? So today we're going to have a tasting and a testing. All the candidates received 50 liters of Zebu milk, and they have to improvise a cheese and to tell us what is the main objective. In a few months, we're going to have the World Championship in São Paulo, and we're going to find out if they were able to achieve this objective. Because some cheeses, some kinds of cheeses, they need many months to become ripe. And so we have 6 teams, one cheese creator with an assistant. So each candidate has the right to bring 1 or 2 assistants. So we have candidates that brought 1 or 2 assistants, and some candidates, they preferred coming by themselves. Débora, I'm curious about something. Let's imagine that something goes wrong today. Can we find out today that it's not going to work out, or only when the cheese is 100% ready? Well, we did everything in order to avoid any mistakes so that the milk could arrive here without any contamination. All of the spaces were deeply cleaned. All of the pieces of equipment were tested, so nothing went wrong. So if something goes wrong, the creativity, intelligence of the candidate, okay, they can try to solve that problem, overcome the problem, and not impact the quality of the cheese. So what is the difference between the Zebu cheese and the others? So the Zebu cheese is a challenge for these producers because the high rate of protein and fat is something unique. So they're not always used to producing cheese with so much protein and fat. And so we informed them beforehand of the amounts of protein and fat, and they said, oh my goodness, that much? So the cheese is going to be harder, firmer, okay, than the milk from other cows. I said Zebu cheese, and I actually meant Zebu milk. So we have people analyzing this with special equipment. So do we have beginners, or do we have people who have already participated? Well, we were surprised because when we launched this competition, many factories wanted to participate, but the heads of manufacturing said it's very difficult for us to create cheese with 50 liters of milk because they're used to using 10,000 liters of milk. So we had more artisanal experts or artisanal candidates. Yeah, and so, for example, candidate number 1, which is from the city of Juiz Fora, and so we have the Martina cheese from São Paulo. Number 3 is Gomide Dairy Company from the city of Viçosa. They have 3 generations of the family producing cheese. They sell it in fairs. Candidate number 4 is Poliana from the Taquaral factory in the city of Sacramento. Okay, we had the Maior dairy factory. We have Dagre, and number 6 is pure milk from Carmópolis in Minas Gerais. So Dona Carmina has been a cheesemaker for 37 years. So we have beginners who started 2 or 3 years ago. They are very bold. And we have people who have been in the market for over 30 years. Wow, I'm so excited about this and I want to see the results. So as I said this is the first time this is happening in the world. So why is it important for it to be happening in Uberaba during the Expozebu? And so we have president of the foundation, and he comes from France in a university. He has published many, many books, and he is an expert in Europe, and he idealized this competition and said, how are we going to do this? They were a little slow, so let's do it in Brazil. Let's do this during the ABCZ's event. And then the board of directors embraced this idea and said, yes, let's do it. And for us, it's a surprise to see the reaction of the candidates, all of the logistics that was necessary. And so we have something that is very charming. We have the cheesematics, and so they prepare the mass by themselves, and they have the experts analyzing everything. And we have Suki Milk that created these tanks that only receive 50 liters of milk, and they specially manufactured these tanks for Expozebu. So this is really, really important, how important this event is. And so if you go through the multi-use pavilion up until noon, you're going to be able to see the workshop. Renata, I pass the floor to you. Thank you, Chieta. Thank you. And we're going to share everything that is happening at Expo 2022 Expozebu. We're going to have a brief commercial now, and see you soon.
Sua empresa já exporta ou tem potencial para expandir seus negócios para outros mercados? O projeto Brazilian Quero é uma plataforma que auxilia na sua internacionalização. Participam do projeto empresas renomadas de diversos segmentos do setor pecuário. Desenvolve ações presenciais e virtuais com a finalidade de estabelecer contatos internacionais e criar oportunidades comerciais. Venha expandir suas fronteiras. Venha realizar bons negócios.
Quer ficar por dentro de tudo o que acontece na maior entidade da pecuária zebuína no país? Faça parte da nossa lista de transmissões no WhatsApp e receba diariamente as principais notícias da ABCZ. Para participar é muito simples. Salve o nosso número nessa lista de contatos e envie uma mensagem para nós com o seu nome e o seu município. E pronto, a partir de agora, você irá receber gratuitamente as principais informações da ABCZ.
Fazenda Experimental Orestes Tiberi, estrategicamente localizada em Uberaba, Minas Gerais. Ponto de ligação entre os maiores centros econômicos do país. Espaço perfeito para a realização de eventos agropecuários e rurais dos mais variados. Esta será a vitrine mundial da 4ª edição do ABCZ Equishow. Grande encontro de raças equinas, reunindo em um único evento criadores, competidores, produtores, fornecedores do setor e público especializado. Um verdadeiro espetáculo de beleza, agilidade e resistência com várias atrações. Provas equestres, provas funcionais, julgamento, dias de campo, passeio a cavalo. Tudo com transmissão da ABCZ TV para o Brasil e o mundo. Excelente oportunidade de divulgação da sua marca, produto ou serviço, além de networking e prospecção de clientes. ABCZ Equishow 2022, 30 de abril a 8 de maio, durante a Expozebu. Valorize sua marca nesta vitrine mundial.
Estamos de volta ao vivo aqui no
So
seu
we are here
canal do
back
Zebu, agora
live
8
on
horas
the
e
Zebu
31
channel.
minutos.
It's
E como eu
8
falei agora há
o'clock
pouco,
a.m.
nós
and
tivemos aqui a
32
abertura
minutes. So
oficial
we
da
had
loja dia 7 no
the
Expozebu.
official
A Melissa
opening,
Florida
okay, of the
acompanhou essa abertura. Vamos ver
87th,
o que
okay,
ela traz de informações para nós.
official opening ceremony, and we have a reporter who followed up. An image that we had not seen for over 2 years. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. The Fernando Costa Park opened its doors once again so that we could start the greatest Zebu fair in the world. And so early, many people arrived. And then we had the judgment, we had the main stage, everybody started arriving. It's beautiful because this fair represents Brazil, the entire country, and we have the Zebu cattle, okay, and everybody is here. It's beautiful to be here. We missed it because we hadn't had it for 2 years. So this is a business card for everybody who specializes in agribusiness. So it's a beautiful party. So the official opening of the 87th Expozebu had the flag, the Brazilian flag, okay, being raised, and also everybody sang the national anthem. The ceremony gathered authorities from Brazil and from the world. The president of ABCZ, Mr. Rivaldo Borges Jr., welcomed everybody. Thank you for having accepted the invitation. You were here and you received an invitation from the Brazilian Association of Zebu Breeders. And so we had the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply and Distribution, the Governor of the State of Minas Gerais, Mr. Romeu Zuma, and the President of the Republic of Brazil, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro. Okay, so this is the work that all of you do, and you work, you invest, you believe, you have faith, and you want your country to become better and better. During his visit at the Expozebu, he went around, he checked the culinary stands, and he tasted some of the typical foods from the region. And he also participated in the official opening opening of the ABCZ for women, emphasizing the importance of having women, okay, in the producing cattle. He received presents. He received the massage. The former Minister of Agriculture, Mrs. Maria Cristina, was also here, okay, and her name was here because she carried out wonderful work. Ms. Teresa Cristina, the former Minister of Agriculture. So I'm very grateful to the ABCZ, to the Board of Directors, those who chose my name, to use my name here to open up officially the pavilion, Women in the ABCZ. And this is very important so that we can disseminate the work being done by all these women. It's high support that we receive as entrepreneurs, and they work producing. So the party was the celebration of those who like agribusiness, and also with the success of the Brazilian agribusiness. It's beautiful. It was full of people. It was green and yellow. It was colorful. It was a beautiful party. It was a beautiful celebration. We are here once back in the broadcasting of the 2022 Expozebu, and we have been here since 7:30 a.m. We're going to have the judgments starting pretty soon, and the animals started coming onto the field, onto the arena. Oh my goodness, okay, some people are having butterflies in their stomachs, yes? The stars are here. The stars started walking around, showing how beautiful they are, and pretty soon we're going to start the official judgments. After 2 years of the pandemic, we have the handlers bringing the animals into the arena, onto the track, and so they have prepared themselves hard. So it's important for us to mention this, right, Ricardo? So on the farms themselves, they start the work before the animals come to this place. How important their work is to identify, to register the animal, to participate. And so we have the breeding that is targeted. We have the animals coming. And so Expozebu is like the World Cup of our animals. And those who win here become a celebrity. The bulls become a celebrity. The bulls, the matrices, all of the breeders, and they become a world champion. So it's the World Cup for sure. So we have all of this philosophy behind, and the handlers, they are there. They know the animals very well, and we have all of the field technicians. So we have a huge family involved, and so the handlers, they are here showing their animals. So it's a lot of there are a lot of emotions happening now. Everybody's very emotional. We have the families, we have the lineage, we have everybody involved. And just to share a little bit of the backstage work and the genetics and Expozebu, in 1997, when I started as an intern in the Serra Lagoon, so in the first interview, they said, Ricardo, you're going to start as a technical assistant of marketing, and then you're going to help the supervisor, the manager. Everybody knows Mauricio Lima. He was a huge and important vet that worked a lot with genetics, and he traveled all over Brazil, and he said, you have to hire the greatest champion of the Expozebu. If you do that, that's the main, so this is your main mission, and that stuck in my mind, stuck in my heart, and so the involvement with the breeders, and so I was like a spy for him, yes? And so we used at least the highest category, and they were the champions. And to say that a bull at that time, of course, they would walk on the arena, on the track. Over 50% of the Expo genetics, they were there. So we had Maná, Lengruber. And so we have cattle that has been recently imported. And so we use the 4 or 5 best bulls of the year. And his boss at that time, what he asked him is the dream. Please hire the best champion. Please hire the most important champion. And so they could mate. They could mate on the farms. And so the arena from Paraná said, "Can you help me? Can you help me?" So before I graduated, I also analyzed the animals because the arena also gave, for example, an opportunity for the most experienced judges to work. Oh, he's going to be a great professional because he's going to get experience here during the judgments, okay? But following Ricardo's line of thought is the greatest champion was very, very important, and all the other bulls that were competing too. And so he was a champion in the 90s. He was a champion in the city of Bauru. He was a champion over there. He was a model for Fiapan Slaughterhouse, yeah? And so it was a process. So it was a judgment process. And so this influenced them a lot. And so he lost sometimes. But in the genetics, you have another story. Maybe he's not the best in the arena, but he's the best in terms of genetics, yes? So he was not the greatest champion, but he impacted the model of the arena, the model of the tracks here, yeah? And so we have to give credibility to the process, and the cattle that is going to live here has to be useful. And so we had the opportunity to judge some cattle, and I confess some things. I don't want the champions here just for you to analyze the market, okay? This has to go to the entire national cattle, the cattle that we have all over Brazil. And this is difficult. This is difficult, okay? When you invite people. So where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go from here? Because we have a good cattle that is not gonna come here. And so the exhibits and the expositions allowed us to compare the cattle from the state of Rio de Janeiro, from the state of Minas Gerais, from the state of Paraná, what is their position, and so things are very dynamic now. So let's accelerate everything so that we're not gonna miss our focus. And so we can also mention that analogy with a soccer game, right? So we have many players that are not taking part in the World Cup. Yes, that's exactly it. So it's not only here, it's here, but let's use inverted commas. Let's also analyze the city of Barretos, Uberlândia, etc. And so this is important because this is the headquarters of the National Association. And so we have people from the northeast of Brazil, we have people from the state of Goiás, from Paraná, we have people from Rio Grande do Sul, and Uberaba is in the center. The state of Minas Gerais is in the center. And so ABCZ transformed this affair into the most important. But a while ago, Barretos and other cities, they were as important as Uberaba. But everything converged into Uberaba because many farmers started building offices here, opening up offices here, okay? And so we have a new Nova India, the city, and they had offices, okay? But the judgment system leads to the best animals, The smaller breeds, maybe they depend more and more and they have a greater connection with Uberaba. And the greatest breed, Nelore, it's almost impossible for you to imagine that nowadays we have farms with 400 bulls, 400 bulls. So a few years ago, this would be impossible. And so in São Paulo, there was an average or medium farm. They have about 400, 500 bulls. It's a new reality. And so sometimes they have 600, 700 bulls, and you need all of that logistics. They're going to produce semen, and then they go to another farm. And so this cycle is not so simple, right? It requires time, it demands time, and we need some kind of legislation. They have to undergo a quarantine. And so sometimes the bull that was not in demand, you start having demand. And there are many variables, right? Yes, there are many variables. Okay. And so they sometimes lose their timing. Yes. So the bull didn't produce. If it takes 1 year, so it's almost 2 national championships. Yeah, but they're there on the track, on the arena there. So let's explain about the jurors or the judges, yes?
We have three judges, Carlos Alberto Marino Filho, João Augusto Maria, and Rodrigo Luchel Lopes Cansado, who are the three judges for the Nelore race breed. We are going to have within our agenda in the tournament, we have the Cold House model, because it's a modern carcass, and that goes to the categories that we analyze morphologically. And here we have a good structure, and we have lots of cool things to speak about later on. We have the female focus also. We have the evaluation, the assessment of the model matrix, which is to award those matrices that are proven as mothers, as highlights within the productivity indexes for motherly rates, that have been assessed and much more observed within those time limits with efficiency, productivity efficiency. And we also have the Rafael Rezende de Oliveira, who is a young specialist, but very experienced too, and he's full-time there. He's living ABCC, right? He does, yes. He's a support asset. He's something that the judges need, and he's always there available. So this is a team for judges in the field. They are inside already, inside the track. We have the categories now. We have the central. We have the people at the. We have more than 40. We have 43 sales happening here. We have the people watching, the watchers there as well, because then you have the calves who are highlights for next year, and then we have great hunters that are always looking for it too, and sometimes they are not a great champion in the category, and then they might be champions later on. They have been to the central and then contributing a lot with the genetics, because they had highlight breeds as well. Well, you have an example of that one. The Bozerra bull was not in the quarantine. Won all of the expositions in Brazil except Uberaba, because it was in Nova India and collaborated a lot, but he was a huge champion in Brasilia, Northeast as well. But here he had foot and mouth disease was a problem too. Something was happening in terms of health, but he was a great champion of the Expose as well. He was awarded, he was filtered correctly, he was great for the race as well, the breed, but it didn't win in Uberaba, but it was an exception. We always had big champions here as great influencers. Yeah, I remember when I was judging as an auxiliary here, the Feitor. He was a great champion in many expositions, and within Uberaba, he wasn't a champion, but he was hired anyway, because that was the model of production. We have to be always aware of that, because we shouldn't be divorced from the model, and we might have something that we cannot deny, that is, those bulls should be bred. It is important to insist to not. It shouldn't be just perfect and great, but it's not possible to be a good genetic assessment. Of course, we have to balance everything, of course, because this animal has to bring in the characteristics for the others as well, right? The breeds as well, and the calves. Yes, it shouldn't be too different from that, right? It should be, morphology is one thing, I always say that. It should be the best type, but at least with a reasonable assessment, contributing to something. But the most perfect is the one that always shows. For sure. Here, what's happening now? This is the pre-selection. How does that work? Well, due to the categories that we have here, with one more number, we are going only to have no commentaries right now, and only for the creators that the breeders who are following it right now. The pre-selection is we have 20 now, and today will be 15. On Gir in the afternoon, today afternoon we are going to have Gir. Well, today is the judgment already for the Gir. For now, Nelore, in order to advance the service right here, well, what happens is we are in the beginning of the show right now, and if you pre-select and then judge, we have done that before, and it didn't really work because we would take a while to be on track, you know. And so in the afternoon, Nelore is pre-classified, and tomorrow morning, because you don't have no auction, people can watch, and then you have the result from the 1st to the 15th. Just to take off the excess of subscribed animals, that would be from the candidates, right? Well, actually, today and tomorrow are pre-selection. We have no championship, people are not commenting. So today, if you have only 20, they will take the lower 5. Well, the amount of animals here today, we have 115 males and 286 females. A total of 401 animals. A lot, right? It is a lot because, for instance, people in Paraná, I've been always contributing with a percentage of that during the Expo NL in Limeira city. We had a breeder from Paraná. Property would be closed for 80 days, so sometimes people don't come anymore. And we have many people who have not been dealing with the cattle for a while because they had the expectation of dealing with Expozebu. It's very expensive, so now when we had the news about the pandemic in the beginning of the year, people would go with having more cattle through the gates and more animals being operated there, because in a year from now I think that will be even a greater number. That's not only a dream, that's a reality actually. And it's very nice too that I can see in our info here, we have breeders from everywhere in Brazil, right? Minas Gerais, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Goiás, Piauí State, Mato Grosso do Sul, Espírito Santo, Tocantins, Paraná, Maranhão. We have Nelore breeders from many places, even Maranhão. You can see that the permeability here. We have 11 states with the Nelore race. And it's nice to see all of those realities, right? It's really nice to see, we are speaking about the identifying of the animal visually, the best animal, but also bringing those genetic characteristics which are very important. So each selection will have their model, and it's interesting to say that in a farm, your neighbor is not always going to be the same as yours, right? So when we have 11 states here, you can see that Brazil is very well represented, bringing that reality and being judged in an environment that is similar, right? Yes, one day you can ask Zacharias to show you what he was printing every year. They would like to have the goal of the exposition, right? They had this idea of this producer, that is to compare your state of development with the state of other regions too, and exchanging information. That's a very old text now because we don't have any paper anymore. That was the objectives and the goals of discussing with the directorates before the other boards, you know, because that's very nice. Of course, you want to sell cattle, but But the old timers had this idea of when you want to select a producer, a breeder, and you want to compete on the tracks, you should check what is the stage of evolution for you. If you have a cattle that's bigger, smaller, whatever that is. And in a country such as Brazil, a continental country such as Brazil, how can you compare the states like that, right? When they are not that far away, they have a few kilometers of distance, and with completely different systems for production, right? And we have some things that are very close, right? Ration today, nutrition improved a lot. Of course, the cold and warmth, of course, involves a lot of changes too. You have difficulties, but that's what we have to do. And the judges had the race, the gender, and the age, which group the individuals. And of course, that is when you are created with different models. Of course, as Renato mentioned, it's very hard, but that's what we have in our hands, and that's the only way. But that's a challenge, right? It is, and that's what's interesting. It's a challenge, and everybody goes to a World Cup from many places with many contacts and backgrounds in different fields, on different levels, different teams, and everything is different. So here we have the test of distinct works with very different locations and difficulty levels, and they're all competing. And that's what's interesting to see. The animals who are in the dynamic right now, it's very basic. Just to let people know, if you're watching from home, you have the catalog with the, and you have the page number 184. That would be the same category of 7-8 months, and that's how interesting it is. You know, the first category you have categories to 212 to 226 days of age, and that's how it goes for the other animals too. So in this subcategory, in the general category, we had 16 animals, and I can see quickly here in my catalog here. Yeah, that's the subscription file, right? Yes. You have the players in the field already, and you have the variability. We have breeders from São Paulo, Minas, Goiás. It's important to say that they go through the order according to the age, from the younger to older. So that's always how it goes, and they are dispersed by age, and that is in the crescent order. So number 1 is younger than the 8. Even if it's in the same day, that's the same story all the time. You have the other criteria for mismatching there, but of course you have the younger first and then the older later. It's not by weight, okay? We did do that sometimes by weight, but it's not anymore. So it's just by age now, as it goes in 99% of judgments. Ricardo, we have mentioned a lot of what's happening right here, but we didn't mention how these animals came up here, how they are selected, how they are identified. How does an animal from the farm to the track and the judgment in Expozebu, how does that happen? Well, it's interesting, you know. I want to ask Chalub first, how does that happen in Rio de Janeiro, in other states, in the neighboring states? How does that happen? Well, because in my opinion, and that's something very emotional for me as well, it starts in the farm, but as soon as they are born, it also comes from the philosophy of the farm itself. They have the breeding going on correctly, the selection work happens with the phenotype and the visual aspects, of course, when the judges are assessing each animal, but you have the phenotype, you have whatever you measure in the animal, of course, that's what we call the phenotype, but they have to be beautiful from the outside and from the inside, because they are going to show expression of they are only expressing their potential if they have that inside, which is the genetics, the phenotype that comes from the influence of their mother and father, of course. The different animal, a very good animal has a great mother, of course. And we always have that in evaluations and assessments. It's always an aspect of, especially for females, when you see that in the field, you can see that in general within the track too, that reflects. And even if you have that, it is very innovative in ABCZ. ABCZ has a new a totem, an interactive totem for you to a self-service totem. It's you can see what's going on today, and they ask to you can ask to show the genetic resume, so to speak, of each animal. So you can have an X-ray of what is going on with their evaluation. That's one thing, because the majority of the breeders who are taking part in this with the animals in the expositions are active within PMGZ. So one thing goes next to the other, hand in hand. Just one correction, okay? The pre-classification is only in the afternoon, because this morning it's just 8 animals, right? We are starting with the small category, and now and then we will have we won't have any commentary today. We are going to have just the judgment, and during the afternoon we will have the classifications, and tomorrow the judgment. Now they are judging the animals right now, and they are going to select from 1 to 8. Just to add to what Ricardo mentioned, the expectation of taking one animal off is already happening before the animal is born, because you choose the reproductive animals with the objective of having a good breed, a good calf. You have, it's not like you take one single individual to bring into the Expozebu event. You have to create a team, right? It's just like the World Cup. You have the history of father and mother. That everything is very well studied. It's not like you create a team and bring into Expozebu. Oh, I have my team here out of the blue and I'll bring it into Expozebu. No, it's you have to base that on what you want, in what is the objective that you have in your competition. It is for, well, if you want only for the calves and you want to complement later. No, I want to all of the fronts. I don't want to be very specific. You have to understand what are the reproducing animals that you are going to use when they start getting being born. They are already identified and selected for those who have the probability of becoming a quality animal in order to bring into an exposition, to an event like this. 30 days, 45 days later, they are already selected, and they are separate, being treated like VIPs and eating from the best, having the care and dedication within their 30 days of life, of course. And that is cool to see, because when you can actually see that within the farms, and you can identify those animals, which is not a simple task. It's really hard, and you have to create a strategy and understand what is your strategy going to be when you have to bring animals to a track here, and you have a reduced number of animals, and you can only create one team. Do you have a limit for animal? Yeah, according to the ranking, of course. From each race, you have a lot of problems with the ring as well. When you have 2 months old animals, you might have the possibility of bringing less animals, because before it was 15 animals. Also because it's more economic, right? When you have the ranking involved, a big company will be with heading up with 15 animals and 50 animals, and a small breeder would be with 5 animals, something like that. So the idea is to have a maximum limit exactly to avoid that problem. So right now, since you have less ring spots, you have to have limitations too. So it is important to have that strategy too, right? Yeah, it's a strategy to bring to the to Expozebu in order to the World Cup, right? That is the World Cup of cattle raising. That's, you have to bring the best, and the best strategy for you to be competitive. You have to create the team within the limits, right? And when you have a smaller event, you can realize that you have the regional cattle that comes to create some numbers. They just add volume. They are less prepared. They are not the best quality. But over here, it's very hard to happen. You know, it's some breeders around Uberaba that goes to other exposes, because we also have other tracks here at the Fernando Costa Park. Sometimes you have a different animal with not as high quality, but it's very hard to happen. Now, if you go to the inland in the state of Minas Gerais, if you go far away, you can see that. Just to give some volume, to create numbers, as we say, they have no defects, they are registered, and they come in. Over here, it's different. Everybody is in the best shape. They're the best state for presentation. Here's the World Cup. It is the World Cup. Over here, this is the World Cup period. Now, I'll leave you here a little bit in the board, and I will change a little bit of the pace here and the subject. We are getting a nice visit in the studio. We have Matheus Alves. He is a professor at FASU. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. We are going to speak a little bit about the drone being used in the cattle raising, right? It's a essential tool for the breeders. I would like to, before you speak about it, I would like to understand your vision about the cattle raiser today. Are they more and more up to date with technology, with new realities for cattle raising? Is it for creating more with less time and less space? Good morning.
Well, regarding the topic that you have just mentioned, what do we have nowadays? The producers are trying to find new technologies, mainly when you want to have better pastures. So they are using new technologies, they are using high precision technology to handle the pastures, not only the pastures, but also all of your production, okay? And you want to guarantee the well-being of all of your animals, and this is a new topic, a new technique, and so high precision technologies that you have so that you can have 4.0 livestock production. You have tools that are accessible to the farmers and ranchers, and it is accessible. And the drones, now discussing the drones, they have been used for quite some time by agricultural producers, okay? And the people who try to have high precision agricultural production, they can use the drones. They identify, in this place, they didn't pulverize the pesticides correctly. Oh, the soybeans are yellow here. What's happening here? And so maybe the pulverization didn't work out, and you have the drones that can throw the product down there or spray the product down there. And so drones, they also help ranchers, right? And producers of livestock, right? How do they do that? Okay, you can handle the pastures, you can handle the number of animals, and so depending on the livestock producer or the cattle producer, they can use the drone to map their properties because they can use specific software so that they can quantify their properties. You can also use this tool depending on the size of the ranch or the farm to analyze the fences to see if they are in good shape, and then maybe a worker is going to monitor the fences if they are a-okay, if they are in place. They can also use the drones. They can adjust the drones to see if the animals are okay. They can analyze the well-being of the animals. They can adapt some cameras onto the drone, and then they can see the animals. These are the best tools for the producers, for the breeders. So when you think about Brazil, we have extensive cattle production, and in some regions of Brazil, some farms in Brazil, they are difficult for you to access, right? Yes, they have some pastures that it's difficult to get there. So by car, they cannot arrive there. And so by horse, it's difficult to arrive there. And drones become important tools, right? Yes, absolutely. So we had a situation like that in Uberaba. We were analyzing some of the pastures, and the breeder, they contacted me and they said, oh, I lost a cow, I lost a cow. And there was a terrible place in the farm, and the animal survived, even though it had fallen into that pit. And so in these inaccessible sites, you can use the drones. So that's why the technology exists. And so the drones, they arrive there as well. And you can identify the challenges in that area, and so the breeder can discover, what do I have to do here. They can count the animals, they can use the drones to see how the pastures are in that region. Do we have to implement any changes? And they have to have highly trained professionals so that they can carry out these analysis. So we have the high precision zootechnical subject or professional that can do this. And within this high quality or high precision zootechnique, you can handle the pastures with high precision. You can monitor the pastures, okay? So please explain to us, how can they handle the pastures? So the drones, they are going to create a mapping of the area. So it's just like following up a plantation, right? Yes. The zootechnician is going to monitor the pastures from time to time. They are going to find out the gaps in productivities, and they are going to identify the anomalous areas, and they're going to control the pests. They are going to prepare the soil. They're going to prepare the soil in a better way, and they are going to analyze how the soil is covered with grass or pasture. And Mateus, let me share something with you. Above everything, the breeders, they must get to know their properties well, and this is an important tool for them to do that, so they can identify the problem areas, they can map everything, they can make the best decisions. And so these pieces of equipment now have accessible prices, okay? We have technical tools, specific tools that the livestock producers, they can use, and it's not going to be very expensive for them to make the best decisions. And in the realities that you have gone through, so how has it been? Are the breeders accepting this technology? Because many breeders, they have open minds, but some of them, they are very traditional, very conservative. Is this going to work out? So how have you been feeling? Are these breeders accepting these new technologies more? Yes, they are opening themselves more to the new technologies. Let's try this out. Let's test this. Please teach me how to use this technology, this tool. So we have some breeders that have been using this technology for quite some time. We have some colleagues using this in the state of Pará, and then their neighbors are saying, hey, I want to use this drone too. So the technology has already consolidated itself in the market, yeah? And also due to the consolidation of the use of drones in agriculture. So if you see that it's working out in a field, we try to bring it to us. And the breeders that already use the drone as a tool to help them out. So have you noticed better results? Regarding their productivity, what they have on their farms, they are visible results, okay? Huge results. They were able to save animals, as I mentioned before. These tools have become more accessible. We offer training courses to them, or by ourselves, or we use our partners. And so the tools are accessible, they have been using, and so they can have a return in their investment, and it's been proven. And the expectations is for this kind of tool to become more and more consolidated. So the tools are available, and we hope that it becomes highly technical, that they improve themselves, that they are trained. Mateus, you also mentioned high precision zootechnique techniques. So it's a course. Is it a course that you offer? It's a post-graduation course, yes. So how is this post-graduation course? So it's new techniques, okay? And so we have been using this terminology more and more in agriculture. We have been using this in the livestock production, in the production of beef, in the production of milk, and we are offering this post-graduation course. It's the only one in Brazil. And so inside this postgraduate course, we have the applied monitoring for the livestock production, for the swine production also, and also handling high precision. And we also have other subjects, other topics, digital livestock production, and other technological tools that exist. So if you're going to specialize yourself, we have FAZU, our university. It's the only one in the market, okay? And this is wonderful for the modern professional. Interesting, so interesting and very important. And more we can learn and study this technology on a daily basis. We can do this. We're going to have lots and lots of experience. And of course, it's important for us to stay here. Yes, and our unique characteristic is to apply this on a daily basis. Yes. Oh, we have real solutions, true solutions. We can train your professionals. We can make them, offer them capacity building. Thank you, Mateus, for your participation. You're always going to be welcome here to talk about high precision livestock production. And it's wonderful for us to exchange experiences and knowledge. Thank you. We are back. You saw that I'm very fast. Yes, I'm here back on the podium. So we're going to invite reporter Melissa, who is there on the judgment track or judgment arena. Hi, Melissa. The floor is yours. And so the work has already started here on the judgment track, and I'm going to talk with Rafael Rezende. He is a deputy judge, okay, and he is going to participate in a new round of judgments, which is the slaughterhouse judgment. Good morning, Rafael. Thank you so much for being here and chatting with us. So now we started the 2022 choices. Good morning, Melissa. Good morning to everybody who's there in the audience. We expected this moment a lot, and now we started the judgment, okay? Everybody had high expectations regarding this, and this is the result. So we have young female calves, okay? Please explain to us what is happening. What are the assessments being done now? And what is going to happen in the future? So we have 3 judges. They have started the judgment of the Nelore breed. And now we have the categories. We're going to follow all of the categories, so that we're going to have the championship, and then the huge championship is going to be at the end. And we're going to judge all of the categories. At the moment, we are judging the young female calves, okay? And so what changed? What changed? We had all of the categories. We had the young calves, the calves, and then we had the championships. And now we have all of the categories first, and then we're going to continue with the championships. And so how does this impact? Are you a little more emotional or are a little more anxious like the breeders? Yes, we have all of the championships on the same day, and then we bring the results and the satisfactions to everybody who is watching. Thank you, Rafael. Now let's go back to the studio, okay? And I'm going to continue interviewing people, and we are judging the Nelore breed. Thank you, Melissa, for the information. We're going to go back to you soon. Ricardo, we also have movements. People are arriving here. The audience is arriving. They are going onto the bleachers, yes? And so for 2 years, without being able to come here to the park because of the pandemic, yes? yes. And so the audience is arriving, they are sitting on the bleachers, this interaction. So the audience, the breeders, the handlers, everybody is interacting, and they are here live to see the judgment. And this category is very, very important because these young female calves, they are going to be the matrices of tomorrow. They're going to be the big stars. So regardless of what's going to happen during the award ceremony, they are going to be the future matrices. And this is our World Cup. So regardless of their classification, it's an important game. They are participating, and so they are. We also have animals that couldn't be here, and so we have the scouts. The scouts and breeders, they create partnerships so that they can have genetic variability on their farms or ranches. And Rafael mentioned the subcategories. I was discussing this with Chalubi. Among 8 female calves, okay, they have 7 different fathers, and this variability is important. Yes, when we talk about the big championships, we always discuss the bulls, but we also have the females. The females are responsible for 50% of the genetic transmission to the following generation. So we have to think about identifying the females, the future mothers of the future generations. That's the way ahead. As Ricardo mentioned, they're going to be the future matrices, tomorrow's matrices. So this is the first step for them to become the matrices of tomorrow. So we are already participating in a huge event. So it's like a World Cup, and it's going to be very, very competitive. And the female calf is there participating. We're going to see it. And identify a future matrix, the matrix of tomorrow. And we can notice this. It's the way forward. Everything is a step forward. Now, the baby calves, they are taking a first step, and then they're going to become mothers in the future. Yes, and throughout the judgments, we also have the award of the model matrix, okay? We have older animals that have produced a lot, okay? Some of them were models on the track, okay? They have previous awards, okay? And so sometimes the cows, they have a presentation that is a little different because they are matrices. They have already had calves in the past, okay? And so I love this term mother. Mother is a beautiful term. And so the cows, they say to us that in India, so between the ages of 5 or 7, they have become, and so they are sexually precocious, okay, and they consider the cow depending on their size. And the bulls, for instance, if you see a male calf when they come back between 5 or 7 years, but up until they are 5 or 7, they are considered adults by the Indians, okay? And so they have a matrix, a mother that has already had many calves, okay? And you're gonna judge the most beautiful, but also the one that has a beautiful design, okay? The longest, the broadest, okay? Everything is perfect with the beauty of an older cow, and that's the kind of evaluation that you carried out. So the horns have come out, the female calf is still growing, but the horns have come out, okay? And then you analyze the muscle mass, and then everything becomes stable, and then they have to show themselves. So this award is very, very important, and this was created by the former president. He used to be a judge, okay? And also Cibele made a beautiful history within ABCZ, yeah, and she fostered this. Yes, how important the matrix is, the female is, okay? And they could work as well. And we have already judged bulls using this model, but we had little participation because either the bulls are going to be on the farm, and so, for example, the cow can be taken to an event, or it's not going to stay there for a long time. Preparing a bull is difficult. I remember a time in the city of Londrina where we would take the bulls to the track, but it was difficult. It's very, very difficult. And so they to come to the park, to go there, they have to have the quarantine coming in and the quarantine going out. Yes, it's difficult. We cannot miss out the timing, but it's beautiful. Inside an event when you can take all of the bulls, okay? We almost all the VR that was from the city of Araçatuba. They took the bulls to Londrina, but it's difficult because of the quarantine. And so it's the best way for you to see the adult animal on the track. And so we're not going to have an award for the first, the second, and the third. It is apt or not apt, or it is able or not able. So it's a little different what you're going to judge because you cannot blemish the reputation. Let's imagine that the tail was a little complicated or not perfect, okay? She's going to miss some points, but it's important. It's important to say if it is able or not. I can hear you. I can hear you that the information is coming from the arena. So the first category has just concluded, and now we have just started the second judgment of the second category from between 8 and 9 months of age. And now we're going to have a commercial. We're going to have some commercials, and then we're going to be back soon, okay? With more information on this first day of judgments at the 2022 Expozebu.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã Farm Água Marinha by businessman Julio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal mobility, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Baguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement the Red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babalu and Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguaçu. Baguaçu agribusiness is the best of the national Red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of nature.
No better, Coima, a 100% Brazilian company with 70 years of life, who is contributing with the cattle breeding advances in general. Coima offers you, cattle farmer, 5 models of cattle crushes, 2 models of electronic scales, and also road scales. Our objective is to contribute the cattle breeding advances in order to produce more meat, needing it worldwide. Coima is located in Dracena, São Paulo, Brazil, but we provide services to each Latin America country. Visit our website, coima.com.br.
Estamos de volta aqui na nossa
Now we
central
are
da
back in
Copa. A gente teve
our
probleminha no
central
áudio do Elcio, mas
of
daqui a
the
pouco a gente já volta. Ele
championship.
está lá
We
no
had
museu,
some
né?
technical
Ele tá lá
problems
no
with
museu, vai falar
our
com
reporter, but he will be back
uma
soon.
importante assinatura. Ele vai trazer
It's
as
a very
informações
important
daqui a pouco com o nosso presidente
information,
aqui da BCZ, com o
and
Rivaldo
he
Machado
will
Borges,
talk
mas a
to
gente
our
volta daqui a
president
pouco
from
com as
the
informações com ele. E vamos voltar aqui
BCZ.
falando dos nossos julgamentos.
And now let's talk about our contests here. So I told you
O texto do Josaquim.
about the text that on the side of the ABCZ, you have on the Expozebu, you can click on it and then you will find the correct link. So what happens? The handler that's on the track, he gets the regulations, but every partner can get it. You can download from the site. But look how nice to see. One first items, the international Zebu fair, you must check the presentation of the species of the race and represent well the national cattle breeding. We need to develop the race and present to the public. So that's very beautiful. And what is the item B? Create a closer relationship between the breeders and ranchers to create business opportunities for selling and buying. So this is one of the principles from EBCZ, and that's very beautiful. We want, through the spirit of emulation, support the breeders to improve the quality of their products. It's written. That's one of the objectives, goals of the Expozebu. And we are doing this in the last 87 years. Support the agriculture colleges and in their activities. When we are talking about Zebu, we are talking about selection, we are talking about the growth or what the breeder can do in the field. We free are from other states, and we studied in different colleges, and we have different views, but we come together here to level each other, to see what is new, what was research, what the academy brings to us, and the Expozebu concentrated all this information. You had one meeting with all the judges, and now the Expo Genetica, it's the genetic fair, and inside the Expo Genetics fair you have the Congress, one for the public and one for us judges. So we need to know why certain animal won and is on the track. And I was really happy when we had 7 different bulls in this first category. Maybe In the older categories, they are not that different anymore. But the tendency that maybe in 3, 4 years that you have a wider spread of characteristics. And that's what is new. Now I want to ask for your forgiveness. We have a live interview in the Zebu Museum, and we will show some images. These are the images of the ceremony, and it will be shown as the new Zebu Museum.
A expressão mundial que tem hoje. Aí nós compusemos esse museu. Um espaço vasto, leve, generoso. Integrada à terra através das suas aberturas, portais e janelas. Dinâmico pela variação do pé direito, alturas. Planos, luzes, cores.
Huge structures, high spaces, beautiful architecture.
Os ferretes emolduram o Zebu primeiro.
And the first thing you see is a Zebu bull.
Narrativas desse mundo contemporâneo. Fomos desenhando percursos onde se conta a história para toda a gente, para nós mesmos.
This new museum tells us the story of the Zebu race.
Agora, o museu quer ser emocionante, forte referência como incentivador de novos tempos.
This museum wants to be an innovator, bringing new times, new technologies.
É isso que precisamos mostrar para o mundo.
This is what we need to show to the world, that Brazil, much more than any country, is ready, and that our earth, our soil is fertile.
Queremos ser a cada dia
We need to be, each day, the strongest example in science, work, and accomplishment. And now we want to invite the authorities that will sign the contract. The president from ABCZ, Fausto Andrade Ribeiro, president of the Banco do Brasil, that also represents the Foundation Banco do Brasil, Jairo Machado Borges Furtado, and the curator of the Zebu Museum. We want to thank the presence of the Vice President, Renato Naegeli, also the President of the Business Administration Council, and the other members of the Council. In this moment, we begin the signing of the protocol. Mr. Fausto Ribeiro, President of the Foundation of the Brazilian Bank,
Senhor Jairo Machado Borges Furtado, presidente do Conselho Curador do Museu do Zebu.
Mr. Jairo for the Curator Association of the Museum,
Rivaldo Machado Borges Júnior, presidente da BCZ.
and Rivaldo Júnior, that is the ABCZ. In this intention protocol, wants to unify the efforts to get the resources for the Museum of the Zebu in the city of Uberaba, being a space for arts, research, and work. And we want to have shows for cinema, theater, dance, science, and technology, and also all other artistic activities. And we want to spread the Zebu world in Brazil and in the world. And we want to invite Mr. Ribeiro, President of the Banco do Brasil. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Rivaldo, Dr. Fabiano, Mr. Jairo Machado Borges, President of the Curator Association, Mr. Tiago, directors of the museum. I want to compliment all the authorities that are present. It's another dream that is coming true. Thank you very much for allowing Banco do Brasil being part of it. We tried to talk and have a speech at the event of the president, but the people just wanted to hear the president. So all the preparation of our speech was not good enough. But I'm happy to be here with you now. And thank you for being here. I want to begin telling you, to all of you, that the agricultural business and cattle breeding must be congratulated. You continued to work when we were at home office. So we need to congratulate you because you kept the economy going, and 25% of the whole country income of the GDP of Brazil comes from the agriculture and cattle farming. So there are some things that I wanted to share with you. And we allocated for 2022, although we had problems with the climate in the south part of Brazil, we allocated over 150 billions, and of which, of this 150 billions, 138 billion were already allocated for this next harvest.
50 bi de alocação de recursos para a safra. O presidente ontem, conversando
The
comigo, pediu
president
para que a gente
yesterday,
fizesse todo o
talking to
apoio
me, asked me to
aos
offer
agricultores brasileiros.
that
Eu
we
disse para ele, o que que aconteceu,
offer
presidente?
complete
Nós já
support for
vamos
the
estar em 138,
farmers in
e
Brazil.
vamos chegar
We
lá.
did it for many years and we allocated 138 billion, but will reach the 150 billion.
Que a gente possa fazer esse bolo crescer
And
cada
we
vez mais
want to make
para a
this
safra 22,
budget volume increase 20% for the next harvest in 22-23. We are talking to the Ministry of Economy and we're creating a map,
a gente consiga alocar pelo menos
and
670 bi para
we
a safra
want to allocate at least 170 billion for the harvest 2023.
que nós fazemos todo ano, no âmbito lá do Banco do Brasil em Brasília,
And we do this every year in Brasilia,
início de julho ou no final de
and
junho.
we will have final numbers in June or July.
Sempre com a presença do
And we
presidente da
always
República, e aí
are counting on the President of the Republic.
está conosco fazendo parte do lançamento. E, obviamente,
Okay, so obviously all of the people who are influential in this environment, the associations, all of them are going to appear with us. Last year you were with us, right? Or you weren't? You were here, not face to face, but you were here virtually and you were able to participate. And this time we're going to have everything live, okay, face to face. Okay, so on the 31st of December, we discussed a portfolio of 248 billion reais, and it's growing, okay? We are going to have a period of silence and we have grown. I know that these figures are from the 31st of December, okay? So the portfolio achieved 248 billion, and among these, 45 billion reais are only for the production of livestock. Now, talking a little bit about this topic that is so important for the city of Uberaba. Rivaldo and I were discussing this. The museum is going to be a milestone. And so this is going to transform the life of the municipality, not only the life of the breeders. And so we are now allocating 22 billion, and 22 are going to come from Banco do Brasil. And the idea is for us to have more support, more support. And so the activities of this museum. And of course, this shows the strength and the partnership that Banco do Brasil has, agribusiness, Brazilian agribusiness, and that is going to come through via this partnership. We are very happy to be able to participate in this historical moment, which is so important for us here, members of the ABCZ. Rivaldo, congratulations, okay? Thank you. Thank you. And so we are now sponsoring the museum, okay? It's a beautiful name. And so we have a group, an artistic group. And so we want to preserve the history of these people who were able to bring a development. And so we have the beef and milk cattle and a way of life, and there is a manifestation of their way of life, okay? Zebu is so important for us, for the Brazilian livestock production, okay? And I believe it's better, more developed than the one that came from India. Yesterday, during our event, we received, and I was talking to the Indian ambassador, and he recognizes that there was a huge development of the Zebu cattle here in Brazil. And we are now exporting to India. Imagine how important, or the importance of all of you members of the ABCZ because of this genetic improvement throughout all of these years. Rivaldo, I'm not going to take much more of your time. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity for us to be here with you guys and to say that the Bank of Brazil has a strong partnership with all of the agribusiness sector. And it's not a recent partnership, it's been happening for quite some time. So when I was a little boy, I would follow up my dad because he was a manager of the agribusiness portfolio, and he encouraged me to take this position. And I saw the Bank of Brazil helping the small regions in the country to help them develop, to transform them, to generate income and jobs, to improve the Brazilian economy. And you somehow, in these 83 years of history, oh, 103, not 83, 103 years of history, you have contributed a lot in order for all of this to happen. Rivaldo, so I wish you all the happiness with this museum. You can always count on the support of the Bank of Brazil, and please allow us to continue being a part of this beautiful history of the ABCZ. Thank you very much. So we would like to invite Mr. Rivaldo Machado Borges Jr. so that he can take the floor and give his speech. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet all of you this morning. And besides all of the workers and staff from the ABCZ, and we have the president of the regional offices. Today is a very important moment for us. Nothing in our lives happens by chance. This project has been a project that we started at the beginning of my term in office ahead of the ABCZ, and this was built. Our competitor won the public bidding with Mr. Gustavo Pena, and this project has been ready for almost 1 year. And I don't know why things were postponed and postponed, but sometimes in our lives special things happen. Maybe it didn't happen at that time. And so this gentleman who was born in Uberaba, he idealized the project, and from that moment on, we continued moving forward, moving forward. I met the marketing director, and she even has a name. Her name is even the name of a street here in Uberaba. She's very fancy. Everything is in Uberaba, from the city of Uberaba. And for us, it was a very important moment when I received the news that the Bank of Brazil was going to support us, fund us via the foundation and the bank so that we could pay for the museum, and an additional 20 million reais was added so that we can maintain the museum, and this is very important for Brazil. Banco do Brasil, or the Bank of Brazil, is the strongest bank in terms of agribusiness. Small farmers are not afraid of going into a Banco do Brasil branch and asking for help. And we have received funds from the Bank of Brazil. They have been helping us for many years. And something that caught our attention was the bank's expertise when we had that beef problem, okay? And so the Bank of Brazil all stood up for us and defended us. It was almost like a knockout. And 80% of the people who left were from the bank. Congratulations, Fausto, for your view, for your perspective, okay? And all of your team. And so you were able to defend us on that day. So it was not only showcasing the Bank of Brazil, it was the Bank of Brazil protecting the Brazilian agribusiness sector. And so we have 25% of Brazil is part of the agribusiness sector due to Banco do Brasil's support. And I would like to thank Fausto and his entire team for the funding that we received. And this is going to be fantastic. mainly for the city of Uberaba. It's going to be a place where tourists are going to visit. Tourists from Brazil, tourists from other countries. So it's going to be one of the greatest investments of the entire century. It's going to be the Zebu Museum. And it's important because if we analyze our history, and we saw many regions of Brazil. When my father moved to the state of Mato Grosso in the 1970s, translation apologizes, the audio is being interrupted all the time. And so there was a bank branch of that opened up. It was a branch of the Bank of Brazil. And so for us, that brings us lots of pride and joy. And the credit lines from the Bank of Brazil, you have grace you have a grace period of 5 years for your loans. And so for 1 year and a half, we slept on ranches made of wood. And so if we felt like peeing, we were terrified of the leopards in Brazil, and so we didn't pee there. Yes. And so I was gonna take a shower or a bath in the river, and we were afraid of the stingrays there. And so we had an improvised tap and shower that we would pull down the cord and use it. And we had to choose the area carefully. So my father and I lived there for 1 year and a half. And that was the thing he was most passionate about. We had a cook that would hear the leopards, the birds, the animals, and for them, this was like a therapy session. And so and you can see how bovine culture was important for Brazil. And so this region was taken by agriculture. And then the cattle producers, they started leaving slowly because the yield of the agricultural production is higher. And so, Fausto, thank you so much for believing in us. We are always together. We're always working together, creating processes. And I'm very proud of the Banco do Brasil branch that we have here. I remember that the first time I got in touch with the people from the bank to bring the branch into the park, and we were able to do that. We managed to do that. And my account number is number one. Number one. I believe number one is my father's account, and number two is my account. Okay, so I receive a salary every month, and my entire salary is deposited into this branch. And so sometimes I joke around with Edvando, hey, help me buy some stocks. And I decided to invest there because they are our partners. Congratulations for all the wonderful work that you do. Thank you very much. Now, using this opportunity that you are standing, please, let's take a photo now. Mr. Jairo, Fabiano, let's take a photo. Let's take a group photo. Maybe it would be better for some to stand on the stage and others to stay at the bottom.
Senhor Marcelo, Carlos Renato, desculpa, Renato.
É isso aí, Jair, mesmo. Jair, é isso mesmo.
So the presidents of the other offices, the promotion offices, please join us on the stage. All of the authorities are more than welcome to join us here on the stage to take the photo. Thank you very much for your presence. Okay, so you can walk around the museum, and then we're going to have the Echo Show opening ceremony soon. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen.
Nós vamos entrar ao vivo agora com Rivaldo e o Fausto.
So we're going to go live with Rivaldo and Fausto. So Ivo, I'm speaking directly from the museum, the Zebu Museum. You followed up our live ceremony, the signing of the partnership between the ABCZ and the Bank of Brazil, so that the new Zebu Museum could be built. This is a very important moment, and this moment was highly expected. Yes, it was highly expected. It was the peak of our history, and we're going to have conditions from now on to show to the world the importance of the Zebu cattle, which role Brazil has been playing. Zebu is a leader in the tropical livestock production, and Brazilians should be proud of this, of promoting the Brazilian livestock production. And this encompasses other values, the values of our people, of our culture, of our daily habits that are deeply rooted down in the rural areas, okay? So it's a historical moment. The Zebu Museum, it's the most important day, and from now on, I'm pretty sure the museum has the conditions to be one of the most important museums in Brazil.
I know you already worked a lot on this project. It's a project that was developed with many people participating, and we know that the new Zebu Museum will be a new reality. It will be reality, yes, for sure. And we have to talk about Brazil, about the Brazilian history, and we can't talk about Brazilian history without talking about the Zebu history. Thank you very much, Tiago. And now we go back to you, Renata. See you soon. Thank you, Elcio, for the information. Soon we'll be back for more information. And we have this team of specialists and with their comments about the contest. A short break and we will be back soon.
Hi, learn more about CRV. With more than 104 years in the world and more than 50 years in Brazil, being a pioneer in genetic improvements in the country. We are the largest provider in Latin America, and we have a full portfolio with improving results. Therefore, CRV is guarantee of evolution for the herd. CRV, better cows, better life.
Estancia K presents a modern project of dairy cattle breeding that gathers genetic improvement of dairy gear cattle, high productivity cows that are multiplied with high standard, along with bulls and collecting centrals. Estancia K is focused on the commercialization of embryo packages, cow pregnancy, male and female cattle in commercial events all year round. Estancia K, continuous improvement.
Estamos de volta aqui no seu canal do Zebu com a cobertura especialíssima.
We are back on the Zebu channel with this coverage of this very special fair. And now we have our reporter that is together with the president of the Bank of Brazil. Yes, Renata, I'm here with the president of the Brazilian Bank and with the president of the ABCD. It's a very important moment. We were really expecting this moment, and we are very happy to be here in this partnership with the Bank of Brazil. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I already thanked the Rivaldo to give us the opportunity to be part of this beautiful history of ABCZ, to be able to work together to build this museum to preserve the history of the Zebu cattle in Brazil. And it's very important how important is the BCZ for the Brazilian market. Yes, it's a huge market, and the Bank of Brazil is highlighting itself not only in this harvest, but we are supporting the agribusiness in Brazil for over 50 years with record budgets. And for sure, the Bank of Brazil is part of the growth of the GDP in the Brazilian market. Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and a huge congrats for all the breeders. And please count on the Brazilian bank for everything you need. Now, sorry, I will go to the President Rivaldo. It's a moment of a lot of happiness, a really long expected moment. And you were waiting for this moment for the Expozebu, where the whole world is looking at it. The Bank of Brazil is a huge partner of the agribusiness. Bank of Brazil is always in the front. Bank of Brazil was the first to support the farmer. In this 214 years, the Brazilian bank was built a very solid way. And with this apport of resources was done because the Zebu race was the race that set the scenery for the Brazil being known worldwide. Thank you very much for the Bank of Brazil for believing this partnership and for this partnership that endures so many years. It's very important for me and all the associates. So, the new Zebu Museum is really close to build. We will build it immediately. As soon as the fair is over, we will begin. It's a strong and constant partnership. Thank you very much. Congratulations to both of you. And now the intention protocol was signed, and we have a tour in the park, right? President Fausto wants to see all the stands in the park. So he is really concerned about all the business and the agribusiness. So I want to use the opportunity. We didn't have time yesterday to mention it. We have 2 lines of credit to support the cattle breeding with 3 years credit line with 2 years of grace periods, and we have another new credit line for 3 years with over 5 years of grace period. So you as a farmer can always, or rancher, you can always count on the Bank of Brazil for your finance. So that's really great information. We have to compliment him again. He is really quick in finding new solutions for us. It's the biggest institution for the agribusiness in Brazil. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your great work. Now they will follow up their schedule, and we will follow them live in the ABCZ. Renata, now we hand over to you, and we are back live in our studio with our specialists. I want to introduce them again. Maybe you just came to us. We have here Renato Salubi, that is a specialist in Rio de Janeiro, and we have Célio Rai, that is a specialist in Paraná State in South Brazil. During the whole fair, Expozebu, we will be commenting the contests and all the information of the track here in real time. So we want to inform you that just came to the channel. We have the contest of some categories. What are we seeing in the images? Welcome everyone, whoever connected here to the ABCZ channel right now. The contest is happening and begin just now. You at home that is with us in the YouTube channel, you can access abcz.org.br. You can click on the Expozebu link and you will have all the material, all the information, all the contests. You have with the handler the number. We are still here handling calves. We began with the females and then we have increasing age, 28, 29, 30. That is the number at the handler. It's the unique identifier of this animal. If you look at a catalog, you will see this number to identify the animal. And this Nelore race we have on page 187. That is the second category for females of calves, 7 to 8 months. And this is category B, and we are having 10 calves being evaluated in their characteristics. We have 3 judges that are beginning their work in the Nelore race. The public that is present, and this Expozebu is really very important in their demands for their expositions. Please allow me just to remember, we had the inauguration of the museum and we have a new audience and you're our boss here actually. So in the animals in the Fernando Costa Park are identified. The animal have identification on the left ear. On the left ear, the property they came from. On the right ear, the mother. And after they feed themselves, I have my numbers as a breeder. These animals are weighed and measured by many measurements that are in the catalog: body length, leg lengths, perimeters, carcass, and the regulation. You can find it in our site, 7 to 8, 8 to 9 months. And all this information are on the site, and we will repeat it a lot. It's important to get this information. We had colleagues that waited to get the cattle, and that's the essence why the ABCZ exists. Why does the ABCZ exist? Why they have the right to work this race? Because the Ministry of Agriculture gave us the right to work with this race. So that's why we organize the national fair. That's the most important fair. And the mother house of the Zebu race that takes care of everything, that has the origin, and the association of breeders and the weighting. So to get here to the track, it must be a pure breed, it must be identified and it must be registered at the ABCZ. So we have weight, body length, thorax size, and so on and so forth, brisket size, and so on and so forth. And just to remember information, we here in the morning are at the contest of the Nelore race, and in the afternoon we have the contest for the Gir milk race, and we have in the track more than 401 animals of the Nelore breed. And the judges that have this mission, important mission, is Carlos Alberto Marino,
e o Rodrigo,
João
Rochel,
Pauso,
Lopes Cansado são esses três
and
jurados
Mr.
aí,
Lopes Cansado, that are our
escolhidos
three
pra,
judges that
pra
were
essa empreitada
chosen
da
for
Expozebu
this
2022, dessa feira
Expozebu
3
contest
em 1, que tem um
2022.
peso 3 vezes
So
maior, pelo
they
menos, né?
have a really huge responsibility. After so many years, we are really anxious. The breeders, the handlers, we that are commenting here, talking to you, and we are really expecting to see which animal will be the champion, what is coming new, this expectation that we want to be here earlier on the fair to see, to watch, and get all this knowledge, because we are exchanging knowledge. We are just not offering you knowledge. We also want to acquire knowledge, and this is very important to be here at the track. This show that is being done on the field, on the track, makes us to learn more, to study more. We have 10 animals with 6 different fathers of 11 different states, so we have different concepts, many information, different characteristics that are coming to the track, and we need to learn to compare them. And we do this comparison
desmembrando o ambiente, né? A gente tira o ambiente da jogada, traz para um único ambiente
we
e
need
consegue fazer a
to
comparação. Eu tô criando certo?
nullify the natural environment of this cattle. We bring it here in a unified environment where we can analyze them. Celinho is bringing me for something new from Paraná, southern state of Brazil. That's the idea, that's the content that we need to take with us from the fair, this knowledge. And this moment, the main chamber, the main camera is giving us an overview. Now we see here the handlers holding the animals, and we are waiting for the results of the category. The judges already gave their grade, and we have the newest to the oldest one, from the right to the left, and we see the depth of the ribs, and we classify them between themselves. What are the reason for that? So the broader animals, the bigger animals, the longer animals are the reference. So we need to know who's the father, who's the grandfather. And we need to choose the animals that have a genetic basis. And we're talking here about the genetic variability. The judge knows who's the father, no, he judges without knowing. The difference of the catalog and the judgment base. There was a time where we really had a limit for the weight gain, then we have calves, and when we get to the cows in 2-3 days when we were commenting on the cows, but we don't have any information from the progenies.
Que a gente já teve que julgar no tempo antigo, que até o catálogo era a única coisa que tinha.
And sometimes we just had a catalog in the past. And we need to believe that the judge that is working here is a fair one. But in thesis, we don't have any influence. So let's watch a little bit the track and let's see the result.
O segundo, 3,6, figura FIB CRL. E o primeiro, 3,7. Dior FIB Look 2,0.
A segunda foi CRL. 36.
Tá, nós podemos conversar aqui enquanto eles não
Let's
trazem não o
talk
resultado.
a little bit more and let's wait for the results. They already mentioned the results. They called one by one.
Daqui a pouco a gente vai trazer
So,
informação.
so they are leaving in the order of the price. So we will send you the information very soon. We had already results from one category, so it's very dynamic. And we are live, and we have 3 specialists here, and they are what, where, who, when, and people at their seats are also watching. It's really very dynamic. We are looking at the catalog and looking to the rear because we have a really privileged view of the track, and we are working together. And this adrenaline is very interesting. These are moments of the Expozebu that are very special and allow us to live that whole. So we need to think of the breeder and how important his feelings at this time. Independent of what category it is or beginning of the contest, it's a really very important opportunity to live that. It's a huge emotion.
It's right there. It's we are feeling everything. So what we are doing in terms of this contest, it's very nice. So we are there inside. If we are far away, we're going to have a certain limitation. So you would need to have a judge walking with a camera to show everything that he or she is looking at to give you a great idea, a good idea of the best animals. And this is a reference or a benchmark for the breeder. And so maybe he discovered among a group of the right age, there were 2 good ones from the north of the state of Minas Gerais. They came, and what did they do to find out which ones were the best? And it took him a longer time, and so the judge has to do that with the groups that they are being formed there. It's the same idea behind everything. Obviously, it's mandatory for you to do that every single day, to select, to choose, to analyze. Okay, the guy is prepared, but this is very important, to choose the best animals, the best animals. If you have an idea of what the judges are choosing now, you're going to go back to your farm, you're going to improve your analytical capacity. And the females there that are being judged, they are 7, 8, 9 months old. What is the perspective of the judge? What are the main characteristics in these categories that we're showing now of the lower breed we're showing now? The racial perfection. Otherwise, there can be a difference, but it cannot be a flaw, a severe or bad flaw. How they move around, if it's perfect, when they are static, the harmony of the entire animal, and the best conformity for the breed. And so for the lower breed, for instance, when looking from behind, they're going to choose the best reproduction organ, well placed, the best conformity without any exaggerations. At this age, it's important not to have huge, too big, the animals that are too big or too heavy, too heavy. They have to have long neck, the head must be well positioned, well placed, and so they have to show femininity, and so the reproduction organ is the same. So they have to gain weight because they're going to have calves, and so the male has to cover the cow. So like in human beings, the female animal is the one that is going to be more is going to be more used, or is going to be why do we have more female cows? they're going to become worn out like human beings. So they're going to be expecting calves. So many calves are not going to come back because when they are 20 months old. So the judges, they try to find in the female calves, okay, the ideal contest or analysis. So the ribs, and so today they have to also show female characteristics in the male animal. Okay, any colleague is gonna do this. They are going to re-emphasize the precocity of the male, and then they're gonna analyze the highest volume of beef. Okay, you mentioned the beef there on the table, and it's gonna be the grandfather or the father. Okay, but they can be a father, and so, but basically the idea is for them to become a grandfather, and only after that the beef that they produce is going to be eaten. But in the female, they have to produce milk, they have to produce beef, and good calves, okay, with racial beauty, with nobility. But as you can see now on the track, okay, it's a calf, a female calf that is big and nice, and then you can assess if it's only by watching the female calves walking by. Can you see if they are going to be a good mother? And can you see in their udders if they are going to be great producers of milk? We have females with vulva that are more precocious than others. But it's difficult to see that. You can see a little bit. You can see a little bit of that. But for instance, you can see a calf with a broad head, or maybe a stronger or broader neck is not going to show so many female characteristics, and maybe they have a hump that is too big, and so you need to have a balance. You can see the balance. You can see a female with a light head, okay, and the neck is correct, the hump is correct. It's different for the male, and maybe you're gonna see a male calf with a well muscled and with a good hump, and so we as technicians, we can see this, and we have to try to imagine, that female calf, I studied this for many years, and it's very feminine, and so you try to extrapolate that. You try to extrapolate. So you have to use your vast experience, right? Your previous experience. And this question is open to all of you. Regarding the penalties, we saw that we discussed a lot the structure of the animal, but we saw some animals entering the track. And so when the animal is inside the bay and they start jumping, playing, so when the contest is happening at that moment, I'm not talking about the structure of the animal, the biotype of the animal, but what can the animal do that is going to result in penalties? Not behaving well, being angry, the handler not being able to control the animal. Now the animal is going to escape, run away, not stand still. It's not going to bite anybody, but the handler cannot control the animal at that time. And so the animal is going to run away from that circle that you can see on the ground when they're being judged or assessed, or the handler cannot bring the animal back into the circle, okay? And so the animal receives a kind of penalty. Or if they are limping when they enter, the judges can see that. This has happened to me before. This is very rare, okay, but it has happened to me. So trying to avoid that, they would go onto the track, okay, and they started limping. And so their health, their evident health has to be good. And so sometimes we don't have competent handlers to deal with them. And so a vet has already analyzed that animal, or zootechnician, and so we need to filter everything before. But becoming angry can be at the spur of the moment thing, okay? And so when they entered the park, there was an analysis, an entire technical team, an entire welcoming commission, okay? And so we had Marquinhos Rezende, Ricardo Nassif, Tinoco, Gleida. They are there managing all the information, and so there is a commission that is going to welcome these animals. Actually, there are two commissions because you have several breeds entering at the same time, or two breeds. And so they have a first analysis that they undergo when they receive the animals, and so they analyze that. Because when they enter the track, except for when the animal is entering the track. And so it's a different environment. They are getting involved with human beings, not only other animals. And so you have to allow things to happen to see if the handlers can do a good job. And so a younger category, and most of them are younger, yeah? So the Expozebu is only happening now after 2 years of the pandemic. Yeah, and for the animals, it's the first time. It's like it's as if they were debutants doing this for the first time, and they're coming here for the first time. They can see an exhibit. The sounds are different. The movements are different. The human beings near them are different. And so if they are jumping, they are playing. They are playing, actually. And the handler is leaving the ropes a little looser, yeah? So maybe it's like a warm-up. But it's important to bear in mind that the animals suffer a little bit, yes? Because on the farms, they are never tied up, okay? So they had to be transported. And so they were totally free inside the bay for many, many hours. They are let free inside the corrals. They are treated well. They are treated like kings, like stars. However, there is a certain limitation, and so they cannot be set free here among different people or strangers. But they can walk around the park. They can go back to their mothers. So if one of them is jumping more, it's because of this. Because on the farm, they are never ever tied up. This is rare. Only when they are taking a bath. Only when they are washed. And so now, for 24 hours a day, they are tied up, okay? And they are gonna jump around, run around to maybe spend some energy. And so when they move up in the categories, and so sometimes you say it's a child, and then it's a teenager, it's a big baby, and then when they become adults, okay, now they are more well behaved, okay, now they're more well behaved. You know that there are courses, okay, to treat the animals. The ABCZ can give that. You can control them, learn how to do that. We have highly qualified professionals that can do this. We have professionals to do that. And so they take a course to do this. And they are part of the daily life on the farm. And we have to cut their hoofs. And when they are washed and they are cleaned up, and so we have to take care of the hoofs. And so if they decide to take care of more animals, they're going to have to do it with a professional or train somebody on the farm to do it. Yes, nice. And we were mentioning the number of animals. Let's talk about the Nelore breed now. Nelore breed. It's about 401 Nelore breed animals or Nelore animals. And the best ones are here. You can find them here. Animals that we say, we're going to see over 400 Nelore animals here. We're going to see the greatest champions. And it's important for us to mention this number because everybody has already been, all of them have already been assessed, evaluated. Pay attention on how this track is nice, the quality of this track. So these animals, they can take to the productivity of our livestock. all of them, not only the greatest champions. And so they are the 0-1 stock. 0-1 stock. This is a joke, okay? Because we have over 400,000 births a year.
Dá gancho pra gente falar sobre isso. Quer dizer, óbvio que tem esses estados que nem eu pertenço, que eu sou técnico todo dia.
And so in my daily life, I see all of them, and sometimes, and you have a sample of the Brazilian reality. But this is what I mentioned before. I believe that we're going to double this year and triple it next year. And so we have genetics for that. We have high quality cattle because we're coming back to business. We cannot become too excited nor too little excited. Yes, this is the right moment. We used to have more. And so if you analyze the number of auctions, the animals that are going to be auctioned, and so we are almost 100% back to normal. So I was here at Expozebu. I came to the Expo Genetics here. There was nobody inside the Fernando Costa Park, and some people were giving interviews. Some people came here, collected blood samples every 2 days. Every 2 days, we had to be tested to see if we had gotten COVID-19. And so the maintenance cost of our female calf is huge. So we have the production cost, the feed, everything for them. And so we move millions and millions of reais. And so we have jobs, we have the trade. The auction started on Thursday, and everything has been valued. The prices have increased. Mentioning something nice, the only people who can be judges, the only people who can be judges are the people who have studied agricultural sciences or livestock sciences or zootechnics. And so by law, the judges have to have this kind of diploma in the agribusiness subjects at the university. And so they do an internship, and then they become an assistant judge. So every judge has an assistant judge by their side. So since Uberaba has the most important exposition or exhibit, almost never the assistant judge is the one responsible for judging the animals. So if there is a doubt about anything, or if there is a question about anything, they talk to their boss. But since the cattle is really good, they should assist. And so we're going to have decisions made about lower quality cattle. But since the quality of the cattle here is really, really high, they are learning. So today is like the World Cup, and so everything is different. So we have reporter Fabiana Cury, and she is now at the experimental farm of the ABCZ. And so we're going to have a show there. So let's call Fabiana Cunha. Welcome, Fabiana. Good morning. Good morning, Renata. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, watching us live on the ABCZ TV. As Cesar mentioned yesterday, I have moved out of my house to another house, and we're going to have the official opening of the Equi Show 2022. And I have invited a person. He's here standing by my side, and he's going to share with us everything that's going to happen today, from today up until the 8th. Okay, we have the veterinary responsible for here and the guy in charge of the Equi Show. So we're going to have the opening ceremony. What can we expect from the equine world? So we are And so we are having a huge volume of horses here, okay? And we're gonna have the horses that jump. You're all invited. You don't have to pay for anything. Everything is free. The parking lot is for free. We're gonna have a lunch, and you're all invited. We're gonna have the official opening of the event, and the authorities from the city are gonna be here. The staff and the directors of the ABCZ, they're going to be here. Huge event. We're going to have male horses, female horses, okay? Mares. And you were talking about the burning of the garlic. We're going to have a lunch offered, okay? And people who are waiting, we're also going to have horseback riding here, okay? People are organizing themselves. They are adjusting everything. They are putting they are harnessing the horses so that they can ride the horses. And so, Divagno, throughout the week, we're going to have different contests, as you mentioned. So, are we going to have the quarter horse? Are we going to have drums? What kind of contest we're going to have? We're going to have chimpani, individual lassos. We're going to have animal cargo, volume. We're going to have the male horses contest. We have over 150 animals. We're going to have the contest, the assessment. We're going to have the best horses being analyzed, and people are purchasing high quality animals. Okay, so you are at home. It's a Sunday. It's you're free today. If you don't have any other appointments, come on. It's 6 minutes away from the Fernando Costa Park, and then you can come, join us, come to the experimental farm, Orestes Tibério, and then we're going to have the opening of Equi Show. Okay, the authorities are going to be here. We're going to have people horseback riding, and we need to burn the garlic. We're going to have lunch, and people are going to play the guitar. We're going to have some bands here. It's going to be wonderful.
You see, on Sunday, nothing to do. Come to the Equi Show 2022. Renata, it's with you. Soon we'll come back to you with the official opening. Now, here we have the center, our studio with our specialists, bringing all the information of the Expozebu 2022 in real time. Also, we have the information and a good talk about Expozebu, about improvement, development of the agribusiness, about the market, and so on and so forth. It's important to highlight that, Ricardo. It's important. What have you said? Okay, let's say we have the results of this category on the track. Fourth place, number 44.
Nós perdemos o áudio lá, mas nós estamos vendo aqui os animais se posicionando ali na
We
ordem, né?
lost the audio from the track, but we are now seeing the animals being classified from the last one to the first place. So this is the first category of the calf category. So the third category.
Mas no Campeonato Bezerra, terceira ou segunda?
Terceira categoria. In the category calves is the third category, 9 to 10 months. Yeah, we're still on the calves category. What we are saying are the results. Very soon we bring to you the official information. We are watching the images from the track, but we can't hear the audio of the
Já é a segunda.
MC.
Of our MC at the track, so we are still.
Vamos fazer o seguinte, então? Daqui a pouco a gente traz essas informações oficiais para você.
Soon bring this official information to you. We'll have
e daqui a
a
pouquinho
quick
a gente volta com
break,
o julgamento
and
aqui da
we'll be
Expozebu 2022.
Soon we'll be back at the Expozebu 2022.
Recognized in the national market and abroad, Genial provides important innovations to the livestock productive chain. We are a link of reference with international trade. Genial is certified to export to many countries and provides services in cattle cloning, genetic data banks, in vitro fertilization, beta-casein, and DNA testing for over a decade. We are a complete laboratory. We are Genial.
Get to know us better. At Gujarat Juice, we work with selecting and genetic improvement of milk in Gujarat. We believe that the Gujarat breed is a fundamental tool for the improvement of livestock production in the tropics, in both intensive and double-purpose systems, by offering bulls and cows that are productive, fertile, rustic, and long-living.
Learn more about Imprenha, a 100% Brazilian company dedicated to the manufacture of veterinary products, which seeks to develop innovative products, continually investing in new research in order to bring solutions to the market and maximize results in animal reproduction biotechnologies. You can count on our products because to us, your result is the most important.
20 years ago, a dream began. The dream of providing safe, effective, and innovative solutions in animal health to the farms, collaborating with the prosperity of cattle breeding. We have grown, progressed, and today we are considered the fastest growing veterinary pharmaceutical laboratory in America. We are JA, for 20 years providing innovation and commitment to livestock.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Learn more about the work of the Matsuda Group. We have been in the market for more than 70 years, providing numerous technologies for food production, operating in more than 20 countries worldwide. We research and launch new pasture cultivars in addition to having the highest technology in tropical forage seeds in the world. We encourage respect for the environment, animals, and people. We are the Matsuda Group.
For more than 55 years, we have been working towards a more efficient pasture-based livestock in the Nelore Sand. A herd with females improved by a straightforward selection for fertility, maternal ability, and precocity. We are always looking for bulls that maintain and improve these traits in our herd, producing animals with good temperament, rustic, functional, and productive.
Estamos de volta ao vivo aqui na
And we are
nossa central da
back in
Copa,
our
agora 10 horas e
central
53
studio.
minutos.
It's
Estamos aqui na BCG TV com todas as informações em tempo
10:53
real aqui dos
a.m.
julgamentos da
real
Expozebu
time in the contest of
2022 com a nossa
Expozebu
central aqui
2022.
da Copa, com os nossos
It's the
técnicos, com os
central
nossos
studio of
comentaristas.
our
E enquanto a gente estava no
specialists
intervalo
and
aqui, a gente estava conversando aqui
colleagues,
sobre
and we were
pouco da
talking
essência, né,
about
dos
of
julgamentos
the
aqui da
essence
Expozebu.
of the
E
contest at
antes da
Expozebu.
gente
And
participar lá com Elcio,
before
trazendo toda
we talked
aquele
to
trabalho ali do
Elcio
Museu
and
do
brought
Zebu,
all
né, que nós vamos
the
ter agora um novo
topic
Museu do
of
Zebu
the
maravilhoso. A gente
Zebu
estava conversando
Museum,
com o Célio, né,
we were
sobre
talking to
alguns
Célio
pontos que no
about
regulamento,
some topics
existe um
of the
regulamento ali do julgamento,
regulation,
que algumas informações que aparecem
of
bem
the
no início,
norms,
né, Célio?
and
Algumas
some
informações
information that are at the
trazem bem
beginning that really bring
o que os julgamentos da Expozebu devem entregar, né, para o
bring
mercado, né?
what the contests of the Expozebu want to achieve.
É o regulamento da Expozebu 2022. Vai dizer
We
que
have
categoria
here
de
the
inscrição, como é que vota para escolher o jurado, como é que
regulation
pode
of the Expozebu 2022, what is to expect, and in the chapter 1,
o artigo 1º fala,
in the first article, the Expozebu 2022 has as its goal the show of the species and of the products for Brazil and the world. And we want to support the progress of the breed and show it to the public. The vote of the judge
proporcionar maior aproximação entre
must reflect the reality. And we want that all the breeders and the ranchers come together to exchange information, sell and purchase. And the ABCZ does it for so many years. But this is the rules of the fair. And through the spirit of emulation, motivate the breeders and ranchers to improve their products. What are you using? What feed? And maybe a rancher sees that and uses this improvement so they can grow and yet see the idea of the ACBCZ. Orient technically the breeders and ranchers in good practices and bring all the academy closer to the ranchers. Who is inside college is our future. And if this is our future, we need to talk to these young people today. And when we visit colleges, and what came to my mind is what we see here in the fair, at the fair, is a class actually outside the building. And another objective of the ABCZ is to create, invoke the natural tendency for the agribusiness. We know that there are people in the cities want to eat the barbecue but have a lot of questions. But people need to see the right value of what is produced on the countryside. We had the opportunity to interview yesterday and talking to João Bento yesterday. They commented a lot about that. If you see the diet of a normal person, in the morning you will drink milk, eat bread with butter, have a cheese, and at lunch you will have rice, beans, beef, and a salad. And where is this coming from? That's just the basics. If we talk broader about it, in the morning at lunch or dinner, you can amplify this. If you want to bake a cake, you will have eggs and butter, milk, and so on and so forth. And we're talking about the talk of the protein of the beef. We are talking about the judgment and see where we went to get here to the judgment. And I see that as an inverted pyramid. We see the base of the pyramid and you invert it. And now you have the tip of the pyramid upside down. And then you grow this niche to bigger sectors. So this is the base that will get to the beef for the population, the milk for the people, the improvement of the meat that will get to the consumer. No, you're talking about the peak of the delivery chain. No, it's the base. From here on, we will increase, we will broaden the reach. The item F of our regulation. Let's see if we can listen to the MC.
Oitavo prêmio 41, Rima Filho e Sacha. O sétimo 38, Rima Filho e Sarandi 2.
Tá chamando todo mundo de novo.
He is calling everyone again.
Caína do carro.
Não foi o microfone, né? O que deu ruim.
Rima Filho, Chare 4. O terceiro 4-6, Olímpia Filho J na tabela.
Fourth place, number 43. Third place, 39.
O primeiro 45, Rima Filho Xira 2.
Aí depois elas fazem a final do campeonato em si.
Dilui esse comparativo, né?
So it's very interesting to see the comparison. You have 10 different animals and you need to eliminate 15. So you have 10 and 10 being judged. You don't exclude anyone. So it's a little bit subjective. But you stimulate a better use of the result. The more you see an animal, and you offer the judge to have a lesser pressure to choose the right champion.
E flui melhor, né? Flui melhor. Condições igualitárias e flui mais.
Você equipara, né, os animais, você consegue trabalhar de forma melhor. Aí entra na subcategoria B agora, Campeonato Bezerra, de 9 a 10, subcategoria B.
No, we have again a new category now, 9 to 10 months, category D of calves.
Tinha um máximo, tinha categoria tarde que na pré-classificação, a gente vai estar com caras enormes.
we have another categories in the afternoon that are very huge, and you need to divide them in two. When you have 24 or 24 or more animals participating, you have to divide them in two different judgments. So you can guarantee that each animal has a fair chance to be correctly evaluated. And you minimize the mistakes too.
Bacana, você que assiste a gente aí, você está
Very well, you that are watching our TV, you are seeing the initial contest of the Expozebu 2022. We began in the morning, and the afternoon we will have the gyr, milk, breed, and also Nelore. In the afternoon we will have a lot to see on the screen, but it's a very historic moment. The first fair after 2 years where the people is invited back to the fairgrounds. So it's the 1st of May, it's the Labor Day, it's a holiday and a Sunday. What we are seeing from far away, although we had 2 years without anything to do, but we see that the animals are great, they are very beautiful. They're very mild, tamed animals, and we have 10 calves from the same bull, only the mother is different, and we have a huge variety of animals and a beautiful quality, a high quality, and that is the genetic improvement that we as specialists and technicians are looking for. More bulls producing with the same quality and from many different regions and areas. So I'm really liking a lot of what I'm seeing here. Although we had 2 years without Expozebu, we can see that the quality of the animals was not lost. Actually, the other way around, we are on a good evolution. The use of many bulls, if you go back 10 years, for example, maybe you can remember it better than I do. We had 3 bulls that were used a lot, but we had only 3 bulls as a basis, and beyond that 3, we had nothing. So we had one category of 9, another with 7, the other with 6 maybe, and now we see improvement, we see evolution, and that is what brings or gives me happiness, that the breeders are looking for new paths. So, and this variety is exactly what the market wants, and if you just has one kind of bull that represents, and the market doesn't want that characteristics, you have a problem. It doesn't help you to insist on it. You don't get prices. So the bulls that we are analyzing, they are used, but there's some restrictions also. So, and when you have more genetic, a bigger genetic pool, you have a variety that is bigger. And breed that is more beautiful.
And so we have now to analyze the animals, as my colleague commented, these 2 or 3 years, and all of the activities, the ABCZ, it never stops. It has never stopped, and it would never stop. And I believe that we planned everything better. And so these 2 years, they were very interesting because of this, so that they could restructure everything, plan everything, everything, analyze their heads of cattle or head of cattle. We have breeders here, most of the breeders that are exposing here among all of the zebu breeds, okay? And we have many breeders that take care in Perachi. They are the Perachi is the national bull evaluation program, and so we are trying to democratize the genetics for all of the breeders, regardless of the size of their cattle or their herds, okay? And you're going to have the opportunity to verify this soon, okay? And they are using bulls that were approved by the Penachi, and they're going to be taking part in the assessment and all of the breeds, okay? So Penachi, the breed today is Brahman, Guzerá. This is the second year straight for Guzerá. And so we don't have all the figures here, but we have many people here, yes, taking part in the contest. Within these categories that we are analyzing now, they haven't shown up yet, but when we pass the pages of this almost livestock production Bible, yes, and you analyze the genealogy of these animals, and it's always good to repeat. Access the abcz.org.br, and you can see the official catalog of all the animals you can see on the screen, the Guzerá, Tabapuã, and we have animals that have been distributed in Penachi. They are being used by the most important offices and central offices, and we have a farm from the state of Espírito Santo. And they have a catalog, okay? So the next category from 10 to 11 months, we have female calves that are the progeny of a very important bull. And so you who are here inside the Fernando Costa Park and you are arriving near the stage, the main stage, this is part of the innovation of the Expozebu, and we have an interactive totem in which you can join, you can type your password, and you're going to receive an updated version of the herd. So it's a business card. It has 60 pages, and you have the entire X-ray to see how is your herd, how is your herd within the PMGZ. The breeders who do not take part in the PMGZ, if you want to go near the totem, the interactive totem, to see how is your herd, to see they can have access to the PMGZ. Yes, in 5 minutes, because the database is here. So they can type in their usernames, their password. You can ask our staff to help you out, but most of the breeders, and we work with them. So we have breeders who are here exposing their animals, and they want to find out. We want to participate. Yes, we have members of our staff available there. And the breeders, they can find out more about this genetical summary. And those who are not taking part, you should get to know this tool, which is very interesting. And you have zootechnical, genetic, and all of the kind of data that is important, and they are going to be able to manage their herds within the program.
Não tem como você fazer seleção sem ter a ferramenta do PMGZ andando junto.
For me, it's difficult for you. For me, it's difficult for you to manage your herd without having access to this tool that was created by the PMGZ. And we have Melissa now on the track in the arena with new information for us. So we have started the evaluation of the Nelore animals here this Sunday. So we have already assessed the categories of female calves, young female calves, translation apologizes. We have lost the audio. Okay. The champions are here between 9 and 10 months old. And now we're going to continue with the contest of the female calves, okay, of the second category. Some breeders are here on the bleachers following up the performance of their animals, and they are extremely anxious because there was a change. And so now we are going to analyze all of the categories, and then only after all of the categories are analyzed, we are going to have the contest of the champions. In brief, I'm going to bring the news of the new winners, okay? And we're going to announce the winners of new categories. So we're going to have a break, okay? And then we're going to go back to the studio. Okay, Renata? Thank you.
Learn more about Romancini. Romancini is a company for the interior of the state of Paraná and was founded in the early 1970s by rancher Luis Romancini, who in his day-to-day life in the field noticed the need for the containment equipment that will be suitable for the various livestock cycles and all breeds of cattle. The passion for the livestock is what moved us and made us a company specialized in the development of cattle crush. Romancini, from the rancher to rancher.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Julio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Learn more about W2R, a cow-calf ranch dedicated to the genetic improvement of the Brahman breed for 18 years, which recently has also started breeding red Brahman cattle. To produce first-rate meat at a low cost, we seek high-performance animals to meet the demands of an ever more discerning market. Since it is an extremely precocious zebu with a high carcass yield, the Brahman has a lot to offer to national animal agriculture.
Hello, we're back live in our Zebu channel with all of the information from Expozebu 2022, and now we are going to change subject a little bit and speak about the Brazilian Agency for Promoting the Exports and Investments, which is Apex Brazil. It has a mission of developing competitivity between Brazilian companies and promoting the internationalization of the business and attracting investments, direct foreign investments, and Apex is now supporting about 13,000 companies exporting to more than 200 markets worldwide. So we have a partnership with ABCZ, for instance, and ABCZ is promoting actions for commercial promotion, perspectives and missions, business rounds, and support to participation of Brazilian companies in big international fairs like this one, and visitations of foreign buyers and suppliers to get to know the whole productive structures in Brazil. We are going to hear a little bit more from APAC, from a special guest here in the studio. We have part of the team of Apex Brazil. We have Augusto Pestana, the chairman of Apex Brazil. Welcome. Thank you. We also have Paulo Soares, who is the coordinator for agribusiness in Apex Brazil, and Anderson Dip, who's a manager for projects here in Brazil. Welcome, all of you. We'll start with Augusto here. I would like you to tell a little bit of to us and whoever's watching, what is Apex, and please tell us a bit of who are you and what do you do? Well, you just said that very well, but what I would like to highlight here is that Apex is an agency with the link with the federal government, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in particular, that works with partnerships. It is the main motor here for us, is the main engine, with also ABCZ, which it's one of those examples of cooperation that we have. It's a very successful partnership that generates value, brings value to the associates of both as ABCZ and the companies that you mentioned, our clients, and to Brazil. So I really like to say that Apex is a huge PPP. So we have to match the interests of the consumer with the markets abroad and always linking it to public policies. When we think today about agribusiness in Brazil, and this specific sector represented by ABCZ is a good example of that, we can see the work that is consistent of technology investment and a lot of good work and dedication of all of the involved who built the sector, and they created the basis for an extraordinary basis here in Brazil, and our mission is to contribute in order to make those companies occupy the space in the international markets. So the world is big. It offers huge opportunities. It is paramount for us to take advantage of that. So we have an example here of an aspect that I really value in Brazilian agribusiness, which is technology. As we always said, we are basically looking forward to export a technology package. So, because in Brazil, people usually don't have an idea of how sophisticated that sector is, that aggregates value, generates jobs and income for Brazil in the world. And it is a privilege to be here with you. I would like to briefly, I can't go without mentioning the work of the directors. My friend Nivaldo, chairman of the ABCZ, he's a huge partner of ours, and the teams are amazing. It's a privilege to be here with my team here too. Those are the human talents that make the daily lives so successful in this partnership. Of course, and we're thinking about agribusiness, with ABCZ, with the Brazilian Care, that are almost 20 years, 19 years of partnership. I would like to bring Paula to our conversation. She's the coordinator for agribusiness, right? And Augusto mentioned technology and the technological package. Of course, we have to show what we developed here, because Brazil, when we think about the development in our agribusiness sector, we are a first world country in this kind of development. So we have to show the whole work that Brazil has been developing, opening the borders and showing that to the world. Yes, precisely, Renata. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you and all of you who are watching us from home. We are indeed very glad to have this partnership with ABCZ. Today, within the management for agribusiness, we have more than 20 agreements with partners. And this partnership with ABCZ is very much strategic because we have both technology, and I can imagine how difficult it must be to overcome those barriers and also to be able to promote what Brazil has as the best to show in this field. So ABCZ partnership is very strategic for us in that regard, and it's been very fruitful. So today we are exporting from that sector, from embryos to seeds. So it's quite diverse what we have as promotion here, and it is. Our mission is from the tip of the spear, from training to from demystifying a little bit of exports and bringing that together, very easy to digest for all producers and for the companies that are already exporting, and also for the companies that are not exporting yet, and to demystify a little bit of the foreign markets, train them, make them understand a little bit more about the international legislations and be attentive to everything, and so that we can also break those barriers. One very important point and a very important partnership that we have is, in addition to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also the Agriculture Department, and we have a huge conversation abroad, and this sector is paramount for us to have many, because we have many barriers, sanitary barriers and technical barriers, and we have this conversation going, bringing a little bit of each market that we have this intention to expose ourselves to and bring our products and bring our reality. Everything that we do, how can we make those problems go abroad? And we have the fluid conditions, and together with ABCZ folks who are always with us daily, dealing with those topics, and we can make the products reach many parts of the world.
For sure, it's really nice talk here about technology export to bring more clarity to our ranchers. We want now to invite you now. We are going live on our experimental farm of BCZ, and I want you to share with me now a little bit of the official opening.
Realizado em Essen, no oeste da Alemanha, a gerente da BCZ Equishow, Patrícia Opic.
The manager from Essen, manager of the BCZ, Patrícia Opic.
Os cavalheiros portando as bandeiras do Brasil,
gentlemen
Minas Gerais,
holding the banners and flags from Brazil, Minas Gerais, and ABCZ Equishow. They are already prepared in the respect position, and we will listen to the Brazilian anthem.
Vamos aos pronunciamentos, convidando a gerente
we
da
want
BCG
to
Equishow,
invite the
Patrícia
manager of BCG Equishow, Patricia Obiki, for her initial words. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, to receive you here at the official opening of the Equishow. All the horsemen, all the breeds, all the managers. I want to thank you all. Thank you for believing in my work, Rivaldo, for all the present people and all the team that helped us, beginning with the fences, with lighting, and with all the handlers. Without you, it would not be able for us to have this event today here. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the translation booth apologizes. We lost the original sound. And Patricia said it very well. Without the guys here, without our team, it would not be able to have this party, to have this fair here. We are very happy to have this horse riding show here. We are really very, very happy to have you here at our fair. Thank you very much to all of you. Now we want to invite the veterinarian, Mr. Barcelos. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much to the authorities that are here with us, Marco Antonio and all the others. It's a pleasure to be here with you on the operational side of the event, on the veterinarian side of the event. I want to thank to all the people that are working, the jockeys, the horse riders, everything for the presence. It's a huge work that was done and it's being delivered now. Thank you to you all for being here. Now, professor for breeding and Mrs. Camila de Moraes Raimundo, good morning everyone. It's a huge honor that I'm representing the FASU, the Associated Colleges of Uberaba. This is an institution that was created and promoted through the ABCZ. So with great joy, I'm here seeing this event that is so successful, and I congratulate Patricia for the organization, the president of the ABCZ, and I'm sure that the success is certain, and we will have, talking from the academy's point of view, we will have a great results, that we will have horse breeding of high quality in Brazil. Now we want to invite the director of ABCZ, João Pedro. As a manager of the experimental ranch, I want to really say hello to this directors, want to thank for this legacy that we will be creating. These installations of the farm is great, based on the demands of the associations, and the infrastructure is just great. This first world infrastructure, and we have a huge challenge for the next years. This is a new Equishow based on the former experiences. We are on the 4th edition of the Equishow. But this is a new one with new structures, following all the rules and instructions. So it's a huge challenge, Mr. President, for us that will be here working to be in your shoes, use this infrastructure the whole year, and to transform this event in the biggest event in whole Brazil for horses. So I want to congratulate all of you, and I'm very happy for this great event. Thank you very much. Now we want to invite the president of the Núcleo Reproferto Quarter Mile, Regis Borges, to say some words to us. Good afternoon to all of you, and with a huge honor I'm participating in this event, and I'm representing the AQPM for the quarter mile horses. It's a huge honor to work with these horses and even to be here in an event in this size. And it's an official event of the ABQN. And I want to thank for the invitation. It's a huge joy. And I want to congratulate all of you for the great work. I want to thank for the people of the ABQM for the huge support we're receiving. And I'm representing the Núcleo Reproferto. Thank you very much for your support. And now we want to invite to say some words to us the president of the Brazilian Institute of Equine Culture. Good morning. It's a pleasure and a joy to be here with you. This event 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you and Patricia, you looked and talked to us in São Paulo, and we need to develop an event with many breeds, and I'm sure that this stage will really grow a lot. So I want to hand over to you just a token of my gratitude. And it's a symbol. And what is the symbol behind this small gift I want to hand over to you? When I got here to the park, one thing I really value, obviously, I'm talking about the competitors and the technical team and staff, but I love the sponsors. I saw you talking to the Bank of Brazil, and I saw other sponsors here. And when I looked at the stand, I saw this coffee cup, coffee mug, and this is personalized for you. Thank you very much for everything you have done. I'm sure that next year the sponsors and the media in general will love a coffee cup like that. So quickly, what is horse breeding in Brazil? We have 6 million horses. Where are these horses? 4 million are work horses. In this event, the ABCZ and the horses, they work together. It's a companionship of everyday life, in leisure and sports, in work and social activities, at the police work. So what are these horses doing? They are being trained, they are improving the genetics, they are on the everyday work on the field. So I don't want to talk too much. I want to congratulate everyone. Please look into our site. You have the whole history of equine culture and sports and leisure. The opening of the parks, you have topics about the legal issues. So who created that knows about it, and we want to thank you. So thank you to all of you. Good afternoon, and have a nice fair.
Now we will invite in pairs the Vice Chairman of the ABCZ, Marco Antonio Andrade Barbosa, together with the President of ABCZ, Rivaldo Jr. Good morning. Good morning to all of you who are here listening to us via ABCZ TV. I would like to thank all of you who have worked for this event to take place and happen successfully. The participation of the horsemen here, the many associations as ABQM, Cavalo Crioulo Association, Mangalaga, Muladeiros, all of you who are involved, the folks from Wagner, Ricardinho, Aline. I won't mention all names because there are so many, I don't even know them all. And we are here with a proposal, with a proposition for a new Equishow, a new time. After the pandemic that left us idle for 2 years, we are proposing to have the best show until now, and now the idea is to grow a lot, and let's leave the legacy for the next directorate to keep going. We have created many installations here. We have I will let the president speak because he will enumerate better than I can. He has been following closely, and I've been a bit far away, and today is easy, right? You are always on the phone helping to manage everything. And Rivaldo, now I would ask you to enumerate everything, all of our efforts to make it happen, to make this, all of these buildings, this illumination with the coverage of the track in the standards that are demanded by ABQN for all breeds, that one day we will have all of that covered and judging over here inside and making having lots of shows all at the same time. One day that will happen, and it won't take long. Nowadays nothing takes long, right? All right. So I thank you all for being here. I will now pass on the floor to Rivaldo, the chairman of ABCZ. Well, before I begin, I will call Fernando Abate. He will exchange a few words here. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President Marco Antonio. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you representing ABCJB, an association that you represent as nobody else. It is a huge honor to be here participating at home and showing the whole structure for Brazil. And ABCZ is I want to congratulate them for this, and you can also count on us during this mandate so that we can bring in Ricardo, Marco Antonio, bringing the jacks in here as well. And we are hand in hand with ABCZ with whatever you need and to make these events happen. Well, it is. I'm very proud of being here today with all of you under the sun, but it's very good. It feels nice to inaugurate a new Equishow here, as Marco Antonio mentioned. I would like to greet ABQN on your behalf with all of the associations, and greetings to our collaborators with here, Ricardo, Aline here. All of this happens because of the teamwork, and we also have the horsemen here to bring us their presence here. And it's a very momentous event for us because we know that there is no Zebu without horses, and we know that, and we are going to invest a lot in this experimental farm. In this space, I think it will be the farm will be dominated by EquiShow, and I think we will have many events here. But I want to also mention right now that I should appreciate the presence of this great man, Marco Antônio Barbosa. This man has the balls. He's a worker. He's a fellow that I'm very proud of having here in my directorate. Without him, we wouldn't have the amount of shows that we have, and he understands horses, he understands it all, and he understands everything. He has 5 Zebu breeds here within Expozebu. It's a record, so a round of applause for him. That's why these things here at ABCZ are working and going, because we have committed people just like Marco Antonio and our directors and advisors, collaborators, and all of them make these things go forward positively. And that's a huge pride for us. Even though we have had this pandemic, we didn't stop. And I remember when we canceled the first Expozebu, Rosario, my wife, had the big party for launching, and in 1.5 weeks we had to cancel. And we have done that thinking about the population. You know, back then nothing was mandatory. We would look at the population, and the disease was ravaging the country, you know, and we decided to cancel that. And back then we were with our hands tied. We didn't have much to do, but then we had the opportunity to have Expo Genetica and other virtual exhibits. And then, you know, during crisis you create, and we did create, and we won. So during those 27 months we managed to have huge leaps. We brought in more than 1,500 new associates, and we brought more than 135 females. Almost 1,000 associates came in the program, and the number of registrations was more than 66,000, because we had the virtual alternative. That was the first exhibit, the virtual exhibit. We went to 90 countries and about 1,600 towns around the world. So everybody who didn't know us got to know us, and that's why we launched. And we launched everything not only in the Fernando Costa Park at ABCZ, but also here at the EquiShow. So thanks to this great man here, we had some investments from lemons to lemonade. This track over here has been lit up within the norms of ABQN. I remember when we turned on the lights for the first time, there was somebody here to check the lighting. The interpretation apologizes, we lost the audio. It was great. And then we had over there we had some parking for 150 vehicles, and we didn't stop there. We had also the confinements for Zebu beef, and now we can have up to 200 animals, a very technological confinement. We had a anti-stress barn, and we have also the improvement in the track for marching in places for the manga larga and other breeds, and we have always invested there. So we have ABCZ doing the 40-year anniversary all the time. So if you want to export equine and Zebu, ABCZ is, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, has been authorizing us to transform half of those into a quarantine place. So this is one of the main investments. We sent 130 animals to Asia. And to finish off, we are going to, this is a pleasure to be here with you today, together with Marco Antonio Barbosa. He's a great fellow. He's in love with it. with everything, you know, he breeds even Ganu, so we see that his spirit is like that. So thank you so much, and let's enjoy this Equi Show that will be for sure a great show.
Obrigado, presidente Rivaldo, pelas palavras.
Thank you very much, President Rivaldo.
Pois não, Marco Antônio.
Obrigado, presidente Rivaldo.
Thank you very much, President Rivaldo. He said it already.
Ok, Marco Antônio, obrigado.
Thank you very much, Marco Antônio.
Nós vamos posicionar agora para uma foto oficial.
Now stand for official photo.
Por gentileza, vamos posicionar aqui.
Please stand here.
Pouco mais à frente e a equipe chega para cá.
At the front, and the team, the whole team, come closer, please, for this official picture.
Vamos lá, atenção.
Okay, attention, please.
Ok? Bem, nós gostaríamos também do posicionamento.
Now, after the official picture and the positioning of the horse riders, I would like to invite you to take a picture in front of our panel.
Então tá aí com as imagens aí ao vivo aí da abertura oficial da Equi. A gente acabou de assistir.
This is the official opening of the Equi Show. We saw already the official words of our President Rivaldo Borges. Now we come back to our studio, and we can also go back to the Equi Show on our experimental ranch in our program during the week. But now we will be here in our studio in Expozebu 2022. And we were here talking to the team of the Apex, and we were talking to Augusto Pestana, Paulo Soares, that is coordinator for exports, and Anderson Dip, that is project manager at Apex. And we were talking about their work, what they do, the work that they develop with the partner companies, and Paula talked about the work to show the technology worldwide, open our borders to the whole world. And now I will want to bring Anderson to our talk. And you are really very involved in the works with the ABCZ. And what are we developing together? Very welcome. Thank you very much. It's really good and nice to be here, and I'm happy to have people again in the Expozebu, and we have a partnership that lasts 19 years. We have two very important projects, the buyer projects, that we want to bring all the buyers together in the International Salon. And we have another very important project, it is the filming project, to bring all the media from abroad to Brazil and show them what we are exporting, and to have the opportunity to show to the world the potential that Brazil has. For us, it's always a pleasure to be here, and the fair this year is a little bit different, and we see that people are more happy, and the energy is lighter. And the business rounds and negotiation rounds will begin next days, and we will have the buyers that will be here, that we invited to be here. And the partnership with ABCZ is being developed during these 19 years. We are working with you since 2003, and it began at the beginning with embryos and genetic material and livestock. And after participating in other fairs worldwide, we saw that we could work in other sectors too, like seeds for pasture and also machinery. So this project is open. Any company, any Brazilian company that works in the segment can participate. You can go to our site, Brazilian Carol, and we will be very happy for you to visit. And I'm the manager of this project. I really work hard to show this project worldwide. We had a difficult time during the pandemic, but we are back, and we have a lot of good and positive expectations, and we are really optimistic with the Expozebu. Yesterday we had opening ceremony, and we see how big the sector is and the potential of exports that it can bring with it. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be at this program with you, sharing these experiences, and we in fact want to show the agribusiness of Brazil to the world, the essence of Brazil to the world, what Brazil does best. So we are really grateful for this partnership, and recently on our side we were talking about the renovation of our agreement. Each project has 2 years, and now this year we will talk about the renovation of the project for the next 2 years, and we really see this with good eyes because the partnership has still a huge possibility of growth. Today the basis that really supports the project comes from Latin America, but we are opening new markets like Vietnam, Asia. Asia is a really interesting market to us. We are talking to the agriculture attaché. We're also looking to the Middle East, and for each project we are trying to improve our work, bring new partners to have a better reach in terms of export. And we believe in fact that this project brings good results and develops a good scenario to allow this growth, not only in volume of export, but also to aggregate new companies in this effort to export more. So, Isis is with us, Isis Garbellini, that is the manager for foreign affairs, that is really close to you in this project. And Augusto, we also talked when we were seeing the Equi show. We were talking about the change of the mentality of the breeder, of the producer, of the rancher, to see the export as something that is possible. It's not too difficult. There are companies that wants to support you. There are entities that want to support you, Apex and others, to bring more information to the rancher, to the farmer, and get them closer in order to show our work abroad. And the Expozebu, exactly the opportunity we have to do that, to get to the end where the Expozebu opens our doors, our gates to the world. Exactly. Apex. The Apex team is here and they are enthusiastic. We heard Paula and Anderson, and you can see how mobilized we are, and we believe in the sector. This sector is a very modern sector. you have this technological component, that these are people, the farmers and ranchers, they are every time more international. And our work is simple actually, but our big mission here is to facilitate whatever we can to make the information reach the farmers. And we have a lot of work with the agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, and with our Foreign Affairs Ministry. And the main word is export. We have the potential, we have the ways, and we need to make it happen so that the farmer can enter new markets. And this project has great results, and I'm sure that we will reach much more this year. It's a special year. It's a comeback year. So, Expozebu 2022, we are here, and we did a lot virtually, online, but the world has changed. And now we have more opportunities for Brazil. It's important to do that, to export for Brazil in 2022 will be a huge success. It will be an extraordinary year. So I'm sure of it, but I would like you to make a deeper analysis. We had 2 years only of virtual fairs, and now we have a comeback year, Expozebu 2022. I'm talking to Augusto, but if you want to pitch in, please just say something. What is the vision of APEX regarding this comeback? What can we expect? It's very important to consider that the world lived through this pandemic, and this pandemic changed a lot of habits, consumer habits, but slowly things are getting back to place. And it's still very dynamic. When Anderson talks about Asia, and we have a concrete case of Vietnam, of a new market, all this potential that exists. Yesterday, for example, we have many ambassadors, many companies from abroad, from Latin America, where we have better results. But many companies from Asia, and Asia, the market in Asia is growing a lot. India, for example, India is a huge milk producer, but they still have interest in here in Brazil with the BCZ and the genetic pool that we have in Brazil. So when we see a country like India that has over 1 billion inhabitants, and it's still growing, and an economy that is growing on a rate of 6-7% per year, and this represents a huge possibility for Brazilian companies. So Brazil has a huge inland market, but now we have this possibility to go into these enormous markets abroad. Asia is on the other side of the world, but that doesn't matter. We can get everything closer, as it was said by my colleagues. Obviously, we need to consider there are some specific characteristics that need to be seen, but we are working with the Foreign Affairs Department from the BCZ, with the Ministry of Agriculture, Foreign Affairs Ministry, all the embassies, and we are here to guarantee that this path is a smooth one. And complementing a little bit this information, we have this project that takes 2 years more or less. We have a service in the APEX that is a market intelligence service. For all the renovation of the projects, we study all the variables, GDP, the markets, and in which markets we want to guarantee our interests, and so on and so forth. So this intelligence is a department in the Apex that helps us to define which countries we will work on in the next 2 years. And we are really focused on the comeback. So we had very positive fruits from the online work in Apex. And we are talking to the businessmen from the farmer rancher and trying to focus on what they need, new markets, emissions, and see what is interest on the foreign markets too. And at the same time, we want to find out which markets are growing and where we can grow. So this is a service that is a very good service inside Apex. We are not talking only about the sectorial businesses, but we help others to make decisions, where to go, how to go. Excellent. Fantastic explanation about Apex and the partnership with ABCZ and the work. Thank you very much for your participation. And I would love to leave an invitation. You will be here at Expozebu 2022. Allow people to talk to you and get more information. Yes, please leave to us your invitation.
Sure, thank you. And you already sent them our address for our project. But we will be here in Uberaba over the next few days. So here's the invitation. Look for us and let's talk together. Let's discover this huge world. There's a lot of interest in Brazil. They need Brazil. Let's occupy spaces. We're here for that. I'd just like to add that we are in the international room, and so if you have an interest in our conversation here, if you want to know more about the project, you can look for our longtime partner Isica Berini and or myself directly on Apex. I will be pleased to explain to you how the project works, and one of the challenges is to bring more companies to understand the projects and their actions and to participate in the initiative. So we can see the Expozebu as a means to make the project, the Brazilian cattle project, known. So please access the website braziliancattle.com.br. We will be available to show you all of the information so that you can take part in this experience. That is amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. We will now have a quick break and we will be back with more Expozebu 2022.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Lauri Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Baguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement of the Red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babalu and Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguaçu. Baguaçu Agribusiness is the best of the national Red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of
Estamos de volta aqui na
And we are back at ABCZ TV with live images from the track, the judgment track. This morning we started the Nelore judgments, and if you we had the since the 7th Expozebu, and now today since 7 o'clock a.m. we started the judgments and bringing you all info with our specialist team in the VIP seats in the Cup here, in the World Cup, and we have no animals on track right now because they have lunchtime too. Now we have a small break and a short break, and then we will be back with the Nelore judgments, and then we will be judging the milking gear. So today we are going to speak about the business opportunities. We will bring some info about the auction, the 32nd link in the race. Elio is here. Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation, for this opportunity to be here with all of you from ABCZ TV. It's a huge satisfaction to be part of this today with the 32nd link of the race. Thank you. We imagine that you have a lot of things to do in regards to that auction. Thank you for participating here. Tell us about it. We have the 32nd edition here of the auction. We shouldn't even mention the tradition, but how was it done? What did you prepare for this auction in the 3-in-1 Expozebu for the virtual auctions? And now we have everything in person again, finally. Yeah, it's a huge satisfaction. We can come back to being in person after 2 years. We had the 2 last editions of the link virtually, and also last year we had the record number for the auction. And so the responsibility is now to, since we are in person, is double. So we prepared a lot. We have been very much busy with the tables and so on, but also with the animals, because we have to gather all of them and bring all the strong donors tonight, and many others on the track with a huge chance of winning the championship, and many other new animals for the track. It's a very full event. And what did you actually prepare for in terms of animals to be offered? Females? Yes, we will have 25 lots. One of them will be for 5 breeding cows, and then all of them will be big animals, from novices to and great donors as well, all female. We have 5 promoters and 6 guests, and nobody has spared any effort. We brought the best that we had to offer you, and we focus a lot on the modernizing of genetics, and we try to offer whatever we have, the best of whatever we have for all breeders, because nobody was born with all of that genetic we have to. We are improving the genetics for 35 years, 10 years doing it as a part of the ELO group, the Link group, and we had these opportunities only because we have been doing that before in previous editions, besides ELO, and then that is the one that you can beat the hammer to and increase the genetic improvement. For sure, and thinking about the special edition of Expozebu, we have to have a better filter for that, right? And when you mentioned a lot of genetic improvement, and what do you value when you think about the improvement, genetic improvement? When you think about the investments that people want to invest in superior animals, what can you mention about the modern cattle raising, which is more and more competitive in terms of producing more in less time and less space? What are the main characteristics that the investors are going to take home when they invest in this auction? Well, what do people want? They want a better quality beef with less time, right? So we have some characteristics, either better coverage or better fat content. So you can develop that using genetics, and that's what we offer. And you decrease time a lot, so instead of 36 to 48 months, you can bring in the animal to the slaughterhouse with 24 months, and that's 2 less years of fixed costs that you have an animal in your property, and at the same time you can also bring in more quality for the beef. So you can choose. You want some consumers will look more to fat content, and some people would look more for weight, and some breeders will offer for selling, and that is, you can then direct that for whatever you need in terms of your own project. Awesome. And when we think about the animals too that are being offered, you have 25 lots that you are offering. You have any one specific that any specific one that you want to highlight? It's very hard. Well, I even have my info here next to me, because there are so many and they are so good. But the 5 promoters and the guests have brought whatever they have, what they have, the best that they have, because I want to speak about them all, right? Because one of the main matrices is from a promoter that is coming in this year, Paulo Marques from Casa Branca. He is going to offer Viatna 19, so it is one of the contenders for a championship, and it is an extraordinary cow and very productive. And everything it has produced is of great quality, so it's it will be one of the highlights. We also have the Professor Eugenio, who unfortunately is passed away this year, but is also going to offer Nevari. It is the mother of a great bull, and they're all great animals. We have track animals too. I can talk about the Eclusa, daughter of Mercedes. It's a champion cow as well, and she's going to the track right now, so we have highlights on the track, and also donors who are very good and it's great quality. Yes, it's nice that you highlight. We have been showing that since the morning, the Nelore judgments, and they began in the morning. And we have been showing that some of the animals that will be in the auction will also be on track. So we were mentioning the quality of all animals that will be here in the Fernando Costa Park to go through the track, and the investors will be able to invest in some of those animals during the auction as well. Yeah, that's true. We had 3 animals coming out of the park today that are competing on the track, and they just left the park and they went to the Mata Velha facility where they are going to hold the auction, and they are fantastic animals. They are going to be very valued, and I'm very happy that for whoever buys them, because they are exceptional animals. And we jokingly say that Elo, from the first to the last lot, whatever it is that you buy, you are doing great business, because they are really good animals, and it's very hard to rank them. So for sure, from beginning to end, you will have quality, and that's an auction of donors, right? You even if you have some calves there, all of them are donors, right? Well, they are great donors, and the calves or the novices are beyond. In addition to the track, we wish to have, of course, the track. We have a very good acknowledgement from the judges. Seeing the animals, but after the track they have to become donors as well. And of course, since you have the track champion animal, of course, if they are also donors, you have the family that counts a lot, and you have the assurance that you will have a great donor as well later on. Excellent. If you want more information about the auction, who to look for, and the promoters and the advisory boards and the catalog, and if you want to see the animals, some of them are in the Fernando Costa Park already, and the other animals where they can see the animals, right? Yeah, yesterday we had the presentation of the animals in the Mata Velha farm, where you have the auction today. 5 p.m. the presentation was full of people, almost 200 people, and today we will have about 500 guests, and the advisors are all available. The official advisor is SAP, but they are all involved, all of the advisory boards, and we are available too. So we have the phone numbers, WhatsApp number, and we also have the Elo website you can access, and you can then get information and be on the inside. So thank you for your participation here. Success to the auction, and please give your invitation for people to take part in it. Well, I appreciate the opportunity of being here at ABCZ TV. I invite all of you to, if you are in Uberaba, if you can go to Mata Velha Farm today, 8 p.m., you can see the auction, and if you are not here today, you can watch it through ABCZ Web, which is the TV that's going to broadcast that. You have the Breeder channel and Remate Web, so you're all invited. It's a great pleasure to invite all of you to this auction. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, and you have the invitation here for this 32nd auction.
Bom, então agora com o nosso camarote VIP da Copa aqui,
in our VIP room of the World Cup. Can we show an image of our track? The contest has begun in the morning. They were stopped now. We are at lunchtime. People are resting. We are working on Labor Day today. Our schedule was reorganized. In the afternoon, we have more contests for Nelore. Then we have milk deer breed. And I'm back with our specialists in our studio. I want to reintroduce them to you. Maybe you haven't
comigo, ao meu lado,
got
está
this
Ricardo Abreu,
part.
gerente de fomento.
I
Nos
have
programas de melhoramento
Abreu,
genético da BCZ, nós estamos
manager
aqui também com
for
Renato Chalubi,
genetic
técnico da
improvement,
BCZ no Rio
Renato
de Janeiro. E lá na
Chalubi,
ponta estamos com o Célio
ABCZ
Rein,
technician
que é
in Rio de
técnico da
Janeiro,
BCZ lá no estado do
and
Paraná, que
Mr.
estão
Ryan
comigo
of
aqui no
the
estúdio
state of
desde
Paraná,
as
South
7h30
Brazil,
da manhã,
that are with
transmitindo
me
aqui ao
since
vivo
7:30
todo o
in the
julgamento,
morning.
tudo que está
They are
acontecendo aqui na
commenting
pista de
on
julgamento
the
da Expozebu
contest, on the
2022.
contest
Dia
track
histórico,
Expozebu
uma feira
2022,
3 em 1.
an
Há
historic
2
day,
anos a gente
a
não
3
tinha
in
feira
1
presencial,
fair.
a gente não tinha julgamentos presenciais aqui.
The last
E
2 years
agora
we
a gente
haven't
volta
had
aqui com essa,
a
com toda essa
presential
emoção,
fair,
com toda essa
and now
expectativa
we are
de
here back
retomar
with
a feira
people and
presencial,
visitors
de retomar os
to
julgamentos presenciais com
get
todo mundo
back
aqui.
to
Hoje, na parte
our
da manhã, né, Ricardo, a gente teve
live
também muita
contest,
presença de público
and
aqui.
a lot of
A
people
arquibancada
came.
ali do lado do Nelore, onde estavam sendo mostrados, exibidos os animais, estava lotada ali já, as pessoas foram chegando ali aos
People
poucos, mas
were
ali no final da
watching,
manhã já estava lotado, então é
the
muita
seats
emoção,
were
né, gente,
full.
ver tudo isso aqui
It's a lot
voltando
of
a funcionar,
emotion
né?
that to see people coming back. So it's a unique opportunity that we were waiting for a long time, and people on WhatsApp talking to us, saying that they were coming, and we can see from the studio how many people really are visiting the fairgrounds, and we have totem.
Uma demanda muito grande de também de informações.
People looking for information, and it shows us that Expozebu is a meeting point of the companies,
é uma oportunidade realmente única, né,
of the people, of the companies, of the breeders, to improve the genetics of the Zebu breeds. And we saw in the morning the categories of the calves, of Nelore calves, and you accompany us live.
Essa interação importante que é
It's a very important interaction,
numa primeira mão dentro,
and
né, das
we
nossas,
at
ABC
TV bring you this live.
Então, a oportunidade
it's a
ímpar nesse, né, pontapé da bola aí da Copa do Zebu
opportunity
hoje, né, Renato?
to see this World Cup of the Zebu that began today. And we saw that quality is all around. After this comeback, after 2 years in this uncertainty, we would have the live Expozebu. The quality is really very high right now. As I said earlier, we saw a bigger, higher quality. Although we had a stop of 2 years, we had this expectation of the quality, and it came. The quality is here. It is just exuberant what is happening here. Very well prepared animals, and the handlers working perfectly. The judges are being very competent, doing their work on the track, and everything is getting bigger and better year by year. We see the variety on the track, we see a higher quality of the animals, and for me and for all of us, it's something that brings knowledge to us, makes us learn and grow. So whoever is seeing this on the seats, or ourselves in the studio, we are learning every time a little bit more. Yes, it's a privilege for sure. And Célio, in your vision, as a specialist, as a judge, what is the evaluation? What's your comment on the first morning of the Nelore breed? So, public, normal, it's a first show with the president of the country, an auction. So we see more people seeing the contest, and sometimes in past years, the whole week was empty. At the end, where we have the big animals, and on Friday and Saturday, we have a higher participation of public. Now we see people coming, families visiting, people from outside the country. So it's nice to see all these people at the Expozebu. This opportunity. people want to be here. And we didn't have the idea that the comeback would be that good as is happening now. We see the quality of the cattle, the competitivity from the people that are watching out, from the judges. We see really that people talk about export or fermentation or we as specialists explaining to you at home how the contest will happen. And it was a really great morning, and I want to thank to the ABCZ. The president already opened a horse fair, signed a contract for the building of the new Zebu. So ABCZ is so great, and we are really dedicated to live and work for you. And ABCZ is always at the forefront of everything. So Expozebu does not stop, ABCZ does not stop. Just to summarize what we had in the morning, we had the first morning of the contest and the Nelore breed, and the judges that were chosen to judge the Nelore breed were three. These three guys has a huge responsibility to judge all the Nelore breed animals between males and females, and we will have 401 animals that will be judged from 11 different states, showing all the variability of the different regions of Brazil. And we also talked about the genetic variability of these animals. So I want now to get to the next topic that we talked about before, but then we had to insert other topics. We talked about genetic variability and important characteristics that need to be evaluated, but one thing is related to the other. We talked about the animal that needs to be beautiful outside and inside, so we talked about the judgment and the evaluation, but now
que a BCZ vem desempenhando aí no PMGZ para realmente
we are talking about the PMGZ, and we need to explain that we need to have animals that can really be used in the Brazilian reality. So the program for genetic improvement of bovines is an important program that talks to the breeder, and we get information from the breeder. What are this information? The information about what he does, the breeder, the rancher. So what we need to wait in different times of the life of a bovine. So the ABCZ that is entity that has over 100 years, 103 years, and these are contests of the ABCZ, of the weight gain that is the basis of all the other contests. And we need to compare the animals in the same group, in the same categories, and this is adjusted according to how many days they were calved, and up to 90 days of interval, and we have all the statistics and the model of the genetic improvement inside the characteristics of this birth time, calving time. And based on all this information, all the characteristics of breeding, of motherhood, it's the focus of the female cows. When the breeder understands their female cows, they know how to use the bull better to improve the genetics of its herd. So the importance of democratization of the information and get this information and the data on a reliable way It's very important. And this is a very important rule inside our genetic improvement program.
Ele vai até mais, porque ele concilia as atividades dessas mensurações, dessas coletas das informações do PMGZ.
These programs with the gathering of the data, not only when we wait, but we also get the information about the visual information. And the ABCZ really helps us inside our program of genetic improvement, of what is beautiful and what is functional, and it's the only program in Brazil that really has this data, because we have our field agents, field technicians that get this information, and they teach the breeder, the farmer, the rancher, how to work with that, to understand this data. All this information, this genetic information that are in your hand through your app at the ABCZ, that is also being shown on the interactive totem. So you have the phenotypic information for each breed. It's open to the public, and we get all the information that offers us economic return. So you have female cows with 13 days can calve earlier, 20 days earlier. And we're talking about the insemination, the time of insemination of your females. The earlier you can do that, the better it is. Because it proves that this female is more precocious than the calf. And the earlier the calf stops drinking milk, the better for your rentability. So this is information that we need to get on the field and are being shown here. And the PMGZ program is here, and we have a lot of breeders. We are talking about 359,000 active female cows. And what is active matrix? You pay your participation inside the PMGZ based on the active matrices. So if you have calves being produced, but if you add to this active matrix the number of cows that are not being inseminated, we have over 1 million. It's a consistent volume. It's a volume that offers us reliable data, and when you see a public consultation of the data of a young bull, and regarding the females, the market recognizes the value of this information about these animals. So it's, in this analogy, a beautiful animal inside and outside regarding its phenotype. As well, it is very important for the contest, the synergy of the animal. And the Expozebu that comes to the Expo Genetics Fair too. It's just one thing.
And we have spoken a lot about that. The first tool that we have it's been used millions of years ago. It was the eye, right? Because we selected animals using our eyes. We kept doing that, and we started to understand and see the results. Not only understand all of that, but cattle raising has only changed because we have seen the results, and that has been changed over the years and over the generations. But up to this day, visually, if you understand about the subject, you can see that. And Sergio can comment on that, but if you see the animal, you can see the structure of the animal, and then you know that that animal won't be able to work in the countryside of Mato Grosso state, right? You know that you have to think about Brazilian reality in a very extensive pasture that the animal should graze in order to go after the female and also to eat and drink water, and those animals should be aligning those two points that are very important, right? Yes, precisely. And also, I want the specialist to speak. Yeah, of course, leave that to the specialist. Now we have the main, the largest amount of cattle in the world, and people say, oh, in the future Brazil will be the biggest country in that. No, it's already the biggest country, because, and also in milk we are running up to the first position, because that's the main herd in the world, almost 200 million cattle, and within those breeds, for the females within those slaughterhouse breeds, we have 63 million cows about to get pregnant. So it is a huge ocean that we have, and it has been growing, you know, in terms of technology, especially when you democratize these genetics more comprehensively, of course, within the genetic fairs and the regional fairs. It's natural, but the huge approach really is through artificial insemination, the fairs that gave the access and the volume that grew within the pandemic from 2019 to 20, 48%, and last year 20%. So nowadays we have 11 million doses for breeds for slaughter. We are speaking about 16.3 million females that got pregnant using artificial insemination. We have the blue ocean of 29 million females that I am taking off the females from insemination, and also the Zebu BO males. And they are being impregnated by boiada bulls, and they haven't used the correct information yet, because they didn't have the information to understand the right female, to how to impregnate the first one, the order, the correct order, and to collect that information, just like a producer. We have to bring whatever the cattle raising already does with ease, which is the precision agriculture, and we're bringing that to the field, and we are going to intensify more and more, and we are going to bring our products and services for the owner of that female, and they are going to understand how to use the Zebu, because that is what makes money, and that is rentable. And for technology, we managed to use that technology, and seeking pro-genetic and in a property, in a farm, because they are able to learn that they earn at least a little bit of earning throughout the lifetime of this animal. In cutting off the cycle, you can use technology, acquire it in many ways, and you start believing as well. And when you only sell, you only say what you believe in. So when we bring that information for the producer, they believe. We can show the number, and when they feel the pain in their pockets, well, for more than 50 years we have been waiting in, right? We have been waiting them for up to 2 years, then now 18 months, and now 450 days. And ABCZ has a lot of databases and lots of births every year. And you understand the female quality and how it evolved. Many researches for master's and doctorate degrees have been done here with the technicians, between communications and birth that happened indeed, and also the evolution of waiting. So nowadays it is very robust, but it's really old. It's an old program. But the control for waiting, if you don't have the assessment of the genealogy, you use the simpler one, because the cattle, you know, what ABCZ does in essence is to organize the communication of one animal with the other, just like a registry, a public registry does with your birth, you know, your birth certificate. Who's the mother, who's the father, who's the grandmother and father. It began in England, you know, with the British races, but then in Europe, in other places, we use the Red Bull registry. So you take note of all of the information. And people have been doing that for 120, 140 years. So how much milk it produces each day, or the slaughtering units, how you select. You start selecting from the beginning, as it was mentioned today, together with the visual aspect. You have to define the standard for that race, that breed. The first importers brought it to Brazil, and they were using the Indian version with the hump, and until they got the mix between Nelore and Gir, and with no specific order of who was crossbreeding with whom, they established this new race. So the PMGZ is the study for a animal model with a very huge genetic base. It's only possible nowadays because of IT and computers. If I inseminate a bull in Acre, and it is a grandson of some other specific animal, that whole statistic program will bring that on, and people will see that you have a small fraction of the formation of that animal's depth. So the depth, well, the breeders sometimes don't understand that. They start breeding the beautiful bulls, and they use other criteria as well. Let's say that you use that too, and you would do that with a certificate that it was proven by research and investigation. 68% of each characteristic, some more, some less. So you understand that the depth for a bull will be 115 kilograms, and then you have a high percentage of precision, but not 100%, right? But it is around that number, and the report, the weighting report here within with the genomic program, the world has been opening up for that, and then people have been registering more, and for a while now, in a while we will have more, even more. So in terms of milking, we have almost 6% of the cows there. They started collecting information early on, the DNA from the small cows, and then they will replace them, and everything is registered. I can be wrong here, but I think from the embryo they implant the embryo, and they know that that will be the next number one for milk, for instance. It's almost like that, so it's very advanced. Yeah, that's the normal, you understand, you wait for the birth, and then you see if you have any altering in the situation. For Nelore, we're still going towards that stage, and for the track animals, 99% has some genetic variation, especially positively, because it's not only visual morphological variation, but the tracks are following those changes. That's why it's important to communicate and participate and use the programs that the races, the breeds have, and we have the DCZ now, and we have the morphology assessment and the genetic assessment. Well, let's do the following. Now it's 45 past noon, and I will thank you for being here in the morning. I will have 20 minutes break, and I'll be back with you. I'll give you some break here, and just a breather, and then we'll be back, right? Well, we have the pre-classification for Nelore, and then Gir right after lunch, the milking Gir. Okay. I'll thank you for your presence here, and then we will be back with the specialists, whoever else comes here to help us with the World Cup commentators here, the official commentators in 2022. We will have a short break, and then we will be back.
No better, Coima, a 100% Brazilian company with 70 years of life, who is contributing with the cattle breeding advances in general. Coima offers you, cattle farmer, 5 models of cattle crushes, 2 models of electronic scales, and also road scales. Our objective is to contribute the cattle breeding advances in order to produce more meat, needing it worldwide. Coima is located in Dracena, São Paulo, Brazil, but we provide services to each Latin America country. Visit our website, coima.com.br.
Hi, learn more about CRV. With more than 104 years in the world and more than 50 years in Brazil, being a pioneer in genetic improvements in the country. We are the largest provider in Latin America, and we have a full portfolio with improving results. Therefore, CRV is guarantee of evolution for the herd. CRV, better cows, better life.
Estancia K presents a modern project of dairy cattle breeding that gathers genetic improvement of dairy gear cattle, high productivity cows that are multiplied with high standard, along with bulls and collecting centrals. Estancia K is focused on the commercialization of embryo packages, cow pregnancy, male and female cattle in commercial events all year round. Estancia K, continuous improvement.
Recognizing the national market and abroad, Genial provides important innovations to the livestock productive chain. We are a link of reference with international trade. Genial is certified to export to many countries and provides services in cattle cloning, genetic data banks, in vitro fertilization, beta-casein, and DNA testing for over a decade. We are a complete laboratory. We are Genial.
Get to know us better. At Gujarat Juice, we work with selecting and genetic improvement of milk in Gujarat. We believe that the Gujarat breed is a fundamental tool for the improvement of livestock production in the tropics, in both intensive and double-purpose systems, by offering bulls and cows that are productive, fertile, rustic, and long-living.
Learn more about Imprenha, a 100% Brazilian company dedicated to the manufacture of veterinary products, which seeks to develop innovative products, continually investing in new research in order to bring solutions to the market and maximize results in animal reproduction biotechnologies. You can count on our products because to us, your result is the most important.
20 years ago, a dream began. The dream of providing safe, effective, and innovative solutions in animal health to the farms, collaborating with the prosperity of cattle breeding. We have grown, progressed, and today we are considered the fastest growing veterinary pharmaceutical laboratory in America. We are JA, for 20 years providing innovation and commitment to livestock.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Julio Laure, animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Uma área de 260 hectares, localizada em Botucatu, no interior de São Paulo. Aqui está a maior central de coleta e processamento de sêmen da América Latina. Pertencente ao grupo CRV, a Central Bela Vista é uma das pioneiras de melhoramento genético das raças zebuínas e trabalha diretamente com os principais criatórios do Brasil. Primeira empresa do setor no país a receber a certificação de estabelecimento de criação livre de brucelose e tuberculose, a central produziu mais de 4 milhões de doses de sêmen em 2020, 1/3 de toda a produção nacional.
A Central Bela Vista está localizada numa região importante do estado de São Paulo, bem localizada no centro de São Paulo, e com uma altitude importante, que é uma altitude de 1.000 metros, onde possibilita esse clima mais ameno, essa possibilidade de a gente ter uma temperatura que seja mais agradável para a produção de sêmen. Os animais para produzir sêmen tem que estar numa condição de temperatura um pouco mais baixa, né? E isso possibilita, e aí a gente tem essas qualidades de produtividade, de produção de sêmen, de qualidade do sêmen produzido aqui pela Central Bela Vista, aqui na região de Botucatu.
O trabalho começa nesta área da propriedade, onde estão alojados grandes nomes da pecuária brasileira. Animais de alta genética que reúnem as principais características que o mercado busca para a produção
The main
de carne.
characteristics that the
Foi
market
daqui,
is searching,
inclusive,
is
que
looking
o mundo
for
conheceu o
with
maior
the market,
produtor de
and
sêmen
here
da
is where you
história,
had
o
the
touro
main
becaque,
semen
produtor
producer
da raça
of
Nelore, que
history,
forneceu mais de
the
1
Necap
milhão de
bull
doses
that
e
offered more than
registrou
1
mais de
million doses of semen and
450 mil
impregnated
filhos
more than
nascidos, ícone da pecuária
400
bovina.
females with more than
Como resultado do melhoramento
400,000
genético e evolução dos rebanhos,
calves,
outros
and with the
reprodutores
improvement
seguem
of the
deixando seu
genetics
legado
of the
pelos
herd,
piquetes da
you
PRV.
see the
Entre
legacy
eles encontramos o
from
cifrão
PRV.
FVC
You
do
have
criatório
cifrão
Veracruz,
from
com
the
uma alta
Veracruz
carga
breeding
genética para a
grounds
produção de
for
carne.
the
O
with
touro é
the
dos
genetic
mais procurados por
background
aqui. Tem até fila de espera
for
para
slaughtering
adquirir o
and
material
beef,
produzido
and
por ele.
you see the line. You have a huge line for waiting, people waiting for this material.
Dentro da raça.
Cifrão was a great revolution within the breed. We can see that very well with this acceptance in the commercial aspect, because it is a bull that produces a lot of semen, and it produces 100% of what he produces is commercialized. So we don't waste anything. We can have spares of that. So people who want that genetic looks for the whole volume of musculature and potency that it transmits to its calves. So within the breed, you see that it is a Lengruber bull, which is a champion bull within the Lengruber lineage. And you have the Matilha cow, which is the son, which is a daughter of Playboy. So we have Deca 1 for finishing off with the. So it's important to have the good performance and the carcass. Another very famous bull is the painted Nelore called Vitorioso from the Agro Silva farm. And you can see the whole, in addition to the spots, you can see that this bull has this characteristic and brings that to the breed. They had a depth of the rib and a volume of musculature in the hind parts, which is great. This has been transmitted to the next generations as well, both the musculature and the ribs. So, looking for the genetics in these animals, the artificial insemination market is more and more getting warmer by the day. So, just to have an idea, in the Bela Vista farm, we have more than 50,000 doses a day collected of semen. So in order to produce the high quality material, we have proper nutrition for the animals, and according to the report from the company, transporting the semen takes only 18 seconds. And here in this lab with the state-of-the-art equipment, they assess and select the material that is distributed to clients throughout Brazil and other countries. Currently, despite the high productivity here in the Lagoa farm, we have still a lot of demand from the market, and that demands a huge renovation from the companies. So the participation of bulls like that is paramount in this process. This new generation of the animals act directly in the continuity, in the genetic continuity of the herds. We have to keep creating the assessment and renewing the assessment within the herd that should be consistent in order to be safe about recommending that bull to be used later on. Colonial gives us all of this security and consistency. It's a fantastic job. So you have the son of Quickman, which is a cow that is the daughter of Sarau, and also Quark, the important bull that was one of the main examples of that breed, and you have the sequence of breed, and also when you look at the assessment, they have the same assessment as the father, so it is indicated by from the calf, and they have great weight, and it is amazing, especially for Soberano, which after warning, and they have a huge volume of musculature and a great finish as well. Seeking for more productivity, the Logan from Engenho has been a highlight. So, well, this is important to have the young bulls. This is a bull that came from the program, from ABCZ, from BMGZ program, and a young bull. He's a Penach. It's a spectacular bull with a great characteristic. Logan is a bull that we are exporting for all of South America. It has been producing very well, and you can see that he's very calm and collected, and he's great for making females, and he's great at pregnancy and breeding. And this is something that we want to keep consistent with the youth from the Penacho bull. So we have had a success in production. You have the genetic of great farms and great breeding grounds from the history of Zebu that are in the genetics of this bull here. You have NG, VR, you have Mundo Novo, very important farms here, around here, that made history in Zebu, and here you can have some of this job that has been passed on to a bull like this one. So now we are democratically making semen from him available, not only in Brazil but throughout Latin America. Well, in order to keep the high quality of the service provided to Brazilian cattle raising and other countries as well in Latin America, this Bela Vista Central and CMV invest in structure and technology and training. In the last few years, they increased the area for collection bulls from 500 to 800 animals. Artificial insemination makes possible to any breeder, wherever they find themselves in Brazil, however far that is, to have access to the best bulls that are being identified in the improvement programs within the properties, to use the work of many years from many great partners and many producers of genetic material as Digênio, Katayama, Matinha, Colonial, and many other great partners that CRMV has to use 30-40 years of selection and use that genetic improvement. So insemination makes possible to have that democratization with the advancement of tools, with better bulls and higher evolution of the processes, and we can improve the productivity of beef. Not only, it's not for nothing that Brazil has these record numbers for productivity within cattle raising, and one of the main sellers of beef to the world, bringing our genetics to the world.
And insemination gives us that support. The covered space, we have a second collection area that was built, and we have here another performance area for feeding tests.
Agora, 1h da tarde e minutinho desse dia,
it's 1 o'clock and 1 minute, the 1st of May, Labor Day, and I will show you now images from the contest track that is empty now, because we have just a small stop for lunch. After lunch, around 2 o'clock p.m. we will have further contests. In the morning we had the beginning of the contest for Nelogi breed, and in the afternoon we will have the Gir milk cows being judged.
que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia,
What is important
mais
that the final
saborosa,
consumer
mais
gets
saudável,
a soft, healthier beef. In an environment that preserves the natural environment, that the well-being of the animal is guaranteed, but we also need to think about the well-being of people.
Sua empresa já exporta ou tem potencial para expandir
Does
seus
your company
negócios para
export
outros
or has the
mercados?
potential to export to other markets?
É uma plataforma que
The
auxilia na
project
sua
Brazilian
internacionalização.
Care
Participe
helps
do
you to
projeto
get
empresas
international
renomadas de diversos segmentos do setor
renowned
pecuário. Desenvolve ações
companies from the
presenciais e
agribusiness
virtuais com a
help
finalidade
you
de
with that.
estabelecer contatos internacionais
Brazilian
e
cattle
criar
helps you
oportunidades comerciais.
and creates
Venha
business
expandir
opportunities,
suas fronteiras.
expand
Venha
your
realizar
borders,
bons negócios.
make good business.
For more than 55 years, we have been working towards a more efficient pasture-based livestock in the Nelore Sand. A herd with females improved by a straightforward selection for fertility, maternal ability, and precocity. We are always looking for bulls that maintain and improve these traits in our herd, producing animals with good temperament, rustic, functional, and productive.
Learn more about Romancini. Romancini is a company for the interior of the state of Paraná and was founded in the early 1970s by rancher Luis Romancini, who in his day-to-day life in the field noticed the need for the containment equipment that will be suitable for the various livestock cycles and all breeds of cattle. The passion for the livestock is what moved us and made us a company specialized in the development of cattle crush. Romancini, from the rancher to rancher.
Learn more about W2R, a cow-calf ranch dedicated to the genetic improvement of the Brahman breed for 18 years, which recently has also started breeding red Brahman cattle. To produce first-rate meat at a low cost, we seek high-performance animals to meet the demands of an ever more discerning market. Since it is an extremely precocious zebu with a high carcass yield, the Brahman has a lot to offer to national animal agriculture.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro-Export. Agro-Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro-Export brand in your next deal. Agro-Export, tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
And we are back live from the studio, from the ABCZ studio in the Fernando Costa Park in Uberaba. If you're going to visit the Expozebu 2022, we have a lot of entertainment options, and we have one of these attractions for you. The space art and culture about the Zebu. We have a festival of food trucks that are visiting the Expozebu 2022. The restaurants that adapted on wheels move around all people, and they bring to us a diversity of food for all tastes. The last meeting was 2019. We had to stop for 2 years, and now we are coming back, and we are thrilling to go ahead, and it's a good party. It's good for all of us. The 8th is the last day, and we're going to 2 a.m. It's the first time. We are very happy. And are you with your children? How it's to come with your children to the park? Yes, we really recommend it. They are really enjoying it. It's really nice. After a lot of time of waiting, now it's better than expected. You have snacks, hot dogs, drinks, and even beer. You have over 12 food trucks that are here until the 8th of May. Delicious Atera works here for 12 years, and we are very happy to continue to be here. And we have the snacks in the cup. That's our snack in the cup. Food is always good, and if you have music and art presentations, it's even better. During the time of the Expozebu 2022, you have many art presentations that will agitate, will bring life to the exposition. It's a really good idea to visit the space Zebu Art and Culture. And now we have an opportunity. We're bringing to you all the information about Expozebu 2022. We talked about the contest, about the PMGZ, and many information. And do you know where this information are kept inside the ABCZ? Melissa Bonet, our reporter, brings this information to us. Over 30 years, the ABCZ created a data center that was created only for the Zebu breeds. And this system of high technology transformed itself to the big data center for about the Zebu breeds. In Uberaba, the system has restricted access that has biometry and alarms. The technology advances very quickly, and we need to update our systems every time. We need to have a good firewall, safe databases, update of our equipment. We have 22 physical servers and about 40 virtual ones. All the files that we keep here are part of many other systems that are part of our database. We have information about the number of animals that are registered in our association, the genetic improvement programs, and all the genomic and genetic information about our animals. This information is inserted by the breeders and by our technicians. The veracity of the data are checked on annual audits, and the breeders also have information, access to the information. by the information of these animals, you have all the information you need for export, for import. You just need to ask for access and you will allow you to access this data. The investment of this high quality information puts the ABCZ among the 5 best associations for genomic improvement in the world. Based on the phenotypes and the genetics, reproduction, carcass, and other information, morphology allows us to the PMGZ to predict the outcome for young animals. The production and saving of this information is very important for the higher productivity of the herds and for the evolution of the national herd and breeding. Once the genetics is better, when the bulls are being worked, this will increase the genetics of our herds, and this will help in the increase of the productivity of milk also. We are back. Now let's talk about the PMGZ. That's a program of genetic improvement of the ABCZ. In the last months, we created this project, the route of the PMGZ, to visit some ranches in Brazil and bring the results of the PMGZ, the results in these ranches, the results in their herds, in the use of the PMGZ. Let's see the results in the farm, the ranch Bela Alvorada. The route of the PMGZ stops here and on one the cradles of the genomic improvement in the region of Araçatuba, São Paulo. They began in 1962, in over 60 years. The founder died in 1989 with my father-in-law began and did a fantastic work in a data collection with criterion, a selection of data with very reliable data that were the base for our work, not only but also for others, and focused on developing on the field, in the field of our cattle. And it was really focused to improve the cattle to be sold.
It was the same philosophy as the founder, so it was for the selection of the herd. So Nelorizan from the beginning have been a highlight in throughout Brazil. It has been more than 30 bulls that came out of here directly to insemination centers, hubs throughout the country. Now we have the success in the sales and people looking for us, and our clients are very satisfied with the results that we have been having with the producers here, be it with the bulls or the matrices, with novices, or with semen from the many bulls that we have here. So PMGZ has always been linked to the process of Nelorizan improvement, genetic improvement to all animals of the herd. It's interesting because here from PMGZ and ABCZ, it's really good to be here in the house of genetic improvement. This is the starting point of everything. Now it's the basic, that's the rice and beans of the improvement now, of the more than 2,000 improvers in Brazil. And you can imagine that 60 years ago. So he was a man ahead of his time. Reinaldo Zancanelli, he was a visionary that really liked numbers and statistics, but he was the developer of the tools for us to improve genetically. The producers have had their genetic improved from the high consistency matrices for precocity, sexual ability, and the weight gain. The farm has been selling throughout the year the youth, trying to increase the amount of calves being sold throughout the national market. PMGZ aggregating value to the Brazilian market with more and more sustainable farming, bringing to the consumers throughout the world quality meat. PMGZ has been strengthening more because not only of the technical team, the specialist team, the field team, but also the partnership, I believe, not only the partnership with the folks from ABCZ, but this proximity with the breeders who are bringing the success to the program, and the new directives for incentives that Ricardo mentioned, and everybody who visited us mentioned, and it is the increase of the market, especially to have commercial cattle and also the breeders absorbing this great genetic material that we have, especially if they can absorb our specific material. This is a technology that we it's easier to adopt, and in the beginning you can say, well, how can I be able to absorb that, and how can I use that? But then you get familiar with it, and the thing goes very easily. It's very smoothly, especially the app that we provide, and the app from ABCZ as well. It's very useful. You might be in the middle of the field and you use the app, and will bring you a lot of advantages in order to separate and have the classification of the animals. These are important data as well, and as I said, the technician is a partner of ours, and they are always next to us, besides us. ABCZ is an entity that will always work with in favor of Zebu, national Zebu, and we can see that every year. Genetic improvement is infinite in the sense that you always have a lot. You have a group of animals that have has some characteristic, be it in the ABCZ index, be it fertility, whatever that is, you always have that in order to improve. And the PMGZ that has this different objective to bring in the numbers, the depths, the genetic value of each animal, and the morphology and the visual assessment as well. Genetic improvement is not done from afar. You have to do that on site, and you have to see that in practice. So you can see for yourself the 60 years of improvement and see what we are heading.
O PMGZ aí trazendo realmente os seus resultados.
That is PMGZ bringing results. Now we are 20 minutes past the hour, and we will have a break, and we will be back with more info later on.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Aguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement of the Red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babaloo Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguasu. Baguasu agribusiness is the best of the national Red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of nature.
No better, Coima, a 100% Brazilian company with 70 years of life, who is contributing with the cattle breeding advances in general. Coima offers you, cattle farmer, 5 models of cattle crushes, 2 models of electronic scales, and also road scales. Our objective is to contribute the cattle breeding advances in order to produce more meat, needing it worldwide. Coima is located in Dracena, São Paulo, Brazil, but we provide services to each Latin America country. Visit our website, coima.com.br.
Hi, learn more about CRV. With more than 104 years in the world and more than 50 years in Brazil. Being a pioneer in genetic improvements in the country, we are the largest provider in Latin America, and we have a full portfolio with improving results. Therefore, CRV is guarantee of evolution for the herd. CRV, better cows, better life.
Estancia K presents a modern project of dairy cattle breeding that gathers genetic improvement of dairy gear cattle, high productivity cows that are multiplied with high standard, along with bulls and collecting centrals. Estancia K is focused on the commercialization of embryo packages, cow pregnancy, male and female cattle in commercial events all year round. Estancia K, continuous improvement.
Recognizing the national market and abroad, Genial provides important innovations to the livestock productive chain. We are a link of reference with international trade. Genial is certified to export to many countries and provides services in cattle cloning, genetic data banks, in vitro fertilization, beta-casein, and DNA testing for over a decade. We are a complete laboratory. We are Genial.
Get to know us better. At Gujará Juice, we work with selecting and genetic improvement of milk in Gujará. We believe that the Gujará breed is a fundamental tool for the improvement of livestock production in the tropics, in both intensive and double-purpose systems, by offering bulls and cows that are productive, fertile, rustic, and long-living.
Learn more about Imprenha, a 100% Brazilian company dedicated to the manufacture of veterinary products, which seeks to develop innovative products, continually investing in new research in order to bring solutions to the market and maximize results in animal reproduction biotechnologies. You can count on our products because to us, your result is the most important.
20 years ago, a dream began. The dream of providing safe, effective, and innovative solutions in animal health to the farms, collaborating with the prosperity of cattle breeding. We have grown, progressed, and today we are considered the fastest growing veterinary pharmaceutical laboratory in America. We are JA, for 20 years providing innovation and commitment to livestock.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure, animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics, maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Estamos de volta agora, 1h da tarde,
So we are
26
back.
minutos.
It's
E vamos
1
conhecer a
p.m. and
estrutura do
26
quarentenário que a
minutes,
ABCZ
okay?
montou. Uma
And would
estrutura
you
aí que
like
vai
to
funcionar
find
todo
out
ano, uma
about the
estrutura
structure that the
permanente e é
ABCZ
também
assembled?
reconhecida pelo
It's going to be a
Ministério da
permanent
Agricultura,
assembled
Pecuária e
and it's going to
Abastecimento.
be recognized by the Ministry of Food,
quarentenário da ABCZ
Agriculture,
na Fazenda
Livestock
Experimental da
and
Associação em
Distribution.
Uberaba tem capacidade
And
para até
so
260
this structure
animais.
has
São
the
44
capacity to
currais,
receive
brete,
260
balança,
animals. We
embarcador,
have whales,
pedilúvio, lavador,
we have
estrutura
washers,
coberta
we
e
have
dormitórios para até
coverage,
20
we have
tratadores.
rooms for 20 handlers. Okay, so here we are making businesses viable. Okay, mainly exports. Okay, we were able to enable and this experimental farm, and they can carry out their quarantine here via the Ministry of Agriculture. And so this area is totally available to everybody. This is wonderful for us. And so Brazil is now exporter of live animals, and the world demand for live animals has maintained itself stable, about 5 million head a year. But there are many demands and requirements from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Distribution and from the other countries. So this is ideal for exports so that they can carry out their quarantine here. The ABCZ supplies them with the straws and everything. We treat the water permanently. We have vets available. They can download the animals here. They can download the animals here. And since we have the best genetics in the world, we have to disseminate, this genetics all over the world. And it's very important to receive all of the support from the ABCZ, using their facilities that are ideal for exporting these animals. So we place the animals here with the best comfort and the best well-being. We offer them a balanced diet, depending on the animal, depending on their needs and specifications. And we carry out the exams that are required by the destination country. And so Zebu is proving its superiority in Brazil and in the world. Our main objective is always to be supporting all of them, all of our members, so that we can go throughout the world with our production. For us, this is very important. And if you are following up the event since Friday with the official broadcasting of 2022 Expozebu, okay? And so we had the official opening ceremony yesterday, and we received here at the Fernando Costa Park many authorities. Let's check out what happened during the opening ceremony. Watch it. An image that we had not seen for the past 2 years. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. The Fernando Costa Park opened its doors once again so that the largest Zebu fair in the world could take place. Okay, and so we had visitors arriving, and also the arena of all of the contests was taken over by the guests. Wonderful. So this fair is wonderful, and we have the greatest fair here with the Zebu cattle, and it generates lots of profit to everybody. Oh, we missed this because we hadn't had it for 2 years. So this is the business card for everybody in the agribusiness world. And we had a huge party. And so the official opening ceremony of the 2022 Expozebu had the raising of the flag, and we sang the Brazilian national anthem.
A solenidade reuniu autoridades do Brasil e do mundo.
We had authorities from Brazil and from the world. The president of the ABCZ, Mr. Rivaldo Borges Jr., welcomed the public, the audience. Welcome. You have accepted the invitation of the Brazilian Association of Zebu Breeders. It is a great honor to receive you guys here on behalf of ABCZ. Here we had the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Distribution, the Governor of the state of Minas Gerais, Romeu Zema, and also the President of Brazil, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro. And so we are supporting the agriculture, the livestock production. This is a result of your hard work, Brazilian people. You have faith and you want your country to become better and better. When the president visited Expozebu, he talked with his supporters and he also walked around the food court and he tasted some of the typical food of the state of Minas Gerais. The president also took part in the opening ceremony of the ABCZ for women. Bolsonaro walked around, chatted with rural producers, received some presents and even a massage. Is my massage over? And so the former Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Tereza Cristina, was also at the building, and the building received her name. The building was named after her. For me, it's a great honor, and I'm here to give you my thanks. I am here to give you my thanks. And so thank you for having chosen my name. It's a great honor for me, and this is very important because we can disseminate the work being done by these women. It's great support that they receive as entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs who work producing. It was a party that celebrated the reunion of those who live by doing agribusiness. It's beautiful. It's done. It was all colorful, filled with green and yellow, these colors. And so the financial movement was also important. And so it's going to be over 40 events. And so now we have the result of the auction that took place on the 29th. We have high quality genetics, okay? Among the lots offered, we had 4 different categories of Nelore. Hornless, spotted, we have... so it was an auction, and this auction brought 40 lots of animals, individual lots, double ones and triple ones. And so we selected these animals for quite a long time. And Mr. Marco Antonio received this tradition from his grandfather. Then it went to his through his father. And Mr. Marco Antonio is continuing the tradition. And they produce lots and lots of beef, okay? The Nelore sold here, it has been, has come down from generation to generation, and it's high quality Nelore beef. And so they offered to the market a right investment. It's overcame all of my expectations. The cattle is spectacular, and we're very happy because everybody's here today. Good business with high quality. There is no wrong investment if you invest in quality, in high quality. Genetic consistency, breed, this is important. Weight you can add up later, and other gains you can add up later. But the foundation of everything is the breed, high quality breeds. Now it's 1:35 p.m. We're going to have a brief commercial break. And when we come back, you're going to find a little bit more about the kitchen and the gastronomy that we have at the ABCZ.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export, tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã, Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Learn more about the work of the Matsuda Group. We have been in the market for more than 70 years, providing numerous technologies for food production, operating in more than 20 countries worldwide. We research and launch new pasture cultivars in addition to having the highest technology in tropical forage seeds in the world. We encourage respect for the environment, animals, and people. We are the Matsuda Group.
For more than 55 years, we have been working towards a more efficient pasture-based livestock in the Nelore San. A herd with females improved by a straightforward selection for fertility, maternal ability, and precocity. We are always looking for bulls that maintain and improve these traits in our herd, producing animals with good temperament, rustic, functional, and productive.
Learn more about Romancini. Romancini is a company for the interior of the state of Paraná and was founded in the early 1970s by rancher Luis Romancini, who in his day-to-day life in the field noticed the need for the containment equipment that will be suitable for the various livestock cycles and all breeds of cattle. The passion for the livestock is what moved us and made us a company specialized in the development of cattle crush. Romancini, from the rancher to rancher.
Learn more about W2R, a cow-calf ranch dedicated to the genetic improvement of the Brahman breed for 18 years, which recently has also started breeding red Brahman cattle. To produce first-rate meat at a low cost, we seek high-performance animals to meet the demands of an ever more discerning market. Since it is an extremely precocious zebu
we
with
are
a high
back
carcass
live
yield,
here
the
on
Brahman
the
has a
official
lot to
channel
offer to
of
national animal
Expozebu,
agriculture.
and now here in our VIP box of Copa, we are going to welcome my friend Cesar. Welcome to our studio. Good afternoon, and now I'm gonna pass the floor to him, carrying out an analogy with Copa, and until the end of our broadcasting at 7:30 p.m. Cesar is the one that is going to bring all the information in real time. Okay, Cesar? Good luck during our broadcasting. Renata is tired, she's hungry, she's gonna take a rest because tomorrow it's going to be another marathon for us. But before you leave, how was the beginning of the event? Fantastic. Our morning was very educational. We were able to follow up everything that was happening during the contests, and our technicians were sharing everything, talking about the reality, how an animal arrives there. We discussed the genetic quality of the animals. So it is a 3-in-1 fair. Thank you, Renata. Rest a lot. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue, okay, day together, sharing all of the details of this fair. So it's lunchtime now on a Sunday. Today is Labor Day, so it's 20 to 2. So how is our new studio? How is our cuisine? And how is our kitchen? And so I believe that the person who is going to introduce this cuisine or this kitchen to us and what she's going to share with us is our reporter Melissa. Hi Melissa, good afternoon. How is our kitchen right now? Good afternoon, Cesar. I'm here in this beautiful place, which is the most delicious place inside the park during the Expozebu. Here we have Cris Botelho. He's a zootechnician. He is our host today at this beautiful place that was built in the park now to share with us one more event, one more action of the window to show our beef, our products. It's always a great pleasure to be here on ABCZ TV, sharing recipes, tips, and knowledge with you guys, mainly knowledge. Our job here is to talk about the genetics, all the contests, all the genetics that goes to the slaughterhouse, and it goes to the scales on the supermarkets, and from the supermarkets to Brazilians' dinner tables. And so Cesar would like us to show the kitchen once again and how this place has become beautiful and nice, very practical, so that we can do exactly what you said, to show the final result on Brazilians' dinner tables, on Brazilians' plates. So we created this concept. Why did we do that? Because it is a multi-concept place, a multifunctional place, this kitchen is. And so we are always trying to observe, to gather more information. We're always trying to share more information with our audience, that the milk produced by the Zebu cattle, the beef produced by the Zebu cattle has a story. There is a story from the genetics to the people's dinner tables. And so we have a beautiful space, as you can see. We have 24 chairs. And so we have a brand of a beef, maybe a chef, or the owner of a farm can invite VIP clients so that they can have a special lunch, launching a brand, a beef brand to the media. We have a gastronomic place with parrillas, with stoves. It's a VIP place for the special guests that you may have. At the same time, we can do as we are doing today. We can have live shows, sharing knowledge, sharing recipes, and always trying to offer the best information possible to all of the people along the chain, the production chain, until the dinner tables of our consumers. Besides that, inside this nice place of the ABCZ kitchen, we have the windows where you can see the ABCZ beef. And so now we have a special and specific space for that. And we have the opportunity to show to the audience of the fair and to the world audience via the ABCZ TV. We can show how we are going to remove all of the bones, all of the cuts of the beef. We have a chef working with those who are removing the bones from the beef, deboning the beef. Okay, we can prepare Parmigiana steaks. We have the hump. We have all of the cuts. This is our main idea to show on this show. like we did in the previous years, to share this knowledge of the deboning of the cuts, what are the best cuts, how can you cook them, how can you prepare them, and special tips from the chefs, okay? So that the audience here can taste it. Unfortunately, if you're only in your office or at home, you're only gonna see us, but you won't be able to taste everything. So we're gonna have a special recipe, and so we have the zebu milk, the zebu beef. As you could see, well represented. We have our master cheese maker, dear Deborah. She is making special cheeses and using special cheeses to prepare fondue. So I have asked Chris to share the microphone with you. Which cheeses do you have in front of you? Oh my goodness. These cheeses, they are the best in the world. They are zebu cheeses. And so we have the mandala cheese, and they are cheeses that they take a long time to become okay. And so they took 1 year to be ready, and so we're gonna create a tropical fondue. And I got a bronze medal when I took part in a fondue championship in France. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Para compor esse prato que o Chris vai preparar.
And so Chris is going to prepare. What are we going to have jointly with the fondue? First of all is the challenge, yeah? To create something to complement this beautiful dish. I'm trembling here. I'm trembling. But I have a blend, and I love making this at home, preparing this at home. We have zebu beef, we have zebu beef, and we have the chest beef, the part of the chest of the cow, and it's beautiful. The flavor is extraordinary. And so in the books we have this. We must have at least 20% of fat, 30% of fat, so that it can be a juicy burger. So this blend between the chest and the chuck, it brings about 20% or 30% of fat. So I have already ground the beef. It's here separate, and we're gonna prepare it in an artisanal way. We're gonna grill it. I have already baked the bread, and then Chef Deborah is going to prepare a sandwich. It's gonna be a fondue-ish, like a sandwich and a fondue together. And it's a great honor and happiness for me to work with Chris. Oh my goodness, my mouth is watering. I'm dying to taste this, trying to taste this dish. And I'm gonna be back soon, okay? And Chris is going to prepare something, and Deborah as well. Cesar, back to you in the studio. So Melissa is going to eat this delicious food, and she's gonna have a wonderful afternoon. And I hope that these delicious things are also shared with us in the studio, because I have been a good boy and I deserve it. And so now the 5-point auction opened up the equine auctions, and I'm going to share these details with you. And so now we're going to have the equine auctions, okay, of the 2022 Expozebu. So we're going to have the quarter horse auction, 5 points, the best that we have in terms of quarter miles in Brazil. And what did the promoters say about this issue of the auction? And we had the wonderful stars, Zoeiro Freckles. And so we're going to have the best genetics in Brazil and in the world. And the greatest differential of this auction is the presence of the progeny of Zoeiro Freckles, and so it received 5 stars twice, and it's considered the best horse in the country. Besides all of this, it's also beautiful. Its morphology is beautiful. It brings a lot of balance, and so the fur of this horse is beautiful. And so we have the largest auction of this stud, and this auction with the highest number of beautiful furs, black furs. At the beginning, the promoters, they mentioned the greatest names of quarter miles. And so we had Zoeiro Freckles, the stud, and it started the auctions, the 5 points auctions. It has 40 lots with the highest quality of genetics. And it has the brand of the Costa Ferreiras ranch. Talking about Zoeiras is difficult, okay, and beautiful at the same time. Me, Gilson, and the horse. Zoeira is a great athlete. It is a strong horse in the tracks that it raced on, and so it has received many awards and also won the national conference with me. So it has a brave heart. It is a horse that has been a wonderful athlete, and now it has been showing all of its beauty and magnitude with its progeny. And so it's a special auction for them because we're going to have 15 progenies, 15 offsprings, and they are almost ready to be saddled and ridden, and they're going to be able to do what their father did on the tracks to win. Besides the high quality of the genetics of the Zoeiro Freckles, we also have other great highlights that are going to be offered, and the veterinary of Wagner Barcelos is going to share these highlights with us. Okay, it's a very successful auction. And so they are very healthy, they are very beautiful, and they have young coats, okay, and they have a high genetic potential, like their brothers arrived and ready, animals that are already ready to be ridden, saddled and ridden. People like to mention that they have the black fur. Now it's 1:53. Let's have some live images on the arena and on the tracks. Okay, so here in the Fernando Costa Park, as you can see, it's a little empty now because the contests are going to restart at 2 p.m. And so if we don't have any delays, we're gonna start in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And the first day of contest. It's a sunny day in Uberaba. The temperature is about 30 degrees Celsius, and we believe it's gonna arrive at 31 degrees Celsius. Okay, and yesterday it was a little cloudy, so it was not so hot, and people who were here live to see President Jair Bolsonaro, they were lucky. But the Zebu breeds, they have already been totally adapted to the tropical climate that we have in Brazil, and so they live well in this heat, yeah, and they are okay, do well in this. So coming back to the studio, we're gonna have a group of commentators to share the information about all of the context, discussing all of the breeds, and now our technicians, they are gonna share all of these comments, and soon I'm going to receive in the studio, before we start the second half of the contest, Lauro Fraga is going to help me out. He's going to be our guest. Many people asking, when are the contests going to start? After 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., the contests are going to start. So do we have the schedule for this afternoon so that we can share this with our audience? And we're going to share this with you, how the schedule is. And so we have a gastronomy fair. It's already happening. We have the food truck festival inside the park,
where you can have fun with your family, and you have the Itaipava Beer Villa as well. You can spend your day with us. You can see that on your screen with our program. So now with Equishow, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you can see it open. Where does that take place? In our experimental farm here you can see that the individual contest for laces, and remind you that for lassos, and just remind you that we have a free entrance. You have the first milking, the official milking here too, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will have a team there to bring you all of the details. In the dairy complex Vanderlei de Andrade, also 2 o'clock, it's very busy, it's a very busy afternoon here. We have the following recipes, Zebu cheeses and their crossings, just like Melissa showed us, and the Z-Burger. Z-Burger, this must be delicious. Melissa is going to fare well this afternoon. You have our kitchen that is going to produce all of that. This will be for the rest of the day until the 6 p.m. Also, 2 o'clock, you have the milk, dairy Gir breed, and also Nelor. This is going to happen in our track, and I can see some animals entering the tracks, and we'll bring you more details. And 7 p.m. you have the homage being paid for the personalities that make the difference in the Zebu culture in Brazil and abroad. This is going to happen in the Rômulo Kardec de Camargo Event Center, starting at 7, and you can follow that using our broadcast from ABCZ TV, and then you can also see the park, you can see the museum, and you are our guest to spend your Sunday with us. This is our program for the afternoon. Now with me in the studio I have Lauro Fraga, who's the manager of the ABCZ program for genetic improvement. Are you ready for the marathon? Good afternoon, Sergio. Well, we are very glad to be here because walking through the park I always find a friend or somebody I wasn't expecting to see. And this year is being I'm encountering many friends from even other countries that are visiting Expozebu with a very nice environment, wanting to hug everybody and also doing business, so we are very happy. This morning I had the opportunity of having a chief engineer from the equivalent to Embrapa in Peru, and we had been in the farm, we had presented the program Zebu, Carne de Qualidade. That is a program that we started in 2020 with Nelor breed, and we tried to show a possibility to produce Zebu meat with beef with quality and good efficiency in pricing, and this is very good for the whole world when you have the weaning of the calves, and then you slaughter, and they were very, very impressed by the potential that they have seen here in Brazil, the technology potential that we see in the Zebu races, and the technology for us to produce herbs in Brazil and pasturage in Brazil. So we invited the Embrapa, which is the Ote farm, is one of the reference. And we also have USP, and we have Professor Fábio Cortella and José Maciel, Leonardo Fernandes and Fernando Franco. I'll speak more about him later. FASU, which is the university here, the Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul, and Viçosa and Campinas. So there is a whole team of very competent professionals, and we are going to show that it is possible to produce with efficiency and profit. We have a partnership with Hyper Cattle, Hipergado. So just like in the first year, what happened was that we had some calves donated by 86 creators they realized the importance of taking part of that together with the BCC. We paid for the transport of all of those animals, and in June 2020 they started to come, and they have been supplemented with corn, fat, and 1% of dry matter for each living kilogram. And this recommendation of this team for the advisors and specialists is that the animals should be eating grass for the whole year. If we decrease that, we would have a problem, because the idea is to have those animals joining the pasture, and they start with about 30 centimeters high, and then when the grass gets to 15, we move the animals to other places, and then we start to recycle those grounds. And what we want to show is that we have to manage the costs of the property. It is important to have a plan for the number of animals and the food that you provide during the drought. And we use the corn for that. And so we use corn as a means to renew the pasture. So we have a given strip of land where you plant for 2 years, 2 harvests, and you have 2 crops, and you analyze the soil, and then you correct that, you plant again, you seed. After 2 years you move to somewhere else, and you are always with the best productivity ever. So from June to October, November, depending on how the rains behave, we will supplement with silage, and then with 0.6% of the for a bodily kilogram. And when we start to have rain, we will take the silage off, and then we will go back to 0.4% of each kilogram. The difference is so huge that we work with 100 and 105 animals, and we have to give that during the drought. So we have to buy some 50 animals usually, because we have the excess of grassland, and with those 100 and some animals you cannot do that. You have to bring another group to use all of those grasslands. So you have some in Brazil. That's how it happens. You know, you have a time of the year with enough food and even more food than necessary, and another time of the year when you don't have any. So we have to show that people can deal with that. They can work with sugarcane and whatever source of source of food they want. The important part is to have the food for the animals. So during this first year we had in November, and then until March we will have the grassland, and then we will be over with that step, and afterwards we can adjust the weight, and then we will have ultrasound in order to check what we are going to have during the slaughter phase in terms of carcass and the finishing, and then we make an assessment of the animal in order to generate the index for the test. And during that period of 280 days we had 630 grams of gain. Those animals have been joining confinement, 28 days of adaptation, and 56 days of efficiency test, food efficiency test, where we measure weight gain, the residual conversion of food, and the carcass engineering, and then we do ultrasound again. In the second phase we do the fat content for the beef, and then we have the maturation step when we have the we already have the last phase. We are still in the Nelor, in the previous year. Yeah, because we have don't have a lot of time. We were asking what is the expectation, and he was already now speaking a lot way further down the line. Spare your voice for later, because today you speak a lot. We have everybody who's in Uberaba here. You can go and see everything that's taking place, because what we are realizing is that Zebu, when you give it food, it is very efficient. When you put that in the shed, it's very lucrative, and when you slaughter, they have a sustainable and very tasteful tasty meat. Now, those animals who are in that part of the program, of course, you can't see the results right now, but it's already possible to get your attention caught by that, right? Yes, a lot. In the lore, we had a filter with we had all animals would be they haven't been weighted yet. The animals had a filter for the finishing off and the weight over the number of months that they had, and that was the mapping that we had. So this year we have only the weight over age, so it was more of a blind process. But this year it is increasing. We had 93 breeders in 20 states, and that was very enriching for ABCZ because we managed to bring people from all sorts of places in Brazil, from the Amazon to the southern region. So we have 20 states here. So Brazil, within this OT farm, the breeders from all of the country have been seen in this step. So it is interesting because when we have this amount of participation of different regions of the country, you can bring a picture of the presence of Zebu and its presence in each one of these regions from places from different regions. Yeah, I was mistaken. I said the wrong amount. It was 650 grams by each day. So they are confined down. They have 46 days of confinement. We have 10 to 28 days, which is the adaptation phase. And we have two references. One will be the test, and then you have the economic part that is from the day 0 to the end of confinement. So in 46 days, we will have 2.1 kilograms of average gain. That was really unexpected. So we are very glad to see that, and I usually say that we are very at ease with that examination because we are supported by all of those entities, and when we went there today, and I don't remember the name of the Peruvian Embrapa, but they were telling us about the feces, so they are defecating really well.
Mostra o bem-estar e a saúde em ganho de peso dos animais. Então nós estamos assim,
and you can see the health and the weight gain of the animals, and we are very excited about it.
Desafios, obstáculos, né? E esse obstáculo que a gente estava imaginando está tranquilo, a gente não sabe ainda qual vai ser o próximo, né? Quantos quilos eles vão estar ganhando até o final.
We don't know how many kilograms they are going to weigh in until the end. But right now we are very positive because we are finishing the 120 days, and we have the expectations of having very good numbers until Nelore comes. And we want to show that the Zebu breeds are very good meat producers. They are tasty and sustainable. We are going to have a short break, and afterwards we will see the starts of the contests. We had a sample of what's going to take place in the next few days during over this track. We have been already seeing a preview of that, of the next context. I'll take part in the resource and the appeal commission, so also at the evaluation, and we had one animal that generated some questions here, but we also had one animal with suspicion for hypoplasia that would be just a suspicion. It wasn't the case, actually. That goes to show the maturing of the exposition and the competence that people have in dealing with that and dealing with the reproduction. We didn't have any problems in terms of andrology for the animals, so that goes to show that we do have fertility. We know that, and we have had a more mature system for selecting the animals that deal with that. And Lauro, thank you. We will be back after the break. We still have here in our screen in the studio. The animals are not there yet. Can you put that on the screen? Yeah. There you go, you can see it. The agenda goes for 2 o'clock, it's 10 past 2. Oh, we always have a delay, as you know, but with the track images here, we are going to be back soon.
Fazenda Experimental Orestes Tiberi, estrategicamente localizada em Uberaba, Minas Gerais. Ponto de ligação entre os maiores centros econômicos do país. Espaço perfeito para a realização de eventos agropecuários e rurais dos mais variados. Esta será a vitrine mundial da 4ª edição do ABCZ Equishow. Grande encontro de raças equinas, reunindo em um único evento criadores, competidores, produtores, fornecedores do setor e público especializado. Um verdadeiro espetáculo de beleza, agilidade e resistência com várias atrações. Provas equestres, provas funcionais, julgamento, dias de campo, passeio a cavalo. Tudo com transmissão da ABCZ TV para o Brasil e o mundo. Excelente oportunidade de divulgação da sua marca, produto ou serviço, além de networking e prospecção de clientes. ABCZ Equishow 2022, 30 de abril a 8 de maio, durante a Expozebu. Valorize sua marca nesta vitrine mundial.
e 14 estamos de volta pra gente falar
2:14 and we are back here so that we can discuss, okay, the event that is going to start from Monday to the 6th of May. And I have Herbert Valério Filho in the studio with me. So thank you to the studio. It's wonderful to be here with you. It's wonderful to be here with you. How is going to be the 6th Milk Deer shopping, yeah? We're organizing the 6th Milk Gear Shopping. And this has been happening for quite some time at Epamig, and we changed its format. It's like a shopping mall. The animals are exposed there, okay, in the experimental farm, and on the 2nd, on Monday, we're going to start it, and it's going to end on the 6th of May. People can come and visit us. You don't need to book your visit, okay? You can just come. And we have over 100 lots for sale. We have young bulls, we have young female calves, we have, and this year we have a novelty, which is the unprecedented sale. So Epamig is going to make available the sales of embryos. Okay, this is connected to the market. Wonderful. Since it's a public agency, so we wanted to sell the embryos, but it was a little difficult. But we used the experts from the capital of the state, Belo Horizonte. So it's a test now, okay? And so each year we add something new. In the first years, we offered only young bulls, and then we started adding the matrices. And then next year we started selling young female calves. And so it was wonderful. And so we had embryos, and now we are selling hostas. I think he's saying hostas. And so we have at least 60 hostas per package. And so we have 4 groups of donors. I believe he's talking about semen or embryos. And so this is divided into by genetic category. We have the GPTA. And so it's very, very diversified at Osteos. And this is a novelty, and we want to evolve more and more. Okay, so for those who are watching us and we would like to participate in this auction/shopping mall, the dynamic is a little different. Yes, the bids are given in a different way, right? How does this work? On our website, which is epamig.com.br, we have a tab that discusses everything about the auctions, okay? So since we are a public agency, we have to publish a public notice. And then we have the catalogs, okay? You can have access to the catalogs. You can use your mobile device to access this. It's a virtual catalog, and then you can click, and then you have all the lots. Inside the lots, you can watch a video of the animals. When we have the bids regarding
ou matrizes, ter valor mínimo.
And so we have the semen, we have the young bulls, and then we have a minimum value. And the producer that would like to buy the genetics from Epamig, they can make a bid on each animal. And the bid works like this. There is a form, it's a simple form. The producer fills in the form regarding the name of the farm, his name, the name of the company, the number of the lot, and the price of the bid that person is making. We have no access to the amount that they are offering, 5,000 reais, 6,000 reais, 10,000. They have to follow the minimum value, and then after that we can accept that bid. Between the 4th and the 6th of May, every day in the afternoon. Tomorrow you can visit us and see the animals. The catalog was released last week. You can find it on social media. And then on the 4th of May, we start receiving the bids or the proposals. So on the 4th, we're going to receive proposals via WhatsApp, the number 33177600. You can also find this number on our website. You can send it via email, gleiteiro@epamig.br, and then you have the forms ready, and then they can put it in an envelope and make the bid. On the 4th, we're going to open the proposals that were there live, face to face, and then the proposals that we received via email, and then the last one, the proposals we received via WhatsApp. We don't have access to this, so we're only going to access these bids or proposals proposals on the 4th of May at 3 p.m. We're going to see the highest bid, and then that producer is going to win and buy that animal. We found this way to carry out the sale because it's a public agency. We belong to the government. So we have to follow some rules because the prosecutor's office demands this from us. We need to have transparency. So our main mission is to meet the demands of the highest number of producers possible. The dynamic is a little different, but it's very transparent, as you said, and it's very democratic. Herbert, what can we discuss these animals a little bit, please? What can we say about them? EPAMIG has selected animals for over 65 years when it comes to the milk gear breed, and so we select our best animals to make them available. We have young bulls, we have female calves, we have the cows, we have they already have been tested for diseases, and all of the tests have come out negative. So the quality of the animals is the best possible. I don't know if your microphone is on. Is Laura's microphone on? Oh, yes. Laura, it's important to highlight that EPAMIG is the research public company of the state of Minas Gerais. They are the oldest public company when it comes to maintaining the genetic quality of these animals. And so, in the way that they trade, it's the oldest in Brazil, and they direct their selection trying to have the best milk gear breed in Brazil. And so they always had professionals, technicians from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. Okay, so the farm was donated by the federal government so that EPAMIG could start producing milk gear breed. So there was no other research entity or public agency that believed that the gear breed could produce milk. Nowadays, still many people don't believe that Zebu breeds do not produce milk. Many people don't know where the Girolanda breed comes from. And so people from all over the world want to have Girolanda because people don't know that the gear breed can produce. And the Holstein breed is the highest producer, but this is their origin. So in the tropical region, we need the Zebu blood, and the gear is the one that has had the longest selection. So EPAMIG has an essential role in this process, and it's the foundation of all of the herds in Brazil. So it's very important to pay attention to this date. It's a historical farm that should be visited, that must be visited, and you should have these animals on your farm. Yes, a very good comment made by Lauro. Oh, thank you, Lauro. It's an important point that you raised. EPAMIG, I was discussing this with Mariana, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the farm that always controls the lactation of its animals. And we weigh the milk, and they are fed only by grass on the pastures. And we always mention that producers purchase an animal and they produce about 15 liters, and they leave EPAMIG producing that. And so EPAMIG has existed for over 65 years, that they have been trading and offering high-quality genetics. And so over 60 years, if it has lasted for over 60 years, it's because it offers high quality. Take these animals to your herd because this is going to be good. Let's remind the audience of the address. You can go to Street Afonso Rato 1301. And so we have our technicians and our professionals to help you. But if people want, they can use the GPS because it says experimental field of the FGV. It's located inside the city of Uberaba. What is the telephone number? The WhatsApp is 33177600, and the city code is 34, and we have gileiteiro@epamig.br. Thank you so much for sharing all this information. Have a wonderful shopping center, and see you next time. Thank you, Laura. Cesar, thank you, Cesar. And so, since we are discussing milk producing gear, we're going to see the first milking. And Tieta, talk to us about this milking. So the first milking of the milk contest of the Zebu herds. We're going to have 10 milkings up until the end of the expo. We're going to have the results soon. We cannot get close to the animals now to avoid any stress. And I'm going to follow everything closely, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible.
12h26, é nesse ritmo bom de alegria que a gente começa o nosso camarote da Copa.
And so we are starting the VIP box for the World Cup of the Zebu breed. And so I'm here with this wonderful team. Lauro is here. Lauro, our guests, they were here this morning, but let's introduce them again. Lauro, we have Renato Araújo, technician from the state of Rio de Janeiro. He works with Marcelo Leite, wonderful work, and they have increased the participation of the PMGZ. When we talk about the genetic improvement program, it is a tool that farmers and ranchers can have to select the best animals. So if you do this, you're gonna get everything right. If you do this, you may make mistakes. They have been working hard, showing this to the breeders. It's one of the states. The smallest state in Brazil is Sergipe, and after that it's Rio de Janeiro. But the herds that they have there are very important, because that's when we started the first Nengrube and Nelore selection there from the Indian farms. And Nelore started in Rio de Janeiro in the 1800s, from Manuel Lengrube. And now jumping from that time to the present, so they have the highest number of collaborative heads of cattle, okay? And so him and Marcelo Leite, they carry out this work. Célio is almost a work of art inside of our museum. He's well known, he's extremely competent, and since he was very young, he started showing his competence on the farms, in the contests. And he is passionate whenever he discusses Zebu breeds. And so it's wonderful to be here sharing the podium with you. I started very young, and so maybe you started after me. Chalubi has also been working for quite some time. You're from the state of Espírito Santo. It's a great pleasure to be here. In our DNA, we also have a little bit of Zebu blood. And so we human beings connected to Zebu cattle, we have different ingredients in our bodies. Yes, okay. So if you notice that behind us on the contest arena, we already have some animals coming to the tracks, to the arena. So let's check out the movement of the animals. Lauro, what do we have for this afternoon? We have the pre-classification of the milk gear breed, differently from the other breeds. We are going to start with the females. We're going to judge the females, and then the championships, and then the males. And so now it's inverted. Yes, we're going to have the first category is the male calves. of the milk gear breed. Okay? At this moment, they are placing the animals at the right place. So this is the first moment. The animals are arriving onto the tracks, and then we're going to start the contest. They arrive here on the tracks. They are identified by the numbers that you can find on their legs and on their ears. And so they confirm, okay? And they have a number on their vests. And so they're going to walk around with these identification numbers. So it is, for example, 189 of the milk gear breed. And so this is the beginning. We're going to have them by order. It's the only milk gear breed that starts by the males. Because whenever we have the lactation, we have to judge all of the females at the same time. So because the females that had calves, baby calves, and they are milking now, and so we start by the males. But usually whenever we have the beef breeds, we start by the females. And then we have a judge that is going to analyze them, circling around them. They're going to analyze the harmony, the conformity, and then it's going to go from age, the minimum age to the highest age. And then they're going to compare. They're going to compare them like this. How many animals are we going to have now? Lauro. We're going to have 3 animals, okay, regarding the baby bulls. And then from 9 to 10, we don't know until what moment they're going to judge. We don't know until when they're going to have the... And we're not going to have this until the night. Yeah, I believe it's going to go up until 5 p.m., 6 p.m. And I believe that according to the categories, we're going to see the ages of each category. This has 3 animals. What about male calves? We have 1, 2.
Só vai ter 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Só vai ter 3 categorias.
Certo. Aí no júnior menor.
Aí no júnior menor já vai ter uma categoria.
And then we're going to have a category.
6 animais, a primeira.
We're going to have...
A segunda só tem 1 animal.
Eles devem com certeza ir até júnior maior.
Okay, so the male, it's important to mention that the males, they have a lower number of animals. When we're talking about milk, the milk gear breed, okay, we have many females and less males. So the difference, so sometimes we only have 3 males, but then we have all the females here. So when we have the cows that had baby calves recently, we have more. And in terms of genetics, it's all the same. We have artificial insemination, and the males, it's easy for the males to disseminate their genetic materials. During the contest, we have farms that do not breed males. They have another perspective, and these bulls are going to be used to improve the herd, the commercial herd. And so the milk breeds, we have an offer that is way lower than the demand. And so the breeders, they multiply their animals and they use the sexed semen. So the birth potential, that would be 50% when you use the traditional semen, and the milk breeds are not. So they select in a very high way. They want to multiply the number of females, they want to identify the most productive, they want to, and so they create a lot of sexed semen, asexed semen.
do tamanho da propriedade, quanto
It depends on the size of the farm. When I started my profession, I started working for a cooperative that only produced milk. And so the males, they were sold after a few days of life. Okay, they were still breastfeeding and they were still feeding, but it's a completely different perspective than the beef breeds. And so they were receiving milk from a cow that had not a good breed. And we had this. It's amazing. It's amazing.
A saída de lactação de uma vaca totalmente comercial.
And so a totally commercial cow that is eating pasture, occupying the place. And so this is very interesting. Those who are breeding pure races, they want to multiply better, they want to measure the lactations better, but the male, for them, they have a different view. They believe that this is going to generate something. And when they're going to hold the males, they're going to hold on to their males. And we are managers of the progenetics males, and we have a demand for gear bulls. And we would like to highlight that please produce a little bit more of gear bulls, prepare them, take them to the progenetics program. We need them to have the RGD and the andrological. So we have a high demand of gear bulls. And so the south of Minas Gerais, it's colder, a little colder. We have a higher incidence of matrices that have Dutch blood, and so the demand for gear bulls is very high. Also in the Paraíba Valley, we need the bulls, we need the milk gear bulls that offer high quality. So we're just starting this afternoon with the contest now of the milk gear breeds. We're going to continue with our commentators here in the studio, but we're going to have pause now to talk about our kitchen with journalist, reporter Melissa. And now we're going to have a fondue that is going to be produced by Chef Deborah. And she has come directly from France to prepare a few recipes. Melissa has already shown the kitchen to us, and we're going to have many recipes using Zebu milk, Zebu cheeses, and Zebu beef. And so, what are the details now? What are the details now? Okay, Cesar, I can hear you now, and now I can communicate with all of you. Everything is ready now to prepare that wonderful recipe that I mentioned at the beginning of the afternoon. I have Chris, I have Deborah. Deborah. We have to start by making the hamburger. Well, first of all, we have to explain. We are opening the kitchen now, and we couldn't, we had to learn how to use the stove. We were unable to switch on the stove at the beginning. So now we have to, and so we're gonna do whatever it takes, whatever is necessary, so that we can cook. So we're gonna use the parrilla, the stove. We have the grill, everything. Parrilla is a smile on your face. Let's start with the hamburgers, because as soon as the fondue is ready, it has to be served. Let's start with the hamburgers. And the fondue is delicious, sexy, and that's why the article in French is female. And so as soon as we cook it, we have to eat it. So let's start with the hamburgers. So it's a blend of 50% the chest and 50%
Então a parrilha está aqui
the
super
knuckle.
quente, eu estou suando.
I'm sweating because it's very, very hot in here. The studio must be cool because of the air conditioning, but here it's very, very hot. And so it's wonderful for you to prepare the hamburger and then freeze it. Because at this moment, since we have just created it, and it's very, very hot here, so it's going to become a smash burger. But it's going to work out. Let's have faith and wisdom. It's gonna work out. It's Zebu beef. It's gonna work out. And this is going to be on our dinner tables. We created some images, and people have already eaten the hamburgers, and they have taken my bread knife. No, bread knife. My bread knife. Somebody can please give me back the bread knife?
While you were occupied speaking about the fair, well, you know, bringing information, very technical information, we had already started with the Barilla to start live with you, and then they took our knife. So, well, I can see it from here. You can bring it. That's the no, it's not the one. Well, I didn't eat this one yet, but I've seen it ready, and it's amazing. You are about to check that out. It's normal bread, just bread, hamburger bread that we buy pre-cooked. We put it here, like that. While the meat is getting ready, it's really, really hot. That's why it's really fast to prepare. Otherwise, the meat is going to dry out, right? So, yeah, I like to the point of, you know, if it's not on the right spot, you shouldn't turn away. If you look at it again and you look to one side and go back to it, it's burning. So I like it rare. Everybody says that you should, if you know how to eat meat, you eat it rare. So we are following this rare meat here. Yeah, that's why you chose those meats, right? Yes, because the front cuts are very, very tasty. You know, the chuck and the others, they have a challenge, of course, in terms of cooking. You either have to cook it for longer with lower temperatures using, it might be a pit smoker or it might be a regular grill. Or you could do it in small pieces, which is the case of a hamburger. So you grind it only once. The bread. I was distracting Chris here, and I made him burn the bread. Thank you, Deborah, for letting me know. You're great. Yeah, that's live TV for you. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so the fondue is here. I'll get a pan. I cut some garlic here, and this is the garlic that I was mashing to use this juice from this garlic here. I'll use that in this pan here. I'll just use a little bit more garlic here. The fondue has to have the taste of cheese and not garlic. So that's why I'll put a little bit of garlic here. Where's my spoon? Do you have any idea? Anyway, I'll leave it here. I'll leave it drying here a little bit in the juice, and I won't add anything. And in the meanwhile, I will put in cheese here. I'll add cheese, the Zebu cheese, and dairy cheese, Gyr cheese. This is the best cheese, and then from it I separated half of the 6-month-old cheese and 50% of the 1-year-old cheese. So can you imagine just the flavor of this? Yeah, that's a science, because the 1-year-old cheese will give you more intensity, and the 6-month-old cheese will give you more connection, you know, with the ingredients. So whenever you do that at home, you should mix the older cheeses with the younger cheeses, but not too young. It shouldn't be younger than 4 or 5 months, because otherwise it's going to be very moist. And then we put a little bit of flour here, just to give a little bit of consistency, especially for this kind of cheese that is very fat. And this cheese has lots of protein too, and it might be dissolved a little bit, and that flour, we use that in order to make everything connect very well, not to separate the fat from the cheese and have a very good format here. It's an art, you know, cooking is an art, and cooking with cheese is one of those loving arts. So this is the recipe that I used in my award that I won in France for the bronze medal of fondue, and then here is my responsibility. I've been classified for the Worldwide Cup of Fondue Cup in Switzerland in 2023, and I will use only the Zebu cheese. Guys, do you see that? You see that there is a recipe that has been awarded in France, and she's going to use that very cheese to use that in the World Cup for fondue. And she's also telling us what are the secrets and how to do that. Well, there are no secrets really. Whenever you have the cheese coming down already, I will bring a little bit of beer. In Switzerland they use wine, they use white wine, but this one is the Neotropical Fondue. That's my recipe, and you can use the beer because then you have a little bit of bubbles in the dish, and it's great. The secret here is really to always be mixing up with the spoon, and the hotter it gets, the more liquid it gets. So we do that in order to favor that that connection. It's still a little bit hard. With some patience we are going to get there, and the secret is to keep going. So Kelly, while she finishes this, it takes a while, you know, to get it to the point where you have to have it. So I will call you in a while to show it ready, and we will come up with the hamburger as well. Melissa was talking to Kelly. Kelly was in the coordination, but then she brings it back to me, right? I have our chairman here, Borges Juniors. It's wonderful, right? Yes, one of the best, one better than the other. This is energizing, you know, I really like that. I think that what's happening now today is fantastic. Congratulations for your party, that's great, it's looking beautiful. We are getting into the first day of contest for the breeds. And let's go to the special day of opening here in the Fernando Costa Park. It's full of people, and we had our president here yesterday. Yeah, it was a great day because of his presence here. We managed to have a great number of people here. I think for 30 years almost we didn't see as many people within the park, and that was a reason for joy. So we had the first deals already in the auctions with great results, right? Yes, for sure. That's going to be 3-in-1 Expozebu. It's going to be different. We have been working for 2 years in the virtual environment, and historically these were the 2 years that we didn't forget about this, you know, because we, you know, as people say, during the crisis we advance and create, and the result is our work as a team here, the work together with the directors, the advisors, the collaborators, so that we can reach that level of success. Well, this is going on because we worked a lot to do that, and the auctions are going to be a very nice surprise. We were going to see an increase of people, of course, a 30 or 40% increase in the earnings compared to 2019 and 20, right? From online and in person, and 2019 in person as well. So the important part is to have people together, hugging each other, and this is very important because we were missing that. Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, the good moment here also is the Equi Show, right? You have been there in the experimental farm, you have been there in the opening, the official opening of the show. This is one of the main events for equines in the country, right? The show is going to be huge. It was great to see that. I want to thank our chairman Marco Antonio Barbosa from APE. He has been doing everything there. I gave him full lead to do everything, and he's doing everything by himself, and he is very passionate about it. So we have a lot of new things. We have a new parking lot there for 150 vehicles. We had lighting for the track, the horse track, just like BQM demands, and there are new things that everything that happens there, you will see that there will be an impact. In addition to that, we'll have the confinement that we built for cattle, the anti-stress barnyard, and then you can see that we can do the quarantine the whole year. So if any foreigner is listening to me, you can buy it, okay? ABCZ experimental farm is quarantining the whole year. We have an agreement with MAPA, so the Ministry of Agriculture, so we do that all year now. So please buy, foreigners. Well, yeah, we have the success here. Yesterday you had the president here, and our cuisine here too. We have our kitchen, we have crafts, arts, and you have cheeses and sweets and everything right now, because people can visit and check the fair this year, right? Yes, exactly. That goes to show that ABCZ is worried about the small producer too, right? The farm gates are open to everybody here. The small producer, the medium, the big producer. We have taken the care in order to bring the small producers here so that they can sell their products here within the park. Not charging anything. All of those stands there, they are selling things, and we don't get anything from that, because that's the moment for ABCZ to embrace the cause. And if we look at the small producer, we can see that it's almost 80% of the agribusiness producers in Brazil. Right, so the small producer is a sleeping giant. If you speak about the numbers, you have 4.6 million small producers, farm producers, about 3.3 million small cattle raisers here. So they are together with us, and they have to have the revenue, and we also bring technology for them. That's what we do throughout the year. And what about the shows during this marathon? Did you get to watch any? Well, I could only see on paper, on TV, from my cell phone, because I couldn't take part in those yet. I have my children, my friends, everybody went there. Everybody, it's full of people all the time. It's a gift for the region, for Uberaba as well. We have 8 amazing events every day, so that's what we have to offer to the city for the population. Something really funny happened yesterday. We are always very early on here at the beginning of the day, early morning here in the park, and the chairman is already here. So we were talking, well, there is a huge movement here because of people coming in all the time to check the opening, and also people who were leaving the park because they were checking everything. They went to the Itaipava Villa, everything within the park. Yes, the park is very attractive nowadays. We started to commercialize all 100% of the area, so everybody who comes here, they will be able to see everything, and they'll be surprised by the number of alternatives that they can enjoy, not only for food, but also for the whole community. We also have that in the ABCZ Woman, ABCZ Mulher. We have the Teresa Cristina building, and there we have many stores, and the best stores are within ABCZ Mulher, right? Yes, that's an important moment, because it has been announced by you, was the launching of the cornerstone of the the farm there. It was the beginning of the museum. That is a huge project that's elevating the name of the Zebu throughout Brazil even more. But now, especially with history, right? Keeping the history, being the guardian of history of the Zebu. That was a starting point, right? Yes, for me, that would be the great work of ABCZ. During those 2 years of mandate, I had this project already going on for the first 6 months, and as I seen that it was a huge project, I told myself, well, I can't mix this one with the other works, right? We started many works here. So you have an idea, in the 29th, just here within the park, and also outside the park, we inaugurated the monument. The Zebu monument, everything is irrigated, the landscape and the gardening. It was a great show, and people are going to fall in love with it. And we also inaugurated the second ABCZ studio, which is the milk, the dairy and beef studio. So every associate who wants to exhibit your product, you will have the state-of-the-art studio to show your product and sell it. And we are going to we also inaugurated the ABCZ Mulher, which was an initiative from my wife. She's the chairwoman of the ABCZ Woman. And she had a wonderful show there with technology and the first state-of-the-art finishing, polishing. So it was within the park. It was a lot of things happening, you know, during those days. And I thought to myself, well, there are so many things happening that, you know, we have the experimental farm, and we are launching the horse track, and we are launching the marching for equine march. We have 150 slots, parking lots. So you can imagine the amount of things that we have. I thought to myself, well, if I create the museum at the same time, I'll get lost with it, right? Because I'm an engineer, and I'm a very detailed-oriented engineer. Everything I tell you, hey, this is not good, do it again, you know. I was taking part in all of the works I wanted to do with the museum exclusively. That was done, the project was done by architect Gustavo Pena. Not only one of the greatest works, not only in Brazil but in the world. The museum has 2 kilometers square, and it goes and shows the saga of the Zebu and the history of the Zebu cattle. It's going to enter history, not only in the park here, but for Uberaba as well. It's going to be a national and international park. I'm pretty sure everybody is coming to see the museum. It was a great show, the project, you know, and we are going to start this work right after the end of the Expozebu 2022. We are going to start this. And today we closed an agreement with the Bank of Brazil that is going to be one of our sponsors, so you can be sure that with me everything goes right. It's going to happen. It's of course, it might take a while to be ready, but it will be ready. The commercial part of the park, 100% of them are being used, right? And whoever walks around the park can see a lot of stores and people offering services and products and machinery from the productive chain of our agribusiness area. And that's very good, because the farmer who comes here can make good business as well, right? Yes, perfectly. I've been talking to people around, especially with trucks, and people are saying, geez, I've sold so much that I'm impressed with this demand, right? Agribusiness is the main engine for the country. We are the source of food for the world. There's no way out of it. You know, Brazil has a tropical climate with still so many areas that can be taken advantage of. We have seen people saying, well, in other countries people have used everything they have, and we didn't do that yet. So now people are trying to be more sustainable with the MPF agribusiness, and they're producing meat and grains as well. So nobody can hold us back. Just to finish, Mr. Chairman, he has a tight schedule. We have an agenda for today for acknowledging the work of personalities and people who are dedicated to promote the Zebu races and breeds, and ABCZ is recognizing that work, right? Yes, it is just an honor that we do every year for many years, and it is a very special moment. There we will pay homage to many producers for each breed and 2 producers this year for each breed. So since last year we didn't manage to do that, we are doing that this year, compensating for that. So collaborator, business partners, commercial areas. So these are people who actually deserve that honor. And that's the maximum award from ABCZ, acknowledging the work of the great farmers, the great producers from the private initiative and the collaborators. So this is a very special moment. Right, Chairman, I want to thank you for coming here today and taking advantage of this beginning of the afternoon. I know you have a lot to do during the day, and you received everybody, we welcomed everybody here. You always do that. You are always hugging people and shaking hands with everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, and I always want to do that because I was a critic of the scooters here around the park, and I'm the main user now because it's faster, right? I was a biker, and now I like the scooter. Every day I'm using the scooter in order to help everybody and attend to the demands of everybody, because I have that responsibility and I have to pay attention to everybody. And I was even late to come here because I was having lunch, but now I'm here with you. It's a very momentous event. Come here, everybody. Come to Expozebu. You are going to find lots of new things here. Thank you so much and have a great day. Oh, another news here from the commentators here. We have the commentators. We have everything. We have the parrot, the arara, everything.
Tá aí, tem a nossa vinheta. Vamos soltar para o presidente acompanhar aqui.
So let's go back to the chairman of the ABCZ, or the president, please.
Vai rodar.
Oh, we're going to have a video now.
E que a gente está pegando a nossa técnica de surpresa também,
our technicians, they were caught by surprise. The president requested that they show a video, that they play a video. Yes, I've been following up all of the broadcasting, okay? And so he requested people to show a video. Oh, we have a video to share with you guys. Just a minute. I felt like dancing. There are 3 people here, and so they like joking around, they like playing around, they know everything. They know everything about Zebu breeds, okay, about Zebu cattle. And I'm sure that this event is going to be a huge success because of you. And to the audience here of the ABC ZTV, let's go back to our kitchen with Melissa, because Melissa is there following up the preparation of the special foods. Okay, the name is fondue-ish, a mixture of fondue and a sandwich. So we're having a hamburger, a burger? Z-Burger. The name is Z-Burger because it is Zebu beef. It's the true burger. So let's prepare everything. Everything is almost ready. So we have already sliced the bread open. We have already grilled the hamburgers, and now we're going to add the cheese fondue. And this cheese was prepared with Zebu milk, okay? So we had to use a higher temperature, a higher fire here. And so this is wonderful for those who love cheese. And here I added some pepper. Okay, and when you cook it at a lower fire for a longer time, it becomes more liquid and better to spread. Some people prefer the cheese a little lighter, a little more liquid. And so when we have a higher fire, it's going to be a little thicker, as you can see here. It's a little thicker. And something curious, why do we say that the Zebu milk is so good to make cheeses? Can you please explain this to our audience? Why is the cheese prepared with milk Zebu milk better? So Zebu milk has more solids, and so the cheese is going to have less water, and it's going to have more protein, more fat. And we see this thicker texture, as you can see, because this is one of the characteristics of the cheeses prepared with zebu milk. And we have casein, milk protein, that it retains more humidity. And so it can be a cheese prepared for a longer time. Cheese that is going to achieve its maturity within 1 year and 6 months. And if you want a more liquid cheese, you can have older cheese, 1-year-old cheese, and then younger cheese, or newer cheese, pardon me, newer cheese. And then you can cook everything. Whenever the cheese is more liquid, you can use lower fire. Can we start eating, please? Can we start eating, please? Yes, yes. Who is going to hold the microphone? Because I'm going to grab my hamburger or my cheeseburger as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for us to open up this beautiful, beautiful ABCZ kitchen with this wonderful combination. Two products that offer high quality that come from our zebu cattle. So the main idea is to show our Brazilian housewives and world housewives that behind the milk, behind the cheeses, behind the beef, we have genetics, we have selection, we have challenges, we have technology, we have animal food and feed. Okay, so the productivity chain is all involved in this final product. How about closing the cheeseburger? Okay, these two are awesome. I'm really happy here to show their work. Guys, this smells so good. You have no idea. Thank God you're not feeling the smell. You can hear the smell. You can hear the smell. This is a joke, yes? So you can hear the smell. And so I think I'm going to ask Cesar to prepare a snack for us. Oh, Chris, you're going to show the texture of the hamburger, right? Yes, I'm going to cut it in half. And so it's beautiful. So this is a fondue. It's a mixture between a sandwich and a fondue. A cheese prepared in a fondue way. So it's a beautiful thing, a wonderful thing that we have, okay? And it was wonderful for us to open up this beautiful kitchen with these delicious dishes. And don't forget that at the end, when it's time to serve, you should get some Brazilian cachaça and use it and flambe the cachaça. Okay, and just to make you start watering in the mouth, this fondue was prepared by Chris and by Deborah. Deborah is an expert in cheeses, okay? And everything was prepared from our zebu cattle, the beef, the cheese, okay? And Chris is always innovating, always talking about our beef around the world. Thank you so much for your participation. And now it's the time. Let's taste the cheeseburger. Delicious partnership. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'm going to share something else. As you can see, okay, the beef is rare or medium rare. If you don't like it rare, and so rare is what I like, and Deborah does too. So these hamburgers are for us, only for us, okay? Because people usually prefer a well-done hamburger.
Ei, gente.
Oh, my goodness.
Não, gente.
Guys. Wonderful.
E quando a fondue fica mais espessa também, a gente sente a textura dela.
You can feel the texture, you can feel the texture.
Sensacional, gente.
Sensational, ladies and gentlemen, sensational. That's it for me, okay? Now, Cesar, I'm going to think about this. I don't know if I'm going to take some to you there. But here in the studio, we counted 4 sandwiches. So we have 4 people here. We're going to wait for the sandwiches. So now we have many animals in the arena. They are being judged. So we have the contest of the categories, and now we have the male calves or the baby bulls, okay? And I'm going to repeat the name, okay? Of the judges that are evaluating. Okay, we have Mr. Capidelli, we have Mr. Fernandes, and Alisson Carvalho Sampaio. They are the judges of the milk gear breed. And they are starting this work now on the 1st of May. It's a beautiful sunny Sunday. And going back to what we always wanted to follow up, yeah? And we always loved working in these contests. And it's really nice to be watching them. The tracks, the arena, around the arena, we have many people. The bleachers are full of people. And so everybody's there looking at the tracks at the arena once again. They are identifying, they are checking the identification number of the animals. The judges have already compared the 3 champions, and then they're going to go to the computer and they're going to choose the first place. And we're going to have the result coming out soon. And the second place, okay, we don't call it second place or the vice champion. We call it the reserved animal. Okay, we call it the reserved animal. And then the champion goes there on Saturday. No, not on Saturday. No, it's Friday. The gear breed is going to be analyzed on Friday.
O giro é na sexta-feira. O giro é na sexta. À tarde é o giro na sexta-feira.
In the afternoon, we're going to have the gear, yeah?
Importante que
it's important for us to bear in mind that the same way that you handle the milk breeds, there is a little difference. Okay, you have to tame them, you have to respect the way they were raised, and there is a small difference because when you have beef cattle, you try to make them gain weight, okay? But for the milk breeds, it's a little more, it's a little lighter. You have, okay, it's a little different because the main objective is not for them to gain weight. It's the kind of carcass to produce more milk, the kind of carcass to produce more milk. And so the Nelore and the gear, there is a difference in their morphology, in the morphology of these animals. And so we can see these animals, and so our technicians, please explain to us clearly, what do we have? We have the animals, as you can see, on the tracks with their handlers. They are placing the animals at the right place. We have an entire structure here around the contest tracks, okay? Okay, let me ask the cameraman to change the image a little bit. Oh yes, that's right. So we have an aquarium. Do we have an image of the aquarium? Can we please show camera 7, the image of camera 7? Camera 7 is on top of the aquarium. And so, I would like to share with you what's going on. So the bleachers are full, okay, and the breeders understand, but for the laymen and laywomen present here, I'm going to discuss with you. We're going to have the results, yeah? Yes, we're going to see the results now. We're going to get the results now. While we do that, okay, what's happening? Camera 1, camera 2, if they turn right, if they turn left. There is the champion, number 207. Number 207 is the champion, the male calf.
Eu não consegui ouvir porque
I wasn't able to hear, okay, what they said. And 305 is now coming up. So the 207 was first place and the 305 was the second place. And they are competing in identical terms, in equal terms.
Aí tá ouvindo o fundo lá da pista.
Ah, we can hear what's happening at the back of the track. Oh, we have the photographer. The photographer is going to take the photos. This is an award photo. Okay, so we have the photographer. At this second, when the baby bull is receiving the award, it's a very important photo because this is a very emotional moment.
Muitas vezes vê que essa pessoa que trabalha com o gado ali,
and we see that the people who work with the cattle close by, this is the first time this baby bull is participating in a contest such as this one, yeah? And so there is an emotional moment. They work hard. The handler works hard with the baby bull, and it's a wonderful moment. Can you go back to the judges? Can you go back to the judges? They are now in the middle of the tracks. And so the judges are going to offer an explanation. And so they're going to talk about the judging of the other animals.
Vamos ver aí se a nossa equipe Kelly, por favor.
Oh, Kelly, please.
Consegue trocar a nossa
Can we change the screen?
A câmera 2 joga mais para a direita, né? Para os jurados. Eles estão
se ele tiver lá, é só abrir a câmera.
Oh, we can just switch cameras. Camera 2, please. Camera 2. You can see the background now. Camera 1, you just need to get a little closer.
Você está acompanhando conosco, então.
So if you are here with us at the beginning of this afternoon, we have the champion of this category, okay, and they are placing the other animals. Now we have gotten there. That's it. That's what I wanted.
Já está julgando.
And now the animals are being judged. You can see the judges walking around, checking out the animals. They are now analyzing everything and they are comparing the different animals. So the choice was done for the first categories, and now they are comparing the animals individually to see which animal is getting closer to whatever is desired. And so they start comparing one to the other. They analyze the conformity, the body, if they are an animal that is more meant for the production of milk, and then they compare everything. If they are standing straight, if their ribs are okay, if they are long enough, if they have the perineum well placed. And so all of these requirements, they are analyzing everything to decide which one is the best, so that they can become the reserved champion, the reserve champion. You can analyze their height, their body, the breed, and the champion. And then they are analyzing another performance. Every time you compare two animals, this one won. And so another view, and then we have a new animals coming in, it's another view. And so now they are competing to become the second place or the reserved bull, baby bull. And so the judges have already defined the best position, and now they are comparing. Is it going to be on one side, on the other side, in the middle? And we can see the judges carrying out the analysis or the evaluation. And this is a personal moment of the judges, because they are going to analyze everything based on their expertise, on their knowledge, on their experience. And so this is a personal opinion. And so what they are doing, they have colleague near them. He's not yet a judge. He is an assistant judge, and they are following up the judges. And so they are now concluding their studies, and they're going to become judges soon.
Aí você tem 3 jurados acompanhados de 3
You
jurados
have
auxiliares.
3 judges and 3 auxiliary judges.
Falta uma nota.
Via de regra, quanto tempo cada jurado tem para poder fazer essa avaliação desses animais?
Has a judge to
Ele se apresenta para ser
judge a cattle? It depends on the number of animals in a group. Since we have only 3, it's a little bit quicker. You may have 8, 10, 12 animals, and you take 8, 10, 12. Between the entering of the track and until the end, to the result, where the differences are very small,
Lá você tem 10 com boa harmonia e 2 que não tem a boa de dores. Você tem 10
may
com bons apruros e 2 que não tem. Então não é
good, 10 good animals in larger groups that may be very good. So it's the group of characteristic, and when you have very good animals, many very good animals in a group, it may happen that they take a little bit longer. These animals have a very high quality, it's very competitive, so you need really to compare. There's always a characteristic that a judge likes more, one judge will go in one direction and the other in the other direction, but it's always a personal decision. We saw that there were some judges that were very quick, others a little slower. That doesn't mean that one is better prepared than the other. One judge may be just quicker in making decisions, the other takes a little bit longer, that's it. Let's wait for the MC to announce the winner.
Ele está só chamando. Ele está só dando recado.
Okay, he's just passing on a message.
Por favor,
Lauro, please.
Vamos aí, em frente aqui.
Let's go on.
Vai tirar esse som de fundo aqui para nós.
Celinho, continua o raciocínio.
A ideia é
The
que
idea
o jurado em algum
is
momento
that
ele pode ir um pouco mais
the
rápido.
judge, when he can be a little bit quicker,
Isso não quer dizer nada nem estilo,
that
não.
doesn't mean
Em algum
anything,
momento,
actually.
não. Assim, também é estilo também. Tem
It
gente
may
que
be a
pode um pouco mais
personal
rápido,
style.
Tem gente que gosta de rever, então,
Some people are just quicker, others not that quick.
tem uma
And
categoria
there's
que
a
você acha mais
category
difícil que a outra.
that
Senão
you
você,
believe
por
to
algum
be more
motivo,
difficult
tem uma
than the other,
categoria
and this category you believe to be difficult, you
colega
will
pode
take a little bit more time.
Você tem que ver a tua
So
posição.
you
Então,
need
pode ser que
to
aquele
have
jurado
your
que
own
está sendo mais
position.
lento agora,
So the
no próximo grupo,
judges that are a little bit slower now may be quicker in the next group.
E o final do seu voto de uma forma mais rápida, né?
Mais sucinto.
Às vezes.
Esse formato da câmera aí, nesse momento,
So-
seria o que o jurado faz. Né?
That's what the camera is doing right now. It's exactly what the judge does. He goes around, he looks at the hid legs, front legs, ears,
Formato de crânio, boca, tudo.
the format of the mouth, of the neck, and now you have a lateral view of the calves. Very interesting. That's exactly the analysis that the judge does.
Quando a gente olha a carcaça de
When we look at the carcass of an animal for meat, we look at the muscles, but now we're talking about milk cows, about a breed that is called Gyr milk cows, and this carcass is different. So when we had our course to update our knowledge about Gyr milk cows, where they have you have the groins very low, and you have the ribs that are in a long disposition according to the body.
A noção e a pontuação de ubra é muito grande. E o tipo leiteiro.
That's for milk. And the other breeds are more for meat, for slaughtering.
Produção de carne e aptidão leiteira, os outros têm todo um outro sistema. O gado leiteiro.
The other breeds have a total different disposition. It's very important to be a pure breed. The judge goes and looks to the breed and looks if it's really inside what is established for that breed. It's allowed or not. I read about it. It's the same style, but each breed has its own characteristics. So here in Brazil, you have a bag that may be a little bit lower to make the calving a little bit easier. In Belgium, for example, they don't accept it.
Perfeito nos aprumos, mais macho ou mais fêmea, dependendo do que você está julgando.
So the judges has finished already, and one of the judges is going towards the animal to comment the calves championship. Maybe we can listen to the MC, and the microphone will be handed over to the judge to analyze the calves. So we will prepare the audio to be able to listen to those comments.
Consegue identificar a imagem?
Nós estamos vendo então uma imagem de drone, né?
Watching to a drone image.
Nós temos agora drone.
That's a drone filming, actually, people. And that's a beautiful image from the top. And now this judge comments or makes comments on these 3 calves. He's already commenting. No, he's not. He doesn't have the microphone yet. It may be unanimous or not. You may have just 2 judges voting on a certain animal to win. When it's unanimous, or when 2 judges vote and this animal wins, the judge the senior judge with more time of judging has the right to be the first to comment. And now we saw the drone flying. Now let's listen to him. And this part is very important because the judge needs to show knowledge and something they have. And they must also be able to transfer this knowledge that he has to the public. He must convince the public that the chosen order is the most correct one. There is a certain time for him to argue his decisions, to defend his decisions, and it is suggested to use at maximum 5 minutes. So the most important thing is to explain his way of thinking. It's not a personal show. Make a technical comparison.
Se o nossa equipe talvez ainda consiga fazer o locutor anunciar, inclusive, para quem está em casa ouvir o nome.
So if you're at home, I hope you can listen to or you can hear the MC, but we do not have the result yet. It's a very interesting dynamic. No, not yet. No, okay. Still waiting.
A justificativa, o jurado pode escolher muito bem, mas ele tem que saber também explicar.
The result must be explained. The judge must be very good, technically speaking, but he also needs to be able to explain himself why he chose a certain animal. So it's really very dynamic. The breeders here, the public is here.
Maltratar o jurado, ele pode ser suspenso e na segunda vez e até de registrar ou de participar de evento. Fica suspenso da Expozebu e 6 meses de levar em qualquer evento. Então a decisão
If someone disagrees with the judge and gets physical, for example, this person, this breeder, may be forbidden to take part in other Expozebu's fairs or other fairs during 6 months. I took part here in Londrina and Bauru with 5 judges. And the 2 extreme notes would not be considered. Now let's listen to the MC and see what he says.
Até quarta, quinta-feira tá bom. Não é fácil isso mesmo.
Reservado o campeão bezerro de leiteiro, animal 0, 2, 0,
5. Second place to number 205.
Nós tivemos então o que foi segundo prêmio foi
So that's the second prize. That's the reserved, the vice champion.
Mas o segundo prêmio foi o reservado campeão bezerro.
So,
Alisson
Ricardo Sampaio will explain the result. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here judging this event, this opportunity to be here in the world capital for the Zebu breed, and to be able to work with the milk cow Deer. It gives us a lot of pride. And we know how important this breed is and how much development for the country this breed brings, with a lot of quality and at low cost. When we talk about the level of the calves that were presented, we need to think about that these will be the next generation, the next bulls and cows that will bring the good genetics in Brazil and in the world. Thinking about that, we judged and tried to judge the most important the genetics and functionalities in the cows, because we know that they grow, they gain weight, they get stronger, and what they need to do in the field. So they need to be very well structured, be strong. So what we saw here, the 4th place, please put it here on the side. There's a lack of development, and you see that their line is not that beautiful in comparison to the 3rd place animal, and the volume of the ribs is better here in the 3rd place in comparison to the 4th place. And please put it a little bit aside, the 3rd place and the 2nd place. We have a more closer biotype in comparison of all the 3 animals. We have stronger animals, more structured animals in comparison to the 4th one. They're closer together, and an animal that we recognize, that we like a little bit more, that the front legs are better than the front legs that is in 2nd place. But then we have to observe the ribs and the volume of the ribs of the 2nd place, the dorsal, the back line, and the
Na parte de estrutura de garupa, nós temos uma garupa
the structure of the rump is better in the second place than in the third place, and that made us take our decision. And to the end of our championship, we have the champion and the second place. In the champion, we have an animal that we like better, the lines. It's an animal when it moves, it's showing that it's a calf that's young but has a great future. The steps are clean, they have a better hump structure with a better brisket, and they have a huge rib volume in comparison to the second place, and he also is better in the rump and in the part below. When we see the front limbs and legs in comparison to the other animals, we have alignment that is much better in the champion, an animal that presented himself very well. The line of the hump in the back, and when we compare both animals, we see in this calf the one that is the better one to receive the calf championship in the Expozebu. Congratulations to all of you, to the breeders that did a marvelous job. Thank you very much.
Muito bem. Lauro, Célio, Renato, quero comentário de vocês.
Okay, now I want your comments, please. It was a very clear, direct, straightforward explanation. So he talked with very much precision about the differences, and that's exactly how it works about volumes.
Essa é a dinâmica final do que você vai ver todos esses dias aqui.
These are the dynamics you will see every day in different groups, in every moment when you compare animals.
Mas o que ele busca é a mesma coisa.
But what the judge trying to see is if
distribuição, profundidade de costelas, umbigo correto, boa angulação de garupa. Realmente a gente encontra nos comentários que são feitos aqui em Uberaba.
In our comments in Uberaba, we look at the same line of thought, and the judge really said it everything. His comments were very precise, straightforward, and he was very informal, not too technical. So sorry to interrupt you. They are handing over the prizes, and maybe Renato can comment further on it. So that's the image from the drone. It's a very special moment. It's the most important moment where the breeder becomes his trophy and the handler becomes a trophy, because these handlers really are very close to the calves since they were born. That's here, the main city of the Zebu breed, in the Expozebu. So I really believe, as Márcio was saying, in the direct communication that they had, the judge he means, and he showed clearly the understanding they had, and he was able to pass this to us. It was very short and very dynamic, and that's the main moment, the satisfaction of the breeder and of the handler, because they are representing prized animals So, 207 was the big champion. He was born on 14th of May, so he had 11 to 12 months. Is son of Abel, and that on his side is son of Lithuania. And the second place was the 205, was born 11th of June,
Gerente FIV de Brasília, que por sua
2021.
vez é modelo TE de Brasília, e a mãe Sâmia Santa Rita de Cássia, uma filha do Jaguar TE do Gavião. Então, quer dizer, os dois bezerros são filhos de vacas crias dos criatórios. É
Are
interessante,
really
né, esse trabalho
calves
de
from
aperfeiçoamento
cows
genético,
from the own
direcionamento de
farm.
acasalamentos e, quer
So
dizer,
it's
são
incredible to
matrizes
see
próprias
how
dos
the
criadores.
genetics were improved in their own farms.
Lauro, Célio, Renato, enquanto
Lauro, Célio, Renato,
esses criadores estão sendo
while they
premiados, a gente já vê a
getting their
movimentação dos
prices,
outros animais
we
já se
already
posicionando, né?
seeing the other animals getting to the position at the back of the image. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 animals.
Aqui para mim tem 6 animais.
We have 6 animals. And the 7th one that I was telling you was the second place. And now they will walk with the animals to have a lateral view to watch the harmony of the animal.
Isso aí mostra.
And this clearly shows the organization of the Expozebu. You have the team that announced the results, and you have those who are handing the prizes or the awards, and then you have the logistics or background people. They receive, they welcome the animals, and then they check the number of the animal, because the animal has the number on their ears and on their legs. And so now the handlers, they are presenting the animals. They were there ready to enter the arena. And then after the comment, we can see all of the animals here for the second phase. It's the 4th category, okay? And this is the first category of the junior animals. We're going to have a brief break, okay? And it's 3:40 p.m. and we're going to be back soon with more contests, okay? And this is the first day of contest of the 87th Expozebu.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Baguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement of the Red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babalu and Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguaçu. Baguaçu Agribusiness is the best of the national Red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of nature.
No better, Coima, a 100% Brazilian company with 70 years of life, always contributing with the cattle breeding advances in general. Coima offers you, cattle farmer, 5 models of cattle crushes, 2 models of electronic scales, and also road scales. Our objective is to contribute the cattle breeding advances in order to produce more meat, needing it worldwide. Coima is located in Dracena, São Paulo, Brazil, but we provide services to each Latin America country. Visit our website, coima.com.br.
Professor, bem-vindo, boa tarde, obrigado pela presença aqui.
Welcome this afternoon, Professor. So FAZU is always a partner that we have when we are covering Expozebu, and throughout our coverage, we're always going to have a high quality or high qualified professional discussing things with us. And so, what do you have so that you can offer the best in agribusiness? Professor, talking about postgraduate courses, FAZU has a large scope of courses in agribusiness. Which courses are these? FAZU nowadays has a high amount of postgraduate courses aimed at the agricultural production, livestock production, management, when we're talking about agricultural endeavors, okay? And they are well known in the market in Brazil, all over Brazil. We have a nutrition course, animal feed course, confinement of bovines. We have the management of pastures. So these are courses that the market has been looking for more and more. They want to become experts. So, Professor, for quite some time, having a university degree was enough. We know that the professionals that they are only starting their university course, they can find mainly in the agribusiness sector that is becoming more and more specialized. It's difficult for them. So postgraduate work is important for them, right? Yes. When we talk about education, due to the competition that we have in the labor market, young people, when they have a college degree, they are not totally prepared. And so with postgraduate courses, help them to have all the capacity building necessary. So our postgraduate courses, jointly with PhD professors, consultants, they try to teach the students that are taking our postgraduate courses everything that the market is requiring. We have theoretical classes, practical classes, and then our students can understand what the market is demanding. So our daily lives now are very busy. All of us want to have a postgraduate course, and we're trying to find time. Oh, I have a university degree, but I cannot find time. What can I do? Does FAZU offer some kind of flexibility when they are taking these post-grad courses so that they can fit everything into their schedules? Yes. This agribusiness professional, we understand that many times they run from side to side, they have a busy life, so we have classes that have active methodologies, and our students have a recorded class, a personalized class for that class, and we also have live classes every week. I was unable to attend my classes this week because I didn't have connection to the internet. I had a problem at work, and so the classes are recorded, and so they can watch that later. And so we personalize these classes as well, and they can have direct contact with their professors, with the coordinators. So beside classes, they have extra support, and they can chat with their professors, with their coordinators, and this is unique in the market. We know that there are many post-grad courses that do not offer this kind of service, and so the student is just another number. But at FASU, no, we see our students as an essential part of the educational process, and so they can study this every day, and they can watch the videos, they can attend classes, and if the this post-grad course, they're going to feel comfortable, they're going to follow up the other classmates, the ones that graduated recently. And it's interesting to mention that because we don't only have professionals who study veterinary or business administration or agricultural studies or sciences. No, they have other degrees, okay, and they want to specialize in agribusiness. And so they receive all the support to start working with agribusiness. And so you have a post-grad course to work in a specific area. They go deep down into a certain subject, and it's a specialization course aimed at the market. It's not only theoretical, academic, right? Yes, it's a lato sensu post-graduation course. And so they analyze what the market is all about. It's very different from a master's course or a PhD course, which is much more academic. And so our dissertation or final paper is not mandatory. They can write a final paper or not. They are going to receive a degree regardless of creating a final paper. And our Ministry of Education recognizes this course. So how can they join this post-grad course? It's very simple. They have to surf on our website, fazu.post.br. They have a link and they can fill in a form, send some documents, ID card number, university degrees, CPF number. They can forward everything via email or on the website or via WhatsApp, and then they can enroll and they can start the course. Do we need to wait wait for a minimum number of students. We have predefined moments that they can join the postgrad course, but throughout the year we create other classes. And so now we're going to start a class now of genetic improvement. We have another one that has to do with energy, and the courses start happening as we have a minimum number of students. So are you interested in becoming a postgrad student and study at FASU? This is the time now. If you are at the Fernando Costa Park now, you can come to the FASU stand, okay? We are here located inside the park, and you can come here, chat with us. We can share all the information you need, and we can even start your enrollment process. So we have fazu.br.pos, which in Portuguese is postgrad, okay? So you have been invited. Professor, thank you so much for being here today, sharing this information with us, with our market, with our audience. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, let's talk about entertainment, because today is a Sunday. Even though it's a Sunday, it's a national holiday, and this doesn't make much sense. But if you want to come to Fernando Costa Park, let's listen to what reporter Leilani has to share with us regarding entertainment for the entire family. Hello, Leilani. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Oi, César.
Hi, César. Good afternoon. I hope that everything is okay with you guys, because I'm fine now. Okay, so this environment is really nice. We can see everything around the park. We can see the families meeting once again. We have many children having fun. The park is full of people. We have some beautiful children here. And it's interesting to see that after 2 years of this terrible pandemic, we can see many children that had never come to the park and experienced this. And talking about emotions, I was analyzing the avenues here in the park. It's wonderful to see these moments happening once again after all this time. So you can see many families, many children taking part in the Expozebu after the pandemic. Okay, the temperature is very mild, very nice. It's 28 degrees Celsius. 28 degrees Celsius.
Não parece que vai chover, viu, gente? Então, podem vir, podem chegar. A qualquer momento a gente também vai vir aqui para mostrar para vocês
como é que tá essa movimentação de pessoas aqui no parque. And we're gonna see how many families. Okay. The program of the 2022 Expozebu is going to continue. Cesar, let's go back to the studio, and we're going to talk again later on, and we're going to share with you guys everything that you're going to be able to find here in the park. Okay, so you can see many people in the park. It's almost the end of the afternoon. It's almost 4 p.m. And I would like to remind you that when you come to the park, okay, you don't need to pay to enter the park. Second point, it's not necessary to present your vaccination card. So now we have a new decree that is flexibilizing the need to show the vaccination card. You don't need, even have to use a mask. And so it's more flexible now for open spaces, and the park is an open spaces. And in closed spaces, you don't need to wear a mask either. So you can come to the park with your family, see everything that is happening. And so the playground, differently from the other years, that was way at the back of the park where we usually have the shows. Now it's close to the entrance. And so at the top you can see the trees. So the trees are around the park, So as soon as you enter the park using the main entrance, when you turn left and you go around the museum, you're going to see the food truck festival, and then you're going to see the playground. Or the, yes. And so when you come come down, you can see the stands, the outsourced stands, and then you can take a photo near the microphone. And then if you come to the back, you can see the multi-use pavilion with the cuisine exhibit or the gastronomy exhibit. And then we also have our kitchen, okay? And we have the beef, and we have the cheese, we have the zebu milk. And so we're going to have a brief break, and then when I come back, we're going to have more contests, okay? Stay tuned.
Hi, learn more about CRV. With more than 104 years in the world and more than 50 years in Brazil. Being a pioneer in genetic improvements in the country, we are the largest provider in Latin America, and we have a full portfolio with improving results. Therefore, CRV is guarantee of evolution for the herd. CRV, better cows, better life.
Estancia K presents a modern project of dairy cattle breeding that gathers genetic improvement of dairy gear cattle, high productivity cows that are multiplied with high standard, along with bulls and collecting centrals. Estancia K is focused on the commercialization of embryo packages, cow pregnancy, male and female cattle in commercial events all year round. Estancia K, continuous improvement.
Recognized in the national market and abroad, Genial provides important innovations to the livestock productive chain. We are a link of reference with international trade. Genial is certified to export to many countries and provides services in cattle cloning, genetic data banks, in vitro fertilization, beta-casein, and DNA testing for over a decade. We are a complete laboratory. We are Genial.
Get to know us better. At Gujarat Juice, we work with selecting and genetic improvement of milk in Gujarat. We believe that the Gujarat breed is a fundamental tool for the improvement of livestock production in the tropics, in both intensive and double-purpose systems, by offering bulls and cows that are productive, fertile, rustic, and long-living.
Learn more about Imprenha, a 100% Brazilian company dedicated to the manufacture of veterinary products, which seeks to develop innovative products, continually investing in new research in order to bring solutions to the market and maximize results in animal reproduction biotechnologies. You can count on our products because to us, your result is the most important.
20 years ago, a dream began. The dream of providing safe, effective, and innovative solutions in animal health to the farms, collaborating with the prosperity of cattle breeding. We have grown, progressed, and today we are considered the fastest growing veterinary pharmaceutical laboratory in America. We are JA, for 20 years providing innovation and commitment to livestock.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight, weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Learn more about the work of the Matsuda Group. We have been in the market for more than 70 years, providing numerous technologies for food production, operating in more than 20 countries worldwide. We research and launch new pasture cultivars in addition to having the highest technology in tropical forage seeds in the world. We encourage respect for the environment, animals, and people. We are the Matsuda Group.
For more than 55 years, we have been working towards a more efficient pasture-based livestock in the Nelore Sand. a herd with females improved by a straightforward selection for fertility, maternal ability, and precocity. We are always looking for bulls that maintain and improve these traits in our herd, producing animals with good temperament, rustic, functional, and productive.
Learn more about Romancini. Romancini is a company for the interior of the state of Paraná and was founded in the early 1970s by rancher Luis Romancini, who in his day-to-day life in the field noticed the need for the containment equipment that will be suitable for the various livestock cycles and all breeds of cattle. The passion for the livestock is what moved us and made us a company specialized in the development of cattle crush. Romancini, from the rancher to rancher.
4:03, estamos de volta. Muito bom ter a sua companhia. Daqui a pouco a gente volta com imagens ao vivo aqui da pista de julgamentos. Antes disso, eu quero mostrar para você os detalhes do leilão.
We are back 4 and 3 p.m. and we want to show what happened yesterday. Elaine Moraes saw it everything. Yes, we are here at Rubico de Carvalho and we have the new auction. And I will talk to the organizer of this night, and we are here together again. BCZ, what are the surprises for the spectators of your auction today? It's a satisfaction to be with you here. I'm very grateful to open the space. You are really very kind to us. What we bring of success, we stopped for 2 years with any presential auctions, and as we said yesterday, we are really the ones that opened the fair after the opening of the Expozebu. The responsibility is huge, and we are really prepared to show the best we have, not only what we have, but also the best our partner have in this auction. And what is the huge surprise? What is your animal, the huge highlight of today? It's difficult to talk about one highlight. We love all our animals because we breed them, and every client has its own preferences for animals. We try to get the best animals for the market. If you don't believe in these animals, you should not auction it. So what is the huge advantage of the breeder that will buy your animals? What has your bull to offer to the reproduction market? He is getting a package, actually. He is getting a very well evaluated animals with a modern carcass, and he is also getting a brand that has 109 years of market. You had also online auctions during the last 2 years. Was the result good in comparison? What is the advantage of presential auctions? The presential, we are able to hug and see our friends, and it's also better for people to see. We are talking about the biggest breeding and agribusiness fair of Brazil. So it's very important for people to be here. So this comeback is very important for the business too. Please tell me something. One big concern of the market is the quality of the beef, and how's the genetics of the animals and how can they contribute to the better beef. We are not talking about only quality. The market wants a short cycle animal that can be slaughtered early, and we are working on the evaluation of the carcass of these animals. So they are evaluated for the results of the carcass, and that's what the market wants, and that's what we have to invest in for our professionals, for our breeders, for everyone. So a lot of information. We are seeing some images that are being auctioned. Thank you very much for being here with us again, and we hope that it's a huge success, and hope to be here with you next year at the next success. Yes, for sure. I want to thank you, President Rivaldo, and we hope that the fair will be amazing. the translation booths lost the connection for a while, but we're back now. And we are back here at the VIP studio with our specialists helping us in this transmission. So let's do a summary of what is happening on the track right now. César, we had this live, and now we have a next group that is the next group 16 to 18 months, that are the animals now on the track, and we are getting now the results. The first place comes back for the end competition, final competition. So we have the fourth, third, and now they will ask for the second and first place. We don't have the numbers here, but first place is 272. The name of is Chita Claro, both are 222. And the second place is Moro.
Depois o vermelho em terceiro e o Chita e o vermelho pintado em quarto. E eles saem na ordem de primeiro a quarto.
So, and they will leave now from the first place to the fourth place, the track. And in the middle of the track, I don't know if you can see it, we have the first place of the other category that not took place in this category. So we had only 222, 220, 219 and 218 taking part in this category. And now we go over to the championship. Now they're still waiting. 222 will remain on the track for the next phase. 216 also competed in the first category and was first place, right? Yes, that's correct.
Só teve duas categorias de júnior menor.
We had only two categories for lower junior. And now 220 and 222 will be the ones that will try the championship together with 216. He has to come back to the track.
Ou seja, essa parte está finalizada.
So this part has ended now, and now they will go over to the championship. 216 stays on the track, and we have only two categories of lower junior.
Se ele tivesse uma pessoa com ele, essa pessoa pegaria.
E ele ficaria lá, né? Ótimo.
Soon we will call our reporter that is at the track for new information with a summary of the results that we had at the beginning of the afternoon. The contest began 2:30 and now we have 4:15, and we cannot preview how long it will take, but we are following all the details here, following up all the details. And now 222 is going back to the center of the track to begin this new part. And the judges go there now, right? Yes, exactly. They will now walk in circles again, and then they will stand still.
O bom do nosso estúdio aqui é que a
The
gente
good
consegue
part
ver
of our
pelas
studio
câmeras e
that we
consegue
can
ver
see through the cameras and through the window.
o melhor visual
So that's
por
the
aqui. Muitas vezes
best
a gente vai
view
acompanhar
ever.
mais pelo
So
nosso
it's
estúdio do que
easier
pela tela aqui.
to
A gente
look
tá
through the window than to the screen, right? Yeah, we are
Começou então
following
essa
up
parte
the
da
judgment.
dinâmica, como o Célio
So
explicou para
they
nós, os jurados já
are
estão
doing the movement part now,
posicionados aqui. O jurado
the
quando vai,
dynamic
né, Célio,
part,
para essa etapa, ele já está em mente
and
ali o ponto que ele
they
vai tirar para separar esse
know
animal, né, para dar a
already
pontuação.
how to judge these animals, right? Yes, there's a pattern, there's a standard that they respect, that you learn during the years. And as a technician, you establish what is the ideal characteristic for this breed. You try to get into your memory the lot of cattle that you already judged. You go back and try to remember them and put your expertise to compare this to the animals on the track. Always repeating what you want from the beginning to the end, from the first calf to the last bull, with the right characteristics for the breed: locomotion, alignment, backline, and everything that is part of the judgment. On the right, in blue, you have the main judge, and on his left is auxiliary judge. And they talk a lot to each other. The helper, the auxiliary judge, has all the annotations, and the judge analyzes both, compare them, and asked the auxiliary judge, and what about this one and that one? So it's very interesting, the image that we saw, the look, the very focused look of the judge. They are really, really concentrated. Yeah, you may have a show running of a huge pop star or country star on your side, and you're still very focused and concentrated on the animals. When we look from the top, we have a lot of people walking around, and as Célio said, their focuses are on the animals. So their focus is on the zebu breeds that are being shown here. As we said, they are the stars. These animals are the stars. They are the reason why we are here. So we really need to have a watchful eye, be concentrated, and there's a lot of work put into these animals. You have the dedication of the breeder, of the handler, and there's a lot of demands. You have their feeding, you have their work, you have the logistic involved. All these are inside of the work that is being shown here on the track. They really need to make decisions that are really assertive. They really need to be convinced that they chose the better animal. And as we have shown in that former image, in this 360 degrees image we had with the drone, and the judge analyzes this animal from all sides, from all angles. You see a very focused look, talking to the auxiliary judge. We had an annual course in June, but unfortunately in the last 2 years we were able to offer the judgment course, but a professional from the sector, from the 8th semester onwards, may help out as auxiliary judge and help. So this is the process of the course of a new judge, of the learning of a new judge. And the main judge explains his decisions. They really compared the characteristics on their racial aspects, breeding aspects, and they preparing the future professional. And as soon this auxiliary judge was on a certain number of fairs, he has a test that he has to do, and then if he is approved, he is able to be an official judge in other fairs. It's very important that they learn how to see the difference between the different animals. And one important point is to see the points. If you see a rump that is better than the other, or the loin is better than the other, they really need to know how to do this. If you have an inclination, they lose some points. If not, and the champion was the 222 F. Mutum from Léo Machado Ferreira, from Alexânia, Goiás.
Vai sair. Ou já saiu, né?
Então vamos lá. Ele é filho do Fardo, filho de F. Mutum, que foi avô do bezerro anterior, né? Que é um radar das poções, e a mãe é Mara, filha de F. Mutum, que é uma filha de C.A. Sansão. Então tá aí o garrote.
This is the calf.
Agora o segundo colocado da categoria dele volta para disputar o título de reservado.
And now the second place comes back to the second place championship.
A entrega do troféu. Eu vou chamar o nosso repórter, o Vitor.
I will now call on our reporter Vitor, that is in our entertainment area, that will bring us some new information. So just keep our image on the corner of the screen.
Quais as informações que você traz aí pra gente?
Vitor, what are the new information about this great afternoon in the park?
Agora? É agora, Vitor, se você estiver me ouvindo.
Hi, Cesar. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you who are watching us now. I'm here at the Art and Culture Space beside the Zebu Museum. Oh, there are many, many people here. Families are passing by. We can see that there is a show happening now. This is a wonderful show that we're having now this Sunday afternoon. We have many children with their families, and so we have 11 food trucks here. You can buy drinks, you can buy draft, you can buy churros, you can buy French fries, baked potatoes, hot dogs, and even appetizers and pizza. And so it's wonderful to have a space such as this one to enjoy your Sunday. So this is what we're doing now. We are enjoying things, and you are taking care of everything in the studio. This is a wonderful and beautiful Sunday. Everybody is enjoying it, and everybody would like to be here. So I would like to pass the floor to you once again, Cesar. Thank you, Victor, for the information. There is a show happening right now. The name of this project is Expozebu, Under the Stars, okay? And now we're going to choose the reserved winner, or the second place. And so the judges are analyzing the animals now, and they're paying attention to the animals now. They're checking out the animals now. And so they are trying to analyze what's happening in the field, in the rural areas. There are regulations that have been created by the ABCZ for each one of the breeds, okay? So you can find these pieces of information on our website, and they have been approved by the Ministry of Agriculture. And so you can find this. We have the capacity to see, and everybody's highly trained to do that. The navel has to be at the right size, and you can understand. So the breeders, they have access to this, to the standards, and so sometimes these things are amended, but the standard is dynamic. And so whenever we go into the arena or onto the tracks, we can analyze what is the best animal, and we analyze all of their morphological characteristics, okay? Who has the highest hump? And sometimes one animal by itself doesn't have everything perfect. One of them sometimes have the perfect head, the other one has the perfect neck, and so sometimes they receive penalties. And so the comparison is this, okay? So the judges are searching for this, okay? And we have the online broadcasting, and we're trying to help everybody who's watching. In the arena, it's not easy because the view that you have in the large categories, because the individuals sometimes they have different ages, the animals they have different ages. So you're gonna judge a champion that is a baby bull, and then you're gonna judge a bull that is 1 year old or 2 years old. Sometimes it's going to be better one day than the other, and so it's better because of its entirety. And you know what is the ideal navel, you know what is the ideal for that breed. You're trained to recognize this, so you know which are the best animals, and they were chosen by the breeders. And so the breeders, when they bring their animals to be judged here in the arena of the ABCZ, they must understand, they must follow up all of these features, requirements, these standards. Yes, they invest in this. It's an investment that he or she has done for many, many years. It is the genetic improvement, right? Yes. Oh, let's see who's going to win the reserved. So the ABCZ would like to inform you that the champion is... or the winner is...
Agora é o momento da emoção, Sérgio.
Momento da emoção, a expectativa, né?
Okay, this brings a lot of expectation. So this is the Ayrton Senna song. 2-0. Okay, 2-0. From the AK Ranch, okay? And the producer is Eduardo Branquinho. It's from the city of Bela Vista in the state of Goiás. Once again, this is the second place. It was the reserved one. And so the animal 220 was born on the 29th of November of 2020. And so it's an offspring of Espantoso. Okay, and...
Então seguiu aí, né? O campeão reservado.
And so we have the reserved champion. And the third place is a little younger, And so maybe the youngest one could have been the champion. The age does not interfere. One of the judges is going to make some comments. Please stand on your side or stand sideways. So the biotype of the animals pleases me a lot, and so he deserved to be the champion. This animal is strong, well structured, the reserved also, and the third place is also offering a nice biotype. And the third place is a little heavier at the moment. At the front, okay, it's a little heavier, and slightly I can see between the legs that it has more muscles, and I don't see this in the reserved and in the third place. And so the perineum is smaller, cleaner, there is a wider gap between the legs, and when I look from the front is a little cleaner, and the chest is open and strong, but it has less accumulation of muscles. So these animals the two of them are very strong, and we need this for the milk gear. And so it's an excellent animal. It offers high quality. We have to notice that it stands up straight very well, and at the back, at the rump, we can see the quality, and in third place, we considered also the cleanliness and the proportions of the animals, mainly the animals that are more masculine. Congratulations to the third place. The reserved animal, the volume is similar. They are both long and they have a short neck, a short face. The front is more masculine, but there are no excesses. They have an open chest, and so the less ribs. And so the reserved is longer, the body is longer, but the ribs do not follow the same arch. And so both of them, they have a very interesting length of the rump, okay? And so I can see the breadth of the champion. And this is very important for animals that have the aptitude to produce milk. And they are going to be the studs of the matrices that are going to produce calves, okay? Regarding how they stand up straight, it's very good. They are strong in the posterior members, so it's a more complete animal. It's more masculine, okay, and they have more cardiopulmonary capacity, okay, and so it's a beautiful contest. Congratulations to all of them who took part in this contest, to the champion and to the second place. So for the milk breed, whenever you have the milk breeds, and so they cannot be too muscular, and so you have heard this before. Tabapuã and other beef breeds, it's the opposite for what you're searching for in milk breeds. Okay, they need
e também depois questão de funcionalidade, harmonia, masculinidade comparado aos dois primeiros. Mas ele em relação ao terceiro, por exemplo,
so in third place, what I understood, that's it. And so it's interesting for those who are watching us that whenever we are analyzing the morphology, depending on how they stand up straight or how the morphology, how we analyze the morphology analyzes a little different. So in Nelore, the more muscular it is to a certain extent, it's better because you want beef. But for the milk breeds, no, you need space, less beef in the legs, so that they can have a good insertion, yeah? And so these are details that the breeders who raise different breeds, they have to know this. They use a different terminology. They see that their muscles are cleaner. That was the expression that the judge used.
Lá no norte de Minas, prestigiando a Expozebu, para fazer entrega da premiação.
Bom, agora temos a parte da entrega da premiação.
And so now we are going to have the award granting part. They are going to receive their prizes, and they are waiting.
Então vai dar sequência no campeonato
And so now we're going to have the larger junior category now.
Bom, enquanto a gente tem esse esse intervalinho
we have this break of the giving them the awards or the prizes, so the animals are in the right position now. Can we have a break? Can we have a break? Can we have a break? We are now live. It's 4:31 p.m. and we're gonna come back soon, okay?
Learn more about W2R, a cow-calf ranch dedicated to the genetic improvement of the Brahman breed for 18 years, which recently has also started breeding red Brahman cattle. To produce first-rate meat at a low cost, we seek high-performance animals to meet the demands of an ever more discerning market. Since it is an extremely precocious zebu with a high carcass yield, the Brahman has a lot to offer to national animal agriculture.
Conheça mais sobre o trabalho da ABS, a mais completa central de biotecnologia da América Latina. O Complexo ABS conta com modernos laboratórios de sêmen convencional, genética sexada e embriões, para entregar as melhores soluções para o progresso genético do mercado, com padrão de qualidade tipo exportação. A bateria de touros ABS lidera os principais programas de avaliações. Há 80 anos, a ABS entrega soluções e resultados, garantindo o progresso genético, gerando lucro para você.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro-Export. Agro-Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro-Export brand in your next deal. Agro-Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about the quality JLT Tabapuã Farm Água Marinha by businessman Júlio Laure. Animals of excellent genetics with the most desired characteristics: maternal ability, winning weight to sovereign, fertility, structure, precocity, muscularity, and carcass characteristics. JLT Tabapuã, love for the breed.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
Baguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement of the red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babalu and Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguaçu. Baguaçu Agribusiness is the best of the national red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of nature.
Estamos de volta, deixa eu sentar aqui.
We are back. I'm going to sit down a little bit, okay? Our technicians, they are standing. Marco, come on, can I use the other camera? Let's stand a little bit. Yeah, we take advantage of the break to stand up a little bit. We were discussing this, Renato and I. We are working, standing all the time, and now I'm sitting all day, practically all day. So it seems that we're going to have cramps in our legs, and so there is a contest taking place now, and so I started turning backwards to see. Let's check out what's happening. So the judges, they are there. They have already gotten near the animals, and so now we have the dynamics here, and once again they start assessing the animals. Okay, these animals, they are between 18 and 20 months old. 223 would be Ifus, and 224, Filco RV Monte Azul. So we have a catalog, and this is going to help you understand. So repeating, 223 is an offspring of Gengis Khan, and the mother is called Okema Vila Rica. So they are half brother and sister, and so Imperativo Ave from Brazil, and the mother is Pureza, a daughter of Gengis Khan from Brasilia. Gengis Khan. And so they are between 18 and 20 months old. 18 and 20 months old.
22 a 24.
Yes.
Nós temos animal na
That one
próxima,
is a little larger. We have an
dois na
animal
terceira.
now and
Conforme a
2
raça,
in the third,
a partir de uma
depending
certa
on
idade começa
the
a ser
breed.
biológicos, os machos.
So we have the males.
Essa categoria já exige, né?
This category already requires this. So the males, they have other characteristics that they must have. We have the length, we have the height of the rump, we have. And so in the beef breeds, we have the ultrasound data that are important. We have how much fat they have in their bodies, and this is important, and it's optional in some places, but because of the costs and difficulties, some people don't do it. But we do this for the male milk gear breeds. And so the judges, they have all of these data, and so the judges don't know the father. They only receive the ID number of these animals. But the technical data, and so the measurements, the morphology, everything, they can see everything on the piece of paper they have in front of us, okay? And so we have the ultrasound of the carcass. This was experimental at the beginning. It was done by Mr. Jaime Caron, and then Jaime once again, and they have reports of all of these years. What is the profile of this cattle? And so the ABCZ has measured and weighed, and everything that is new and all of the new technologies, we try to offer it. And we have been doing this for many, many years. So they have, we have been doing this for over 10 years. Okay, the next one. Okay, reducing the amount of paper we use, trying to use technology. In the back, we had to jot down everything, give it back at the aquarium.
Now we do everything online in a digital way. We see the images and they leave the track already with the analysis done. It's important to say, just out of curiosity, that in all this place here, we have transmitting antennas. So the judge needs to be close to the seats or to the studio where we are to transmit the information. Now, nowadays, the signal is very strong, and we use our own network here. And it's important to highlight that this is a closed network, so we can't be hacked, and nobody can change the grade that is given, and nobody has access to this grade. The judge fills in the grade, and the result is sent directly to the screen. There can't be changed. Not even we here in the studio have access to this grade. And all of the process must be very transparent and correct. And we are waiting in the same expectation as the people on the seats. We see the screen. The transmission is just great. We have a lot of cameras. When the judge gives his grade, you can see live how it's shown on this really big screen that is in front of all the breeders, close to the aquarium. Maybe our internal team, camera-free, can position itself at the big screen for the people at home to have the same feeling that the people have in their seats. You should have the same feeling at home that we have here at the Park Fernando Costa.
ao longo das feiras para que quem está na arquibancada, no lado oposto, consiga acompanhar esse resultado. Então, quando
So whoever sitting in the bleachers will see the same as you do.
Tocando ali, essa nota aparece lá também.
Você me permite, César?
So please allow me to comment on that, César.
Os jurados têm notas independentes. Então, muitas vezes
and the judges have different grades, and they don't talk to each other. So the first place, that much points, the second place, that much points. So this is a regulation that was approved by the BCZ.
Então, numa categoria de 10, 12 animais, com 3 jurados votando, você pode ter primeiro e sexto.
Category with 12 animals may have one first place and the same animal have a grade for first and 6 or first and 12. So there's a huge variation. So it's good to show that because and just for us to remember the grade. When it goes to the screen, it's the summary, the sum of the points. So, let's see now. The second prize, 223. Foz Filho Vila Rica. And 224, Fiuco Monte Azul. Now we have on the screen, and then you have the votes of the judges. In this case, all 3 voted the same. So now imagine with 12 to 15 animals, you show all of them. It's beautiful to see how transparent this is. The breeder really can follow up, and they know that is fair, that is well done. Nowadays, it's much quicker to get the result, and it's more safer, and the result is really taken very seriously. Everything is clearer, more transparent, because as soon it's sent or the data are sent to the system calculates the results, and the result is shown on the screen. And the screen does show the results when it was calculated, and now the next animal is being prepared. On the screen of the MC, it's shown first.
Limita isso, eles não podem ficar entrando na pista para fazer nenhum tipo de cobertura.
Media are not allowed to get close to the screen and are not allowed to get in the track. Sometimes the MC looks at the screen and see who wins.
Se você vai falar ou não, se você errou, acertou, ou se foi todo mundo igual. Quando vai todo mundo igual, há rodízio entre os jurados. Começando pelo mais velho ou não, pela letra A,
every judge had the same vote, the oldest begins, and then they rotate the comments. In the smaller categories, there are not that many differences in the judgment, but in the next categories, in the bigger ones, you will see a lot of differences.
Encaminhando para poder fazer a avaliação, nós já vai
essa já é a categoria de 20 a 22, né?
That's the category 20 to 22. It's more a referendum. Is he able to get the first place or not? It's difficult not to get it, but it may happen. But anyhow, this evaluation, with a good possibility to be first place, it helps the judges to get to know this animal because it comes back for the championship. They can look if it walks well, if it has a good muscular disposition. So this animal is being already judged, evaluated, even if it's alone, it's in its own category. And what we can see here for every who is watching, and we are getting this feedback from our live, from our chat, and we want to try to show you an image that is aligned to what I'm telling you now, that are people watching the animals on the track, people taking picture with children, caressing the animals, and they are really tamed, mild animals, and that's a huge characteristic from the Zebu breeds. In many countries, the piercing is already forbidden, and many other breeds use this piercing, but you will see no animal inside the park with this piercing in the nostril.
Em Londrina para touro que justamente entrou de uma raça zebuína com argola. Eu achei que aquilo eu poderia usar como penalização.
I could, as a judge, use in Londrina the use of the piercing nostril to disclassify a bull. And you see, you can enter here in the pavilions and see the animals, touch the animals. So it is really a little bit different. It was a quick judgment. We have just one animal, and this is the higher junior category, 20 to 22 months, and it's important for the public that is coming to. You don't have that many coat colors, white, gray, and the Gyr breed is a colorful breed. 2025 from Portinari Phoebe, they confirmed the first place. It could happen. But that was my question. What could happen if you have just one animal in a category? Depending on the level, on the index of the animal, he may not reach enough points to be able to take part in the championship. Sometimes there's some small thing that the judge does not like, and they are penalized. And if they get a second place, they would not come back for this championship. So we continue, and we see the other animals that are being positioned. And now have the next category, 22 to 24 months, with two animals. EBCZ back then had an admitting commission that could prohibit the access of an animal to the track. We don't do that anymore. They just check the number and the breeder, but they don't avoid or they prohibit the access of a certain animal to the track. In the past, until the 90s, it's very common that some animals came to the park but were not allowed on the track. So if this animal is registered and it's the correct animal according to registration, they are allowed on the track, and the judges must say if they are according to the characteristics of the breed or not. I was part of the access committee, and if it's an androgynous animal, we would not allow this animal to go on track. And this animal had one testicle bigger than the other one, and we did not allow it on the track. But afterwards, on a claim, in the appeal commission, they approved the animal. So, some breeders really have veterinarian support on the ranch, and they would not allow an animal that is not according to the characteristics, to the standards to come to the fair.
Sem que você vá aqui descobrir se ela está gestante, sendo que o regulamento exige idade de gestante, acima de 20 meses. Ou, na idade andrológica, 18 meses, você não vai trazer o animal sem ter testado na fazenda.
So you really will test and watch closely an animal on your ranch before you bring it to the fair.
Hoje em dia, não. É quase que...
E hoje barateou demais a
So,
questão do andrológico também, né? Era muito caro antigamente. Então, você fazer um andrológico se tornava assim algo...
If you have an andrological test, it was very expensive. Now it is very cheap.
Hoje já está mais acessível.
And nowadays you can pay it.
Né?
Pay for it. But in small cities, it's difficult to have a veterinarian that's able to do this test. Many cooperatives, many unions offer this kind of tests for their region. But normally, talking about the breed or about the registration, the judge is free to disclassify animal or not. It's on the decision and responsibility of the judge. We have two Apollo Filhos. One, it's the son of Calife and Vila Rica, and we have Arqueada Bom Sucesso from Arqueada Suzana. The second animal, Prego RV Monte Azul, Alberto Martins Vilela, son from Figo Fif Gedoc from Brasília, and the mother is Honesta Monte Azul, Figue Bepaiá, Figo Bem Paiado.
Enquanto esses animais, esses dois animais,
while these two animals are being judged, evaluated, I want to talk to our reporter Meilane Moraes, that is at the point of our park, Fernando Costa, and has some people that she's interviewing, and she's bringing some news. I believe that you are talking to the entertainment people again from the Entertainment Foundation. Now the signal is back. Elaine, if you are hearing us, now you're on. Hello, Cesar, I'm back. I'm at the entrance of the exposition park. Zebu Art and Culture are coming together. Families are meeting, and it's a lot to see. People can eat, can talk to each other, can listen to good music, and I was able to gather the Cultural Foundation guys, and Alexandre will tell me a little bit about the movement, what is happening at this first weekend. I know that we have a great show very soon.
Alexandre, me conta, o que é que você já viu desses...
Alexandre, please tell me, what have you seen in these last 3 days? The booth apologizes, the signal was lost, and it's back. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a complete success. We had a really great night yesterday for the people and the artists that really enjoyed playing on the stages, bringing culture to the park. And we have already sound happening here at the entrance of the Expozebu, and we have a samba group playing. And we have a cover from Legião Urbana, and we have the lads also today. We have a lot of bands that will play here. The Cultural Association people and team really chose very well the bands that will play here. You have the best artists of the region that will play here. He has all the experience of artist, musician, and actor. Tell me, from you people, the people that you asked here to play, how was the delivery? How is the feedback? The students from UFTM had a really good time on the stage. The sound was just marvelous, as the sound that is being played now. And we will bring poetry, and we will bring haikai for human beings. Everyone needs poetry in its life. It's just our souls being caressed. So, life, come to here. I also have Gustavo Vaz, that is also doing a lot for us, a lot of people working. It's a first event that you're in distress and your support function, or you are used to it. I'm used to it. You know, our approach in the Museu Zubis is the spark from the BCZ. It's a cultural patrimony. And yet, tomorrow we will launch Zebuzinho journal. We have this from 9 on, together with the public schools, together with this magazine that is telling us the history of the Zebu in our city. A lot of information, everyone together, but a lot still has to happen today. Soon I will bring a lot of new things, a lot of people coming from outside. We have call from Legião Urbano. My generation really gets thrilled. We will have new interviews very soon, and very soon we talk to you again. Cesar, back to you in the studio. Great, there's a deal, Leilani, and we see a lot of people coming to the Fernando Costa Park, and we see this from our studio too. And talking about entertainment, yesterday, Tiesa Secret walked through the gastronomy fair that is also happening here in our park, and we see this video now.
Além da Expozebu ser uma referência nacional,
Beyond that, Expozebu is a national reference. The cuisine from Minas Gerais is well known in the whole country. People can see, taste, and fall in love with the taste of the country. So we are small producers, and it's very important. And we came from Iturama, Minas Gerais. Aliados really sell the products from small producers like myself, and we want to show people that's a unique product, like a wine or a coffee. And this initiative helps small producers to show their products.
Translation apologizes. We're having some audio problems. We'll be back as soon as they reestablish the audio, okay?
Júnior Maior, Gil Leiteiro, mais uma classificação da 9ª categoria. O segundo prêmio, animal de catálogo 226, RBB Apollo Vive. Primeiro prêmio, 227, Prego RV Monte Azul.
Peço desculpas para você, como
We
você percebeu.
apologize because, as you noticed, we're having an audio problem, okay, during this news report, and I promise I'm going to share it with you later on. Okay, let's watch the screen outside to see how the contests are going now. So, what's happening now? What's happening now?
Finalizado esses dois animais aí.
Okay, these two animals.
Esse animal ficou em primeiro e o
So this animal was in first place, and then the 226 animal was in second place. And so Prego RV Monte Azul is the first place, and RBB Apollo favorite is the second place, came in second place. And now,
e aí fica o 227,
so the 227,
225,
225. Do we have two groups at the moment? And then we have the 224.
Voltam os três.
So we have the three of them. And then we're going to start, right?
Agora é o campeonato.
And now we're going to have the champion.
Teremos quantos animais, Lauro,
No campeonato, 3 animais.
Eram 3 categorias?
So we had 3 categories,
Os
okay?
campeões de cada uma das
And so the
categorias.
champions of each one of the categories. We had male calves, we had 3 categories for the smaller junior, and then the bigger junior. We also had 3
Os
categories.
animais vão se posicionando. Nós já temos a
While
repórter
they
Melissa
are
Paroneto lá na
placing the
pista de
animals in the
julgamento.
right place, do we have our
Ainda não temos, daqui a
reporter
pouquinho a
there
gente vai
in the
conversar com a
arena?
Melissa Paroneto,
And,
que está
there she is.
posicionada já. Você já
Yes,
me ouve,
Melissa is there. Melissa, can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Muito
I can
bem,
hear
por
you.
favor, traga aí para nós as
Wonderful.
informações. Você
Okay,
que está
so
bem
what kind
pertinho
of
desses
information
animais.
would you
A
like
gente
to
consegue
share
ver
us?
aqui
You're
tudo
so
de cima
close
da
to the
expectativa
animals,
também.
okay?
Mas traga para nós
And
resumo
so,
do que aconteceu
please
nessa
summarize
tarde
everything that
aí na pista
happened
de
this
julgamento.
afternoon in during
momentos
the
mais
contest.
aguardados,
So
né, da
the
Expozebu,
most expected
principalmente
moments of
depois de 2
Expozebu,
anos de
mainly after 2
todos
years
queriam
of
ver
the
as estrelas da
COVID-19
feira
pandemic,
novamente
everybody
em
wanted to
pista,
see the
e os
stars here
julgamentos foram
on the
abertos
tracks,
na
and the
manhã
contest,
deste
they
domingo,
started this morning, this Sunday
primeiramente
morning.
com as avaliações
First,
das
we had the
categorias
assessment of the
da raça
categories
Nelore.
of the
Raça Nelore foi
Nelore
então a
breed.
primeira
So the
a
Nelore
entrar
breed
aqui
was
na
the
pista
first
de
one
julgamentos.
to come to the
Foram
track.
julgadas aí as
And
categorias
so we
da
judged
bezerra jovem
the
e
young
também tiveram início
female
o julgamento das
calves
categorias
and also
bezerra. Esses julgamentos serão
the
retomados
calves, the older
amanhã, na
calves,
parte
female
da manhã,
calves.
e de
These
manhã
contests
também,
are going
assim
to
que
restart
encerrou esse
tomorrow
julgamento, no
morning,
início da
and
tarde,
then
como
at the
vocês
beginning of the
foram
afternoon,
acompanhando até
as you
agora,
followed
o
up with us
julgamento
until
da
now,
raça de
we had
leiteiro.
the
Daí aconteceram, como
Gyr
vocês
milk breed,
já acompanharam,
the milk Gyr
campeonato
breed.
bezerro,
And so you
campeonato
saw
júnior
the male
menor
calf,
e
you
também
saw
agora
the
júnior
smaller
maior.
junior
Daí
and the
agora a gente está
bigger
aguardando
junior
esse último
categories.
resultado,
And
né?
so we are waiting
Tiveram as
for the
categorias
next
júnior
result.
maior e agora
We
sim
had the
será o
larger
campeonato.
or
E a
bigger
gente
junior,
aguardando pra
and now
saber
we're going to
quem
have
será
the
o
championship,
melhor animal
and we are
desse
truly
campeonato
expecting
aí,
who's going to be the
júnior
winner
maior.
of
A gente
the
segue acompanhando,
larger
tem bastante
junior
gente aqui no
category.
Parque Fernando
There are
Costa,
many,
como
many
vocês
people
mesmos
here inside the
disseram,
park, as
desde
you
cedo,
said yourself,
muitos
since early
criadores
this
de
morning.
olho nos
We
seus
have many
animais aqui em
breeders
pista e
paying
muitos
attention to
curiosos
their
também,
animals.
as
We
pessoas
have
que
lay
gostam
people who
de
are
ver os
curious,
animais
people who
desfilando
enjoy
aqui
watching
no
the
tapete,
animals, walking
do recinto de
around,
julgamentos
walking
aqui
on
do
top
Parque
of
Fernando
this
Costa.
grass
Daqui a pouquinho eu
inside
trago
Fernando
então
Costa Park.
informações sobre
And
o
soon
próximo
I'm going to
campeonato
share
para vocês.
information with you about
Combinado
the
então, Melissa, muito
championship.
obrigado. Eu quero
Okay,
pedir à
so
nossa
thank you,
equipe que
Melissa.
está
I like to
campo aí,
request that our
daqui de cima a
team,
gente consegue ver. Se você que está nos
from
acompanhando
here
for
we
vir
can see.
para o Parque Fernando Costa,
So
todo
if
mundo
you're
que
going to
tiver
come
de
to the
verde, tem a
Fernando
equipe da
Costa
BCZ
Park,
TV, a nossa
okay,
equipe técnica.
our technical
E, se for
team, they
possível,
are here,
pedir para eles
and if
mostrarem para
possible,
nós,
I would
aqui
like
de
them
cima
to
a gente
show
consegue
to
ver
us
como está
from
movimentado
here,
o
from the
entorno da pista de
studio,
julgamento, né?
we
Muitas
can
pessoas
see
param para
how
acompanhar,
many
ainda que
people
não
are
entendam a
trying to
dinâmica
watch
desse
the
julgamento, já que
contest,
é
watching
algo
things
extremamente
carefully,
técnico, né?
even
A
though
população
if
vem
they
para passar
are
no Parque
lay
Fernando Costa,
people,
mas as
they
pessoas
want to
vêm para
see what's
ver
going
esses animais
on.
de perto,
They
passar a
want
mão,
to
como a gente
see the
estava comentando
animals, they
agora há
want to
pouco, né,
caress the
Renato?
animals,
Não tem
touch
nem
the
grade, não
animals,
tem cerco
and
nos
so we don't
pavilhões,
have
o pessoal consegue
fences,
chegar
okay,
pertinho,
and people
tirar
can get
foto,
close
isso é
to
muito
the
bacana
animals,
também.
take photos, they can pet the animals. It's a huge pet, yes, it's a huge pet. And I normally say that these animals that are here inside the park at the Expozebu, they are huge pets that we cannot raise at home, but people can pet them, caress them. We have many photos that have been posted on our Instagram account. People are touching the animals, petting the animals. And so this shows how docile they are, how gentle they are. And so the breeders, they prepare these animals, the handlers prepare the animals, and the Zebu breeds, they are gentle, pardon me, they are well handled, docile, okay? And so it's like a Zebu pet. And so the judges are placing themselves at the right place, the animals as well, and we're going to start now.
Essa parte das crianças, né?
And you can see the children.
A diretoria da BCZ
So the
entendeu,
board of
e
directors
muitos, né,
of
dos
the
diretores
ABCZ see, and many of the directors, they were these children in the past. They used to be these children. So it's important to have this huge flow of people getting close to the animals, understanding that all of these animals, they are live beings, that you can touch them carefully, of course. You can pet them, you can talk to the handler, ask permission. You can see them inside the pavilions, and you can understand. So the DNA that we have in our bodies, part of our DNA is called Zebu. And so we have a unique kind of relationship with these animals. And people who raise their children with pets, or people who grew up with pets, they see life in a different way. So these animals, they are raised to be producers. And so they are to be producers, either of milk, either of beef. And so we have the beef breeds and the milk breeds, but the worry that we have with their well-being is clear and evident. So these animals are going to produce other animals. So they worry about their well-being, and automatically we worry with people's well-being as well. So they have So the animals that have a more difficult temperament, okay, or character, they are discarded. And so the Nelore cow that gave birth to a calf, to a baby, but most of the Zebu cattle, they are docile. Otherwise, they are not brought onto the track. But the Zebu breeds in general, among all of the breeds, most of them are extremely docile, and they coexist with humans pretty well. If you get a Mahuá in the forest free, and they can become this, they are not going to become violent. And so if you offer rational handling, and they learn how to deal with the animals, to avoid violence, using their voices to give commands, things changed a lot when we started our university courses. And since I was little, I saw my uncles vaccinating the cattle. And it's way different from what they did in the past to what people do nowadays. So we need to correctly handle these animals. The handlers that follow these animals onto the track, they are essential when they're being assessed. They have to be placed correctly, they have to be positioned correctly, they go around the track. They play a very important role. They have to present the animal the best way possible. When they stop, when they stand still, they are not going to abandon the animal. They need to make the animal stand in the best posture possible. Okay? And so I only have a few minutes to assess each animal. And so is there a wide gap between the legs because the handler was incompetent, or because that's a fact? And so I only have a few minutes to analyze that. Was it the handler or was it the animal? And so the handler has the obligation of walking around with the animal calmly, stop it sideways, backwards, okay? And so the judge can do that. So we have the right to ask the handler to stop the animal like this, stop the animal like that, invert the position, please. We have the right to do that. But the posture, the presentation, oh, it comes from the moment when the animal was a baby calf, and when they were taken to take a bath, or they were washed, and the handler has the responsibility of remembering that, this is the World Cup of the Zebu breed. I have to be on my best behavior, and the animal too. Otherwise, it's going to compromise the assessment. And they have to improve the animal's temperament and character. And so, among all of the bulls that are going to be the candidates to become a reserve bull, and so you have the finalists, and let's imagine you have 5 animals, and one of them is angrier. So this animal is going to be discarded because there's it's impossible to think of this animal that is angrier to become the father of many offspring. And so we have to select within the program, and you filter, and within the filter, the temperament of the animal is something that is going to lead to their being discarded or not. So the judges have gone back to their chairs. So, okay, let's follow up what's happening outside.
O campeão júnior maior, gileiteiro.
So the bigger junior champion of the milk deer is 2. The champion is 225. 225. Roberta Bertin Barros. Okay, the animal has come from the state of São Paulo.
Mas ele entrou sozinho na sua categoria.
And so it's by itself in its category, and it was the champion. So the second place is already the reserved animal of this bigger junior. So this is the offspring of Gengis Khan from Brasília and Prada Filho from Prada Gavião.
Nesse caso, os jurados não voltam para fazer novo julgamento. Aí já segue a sequência.
Okay, now we're gonna follow to the next category. They're not gonna come back anymore.
E a gente já conseguiu acompanhar e pegar
And so we were able to follow up the happiness of the breeder. The breeder, when he saw the result of his animal winning. And this is always a special moment. It is a moment that was expected for a long time. It's the result of a long time of work, a lot of work, the gestation time, the health care. And so when they were taken care of, when they were tamed, and so this young bull is almost 2 years old. And so they waited almost 2 years or a little bit over 2 years to win the prize. And so you have to wait for the preparation, that was the coverage. 3 years. And so the animal went through many phases, yes? To be the best one of that farm at that moment, it was separated to be a young bull, a younger bull.
Muito bem. Enquanto o julgamento vai prosseguir,
so while we're going to have another contest, we're going to have a brief break, and then afterwards, I'm going to invite you to get to know one of the auctions that is going to happen. It's part of the program. It's part of the Expozebu 2022 Expozebu auction, and it's part of the program.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, Sao Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Olá, conozca a CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR y creamos el selo IFERT, que atestigua la fertilidad superior de los animales. Por lo tanto, CRV es garantía de evolución para el rebaño. CRV, Better Cows, Better Life.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Gir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes inovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, Vive, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más. En Gusera Juice estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
Estamos de volta, eu estou aqui na companhia do senhor Amadeu de Oliveira, que é proprietário do Aras Calafate. Muito obrigado pela presença do senhor aqui, seja bem-vindo.
Breeding ground for horses. Thank you very much for coming.
Acho que nós estamos aqui muito entusiasmados com a volta agora depois da pandemia, e aí nós estamos com uma nova expectativa, porque o mercado voltou forte.
E é o leilão top, raça pega e machador, animais que vão ser comercializados no leilão que acontece hoje, a partir das 8 da noite. O que nós podemos falar desses animais? Quantos lotes vão ser ofertados, seu Amadeu?
São 38 lotes, acho que nós vamos ofertar o que tem aí de melhor machador, que na verdade é o top machador. Nós vamos ofertar o melhor da raça pega e da raça os moares, né? E o cavalo mangalaga machador. Eu represento aí o mangalaga machador. E nós temos uma fazenda aqui, somos em Uberaba.
Mangalaga machador.
Depois virou Delta, mas aqui Uberaba. Sou nascido aqui em
I
Uberaba.
was born in Uberaba, was raised in Uberaba,
60 anos a fazenda.
and
né?
I own
Estamos
this
criando uma galega machadora muito
ranch
tempo,
over
faz
60
tempo.
years, and we
Nós
are
estamos aqui há muito
breeding
tempo
the
mexendo com
Mangalaga Machador
e cavalo mangalaga.
for a
E a
long
gente tem
time,
visto que é
and also the
mercado que
Zebu
tem
cattle.
crescido cada
And
vez
it's a
mais,
market
né?
that is
Tem chamado
growing
atenção.
more and
O
more.
machador tá bombando.
Mangalaga Machador is really
Estamos aí, ontem teve
great.
de mais de 10 mil reais.
We have horses for over 10,000 reais, and the horses
Muito valorizados.
are really well valued.
Pegou as pessoas
And the
e levou
pandemic
para a fazenda de retorno,
got
né?
people and
As
got
pessoas
them back to the ranches, to the
que
farms.
tinha fazenda voltou
And
para a fazenda.
people that had a farm and lived in the
Curtiram
cities
mais
went back to
da
the
fazenda.
farms and to
E
enjoy
aí,
the farm a little bit
tem o
more.
boi, tem
And you
a
have the
vaca,
cattle,
tem
you
o
have the
carneiro,
cow,
mas tem o
you
cavalo, que é um
and
lazer
you have the horses
sensacional.
too. That's
E
a
isso
marvelous
aquece
leisure.
muito
And
a
that
raça, principalmente de Mangalaga Machador,
made
que é uma
this
raça
breed to
decapulgada, né?
get a new impulse, and it's very good breed for handling cattle. And people went back investing, and the valorization of the boy cattle. And we are talking about a bull that costs 12 to 15,000.
Ficou pouco para trás em relação aos preços da lida. E aí todo mundo que
And
pegar Mangalaga Machador.
People now buying Mangalaga Machador.
E também jumento para pôr na tropa para que pudesse
And they
ter
also
uma lida
buy donkeys to be able to work better on the field. When we are talking about these animals and creating an analogy to the bovines, the preparation and the care is very close. Even it's a little bit distinct regarding the feeding. The care for this animal to get to excellence, that these excellent animals that will be offered now in the auction, it takes time, right? Yes. The horse, the moa, and the donkey, it's very similar, but with the cattle it's a little bit different. Where are the made of first quality a little bit different, and the conformation and the morphology and the functionality of the horse is a little bit different. The moa horse and the donkey can be, you can ride them, and they need to be functional. You never tame a bull. This is the work of a horse, of a moa.
Ele precisa ser domesticado e montado, né? E aí você
They
precisa
must be tamed,
tem mais ingredientes,
and you have more ingredients and a more higher difficulty in a horse and a moa and a donkey to have them on the track. And also the food
nossos animais, eles têm que ser específica,
must be specific. They don't eat everything.
Anteriormente. O gado, ele foi feito para produzir leite, carne.
Cattle was created to offer milk and meat and are related directly to the production, to feed the people of a country. All the research to improve genetics, of handling, and semen, so it is much early done than for the horses. So, and the cattle has this function to feed the populations. Horses is a little bit are a little bit behind because they don't have this huge investment as the food production for the population. The population is growing at every moment. We have 7 billion inhabitants on the world and going up to 8 billion very soon. So the food production for the world is really a huge concern, and people are investing a lot in money into cattle. You were saying and telling about the management of the properties, and that's very important. Yes, I received this data today.
Hoje nós abrimos a show.
We began the Equi show. We were there as at a horse riding show.
Estamos presentes no leilão hoje que vai acontecer. É mais um evento para prestigiar a BCZ e nós somos de casa.
We are from the city.
Eles disseram lá que dos 6 milhões
from the 6 million horses that we have in Brazil nowadays,
tem no Brasil, 4 milhões estão nas propriedades rurais, né?
4 million of these horses are work horses on the rural properties, on the countryside properties. And so it's very important we talk, people are using jeeps and trucks, but I believe that horses will always be very important at the handling work of cattle at ranches, where in Brazil we have huge spaces and huge properties.
Dificilmente vai ser substituído.
Quando a gente fala do mercado,
when we talk about the market, where we take animals to the auction, as it will happen today, the breeders that take part, what are they expecting? What are the tendencies nowadays? What they are looking for? What we are looking for?
Cada dia mais machador.
It's
animal que não tem
animal that trots better. It's an animal that always have 3 feet on the ground, 3 hoofs. It's a little bit of a tradition. If you see the athletic march of the Olympics, they are not allowed to take the foot from the ground. It's just the same horse. The horse, the more they really concerned about the march. This temperament is what we are looking for of this breed of march animals. So we want to invite people to take part in this auction. Yes, I really want to invite you from 8:30 p.m. that you take part through the channel from the BCZ in the YouTube channels and also in the cattle channel. We have 38 lots with a lot of more horses, Mangalaga Machador, and we are from the Calafate Ranch from Uberaba. We are really a long time here. We are here since 1964, working for the Zebu and the Mangalaga Machador. Thank you very much for your presence. I wish you success in the next auction. I thank you very much. And I want to congratulate the ABCZ. That's an entity, an organization that is very important for the breeding of the Zebu races, Rezo breeds, Zebu breeds worldwide. And this care to have excellence in all technologies. And we have a channel here. We have a TV channel from the ABCZ for everyone to watch. We're transmitting to over 140 countries, and I'm very proud of it, because I was born in this city, and I'm very proud of our ABCZ, and I'm proud of the city of Uberaba. Thank you very much for being here. And now we go to Melissa Paioleta, and we have a result. Melissa, what was the result? Yes, exactly, Cesar. Just now the championship finished. The higher junior Deer Milk Cow championship. The champion was the FIVI from the breeder Roberta Barros, and the second place was Prego Monte Azul from the breeder Roberto Martins from the farm or ranch Santa Fe. It was the last contest for the evening in the park. The contest finished, and we come back tomorrow. And as I said, we come back with the Nelore breed in the morning, and in the afternoon we have the contest of the breed Gir, milk Gir. We set it in the morning, and in the championship, in the evaluation assessment of the Nelore breed, they are beginning to the first time with the Nelore breed, and at last they will have the contests and the championships. So the expectation is higher, and the breeders is more anxious for the championships to happen. And it will be different as with the Gir milk cows. In the Nelore breed, the breeders will have to have a little bit more patience and will get a little bit more anxious to know who or which animal will be the great champion of the Expozebu 2022. We finish our work here at the track for today, but tomorrow we'll be back with a coverage that begins at 7:30 a.m. We will be back on the track at the Fernando Costa Park. Melissa, thank you very much for the information. And I must end with our specialists, Lauro, Renato, and Célio. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your great work. But before we finish, I want you quickly to summarize the first day. What can we expect from the next days? We saw it on the track. Lauro, please, you first.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation from ABCZ. We are always available to you, so that's why we came here to the point of having so much here with ABCZ, everything you give us, the technical knowledge and scientific knowledge, the friendship, everything we learned over the years. And this is a new offering, so it's a pleasure for us to collaborate somehow and make everything pleasant. And we have judged before and given awards too, and the three of us, so I believe in the past, throughout the other days, it will be even more dynamic because you have more races, more breeds, you have more animals, you have 4 or 5 simultaneous awards being given, so that would be great. I've seen some messages, people really enjoyed it, people are watching, and it is very limited what we can do here, also because of ethics, but at least we can explain what's going on, because the award takes a while for it to be given, and whoever's watching, you know, we are trying to explain everything that's happening, and I hope we can be able to show what's going on. So that's good news, and I think the fair is going very well, and we have a great public too. Renato, well, I would also like to thank ABCZ for the invitation and the credibility it gives us. I'm honored to share the board with you here, this panel. Lauro, Ricardo, in the morning, I think it's a different job that we do. We are learning to deal with this. We are learning to communicate. We don't have that know-how, and we have a completely different daily life usually, you know. And I hope we can deal with the quality of those animals, because they are only evolving, and this is a new age for the animals, because we can now have a glimpse of more quality in the future and understand what's going on in the judgments, and to transcribe whatever comes in from the tracks to the public. And I won't extend too much here, but we have to translate everything that's going on, because people watching from home, they just see the animals going from one side to the next, and they don't really get what's going on. So I think we are at least trying to clarify information for those people, and I'm honored to be here and to be here tomorrow as well. There's no escape, right? Well, thank you so much, Cesar, and I hope we have a great feedback from people who are watching with suggestions and you know, everything we can do to improve our systems, because of course
expertise
are
nesse
not
processo.
experts in this process of communicating, and
Ajudar
we
e
try
passar o que
to
nós
help
estamos vendo, né?
and bring whatever
Hoje à
we
tarde
see
foram
here
apenas
and,
duas
and
raças,
help the
mas na
public to
parte da manhã
understand. But
amanhã já
today we
endereça
had
e
only
com o
two
tempo, a
breeds, and
semana
from tomorrow
vai
on we will
aumentando a
have
raça. Eu
more
acho
and
que a
more breeds
dinâmica vai
going,
ser muito
and the
interessante.
dynamics will
E
be
se
very
puder
interesting.
ir
And if
ajudando
we
com
can
feedback,
hope,
vai só melhorar.
I hope we can help with the
Muito
feedback,
obrigado
and
e boa tarde a
it's
todos.
going to be
Com
better.
certeza, eu quero agradecer mais uma vez a
Sure, I
participação
want
de
to
vocês
thank
aqui,
you again for
parabenizá-los
taking part in this
e
event.
agradecer
Congratulations,
primeiro
and
por
first
ter
of all,
aceitado esse desafio.
thank
A
you
gente
for
sabe que é
accepting
algo
the challenge.
totalmente
We know
fora
that
do
is
dia de
completely
vocês,
out of your
ficar aqui sentado a tarde
usual
toda
tasks,
no nosso
to
estúdio,
sit here in the
mas
studio
vocês fizeram isso
the
com
whole day,
maestria
but you
e
were
para
masters
nós
at
aqui,
it,
para mim,
and
uma verdadeira aula
it
também
was
um
a
conhecimento.
true
Eu agradeço por compartilhar
workshop for me to
esse
learn from
conhecimento
you, and I
conosco,
appreciate you
pela
sharing
gentileza
this
de
knowledge with us,
dividirem essa
and this
apresentação aqui comigo ao
beautiful
longo e com a Renata
sharing of
ao longo
the
do dia.
presentation with
Vamos nos
myself and
encontrar
Renata
mais vezes
throughout the
até o dia
day,
hoje.
and we will
Renato
see
tá aqui,
you
né?
again tomorrow. Renato, yeah, me and Salinho, we are going to be here
Eu venho
tomorrow
de
again.
manhã, então
I'll
a
be
gente
here
se
in the
encontra
morning,
mais
so
pra
we
frente.
will
Muito
see
obrigado,
each other
Laura.
again.
Obrigado mais uma vez.
Thank you so much.
Agora eu vou.
Now I
Vamos com uma
will
imagem lá
let's
fora.
go to
Antes,
an
enquanto eu
image
me posiciono
outside
aqui, pode
while I
ser porque a gente tem
position
convidado
myself
aqui na
here because
nossa
we have a
sala.
guest
Deixa eu
in our
mostrar
room.
esse fim de tarde para você, começo de noite aqui no Parque
Let me
Fernando
just
Costa.
show you
Extremamente agradável.
this
Hoje o
beginning
dia
of
foi
the
pouquinho
evening
mais
here
quente,
at the
cerca
Fernando
de
Costa Park.
31,
We
32
have
graus.
about
E agora já
31
começa
degrees
a esfriar, ficar mais
Celsius,
agradável,
and
e o parque
now
vai
it's
ficando
getting
mais cheio,
colder or a
porque hoje é
little bit
domingo,
less
feriado.
warm.
Muitas
Today is
pessoas
Sunday,
aproveitando para matar a
it's a
saudade
holiday,
aqui
and
no Parque
many
Fernando
people are
Costa.
walking
E a
around the
gente
park
segue
and,
firme. A nossa transmissão vai até às
having
7h30
fun,
da
and we
noite.
will
Daqui a
have
pouco a gente
transmission
volta com
until
informações da
7
feira gastronômica.
at
A
night.
gente volta também com informações
We will
dos
be
food
back with
trucks,
info from the
dos
food trucks
parquinhos,
and the
tudo montado pensando para você,
playgrounds, and
pensado para que
everything
você possa
that has
trazer
been
a
done
sua família
to
aqui
you
com
and your
muita
family
tranquilidade, com muita segurança.
to be here very
Vamos
safely
mudar de assunto agora para
very
falar
nice.
de
So,
leilão. É o leilão
just to speak
Tabapuã.
about
Está
the
aqui
auction,
comigo no
we will
estúdio
have
o
the
Sérgio
Tabapuã
Junqueira. Sérgio,
auction here.
obrigado pela presença.
Thank you
Seja
for being
bem-vindo
here,
mais uma vez
Sergio.
aqui aos estúdios da
We'll be
BCZ
here
TV.
tomorrow again at the ABCZ studio.
Telespectadores da BCZ TV.
Good afternoon, spectators. It's an honor to be here again.
Do 47º
Speaking about the 47th heavyweight auction from Itabapuã. It is an auction with a lot of quality, a lot of good stuff from all around the country, and bringing what we have as the most traditional breed. And a lot of expectation, right? In addition to tradition and quality, because we didn't have any in-person auction going on for 2 years here. So if people are coming here, what can they expect from those lots? Well, this is an auction performed by the Tabapuã Association, so the director was careful to make the most products available as possible. So novices, females, genetic material, embryos, very important cows and bulls and future bulls that will be a huge potential. So it's a very complete auction. I'm pretty sure it's going to serve well for many breeders who are wanting to participate. Most of the animals will be judged here during the contest, but we are willing to show what we have there as well. So we will have a Vilas a Campo, and then people are going to take part here in the awards tomorrow too. Sergio, you are the head of the Association of Breeders in Tabapuã. I know that you have been getting more expressivity in the country. And we can see that due to the demand, right? Yes, the auctions, regardless of the breeds that are sold, they are 100%, almost 100% at least, sold out, and this breed really delivers it to the breeder, to the cattle raiser, to the producer who wants to use a Tabapuã bull, having the basis for a Tabapuã breed. So people have been understanding that, and they have as much data as possible, so we are always following with the bigger breed, which is Nelore, and then we do have more safety now to work with those animals and to decrease the chance for error. So the Tabapuã race has already the DEPS for genome and also the ultrasound for carcasses, which is also very important for the slaughter, and females that of course are going to get pregnant earlier. So today we are now trying to seek more gain for the producers. Also the press, right? It's a very nice news, right? That's, yes, the precocity with males and females throughout the country. They are impregnating the really early risers, the females with 13 to 15 months, and more than 80% of pregnancy with 130 animals. So that goes to show the whole success of the females. In the males, we can see that the finishing is very strong. It's a very nice characteristic from the breed. They have an early carcass and they have a lot of ribs. That is a very nice characteristic of the Tabapuan breed. We have seen that in the country by the number of RGM, RGD. We can identify, right, where the animals are in the country. Yes, it is possible. It is possible now to manually verify where they find themselves. So Minas Gerais, Goiás, those are the states that have more animals of the most animals of the Tabapuan race. Since we didn't have the fairs going on for 2 years, I traveled through Brazil. I went from the Rio Grande do Sul to Rondônia, southern Bahia to northern Minas Gerais, and I could see quality cattle everywhere. Very good work being done where the breed is getting stronger and stronger and getting more space. Always with our feet on the ground, we don't have any fancy stuff. It's just a regular, normal creation with a lot of trust in order to breed with a good work with Tabapuan. We spoke virtually before in the previous years to speak about the market and how the breeders have been dealing with the situation of the pandemic and working with those breeds during that period. This work that you have been doing and what you have seen, we are going to see both the auction and the track in the track from tomorrow. Yeah, right? Yeah, starting on Tuesday we will be, during the morning we will see the Tabapuan breed over there on the tracks, and then we had 189 animals, a little bit less than 2019 because the breeders didn't know it was going to happen in person and everybody was holding everything off, but the quality didn't change and I think it even got higher, so everybody got what they have best. So if you want to see the quality cattle, you can watch ABCD TV, which is broadcasting in this new format, which is great, having a commentary and showing everything live. That's very interesting. So if you couldn't come here, you can follow through ABCD TV. And speaking about the heavyweight auction from Tabapuan breed, how many lots are you offering in this auction tomorrow? It will be 32 lots tomorrow. As I said before, from all categories of animals, males, females, everything in between. So it will be a full day of auctions. Do you have the catalog already? Yeah, you can get into the website and you have the catalog over there. You can have it via WhatsApp or email or however it's easier for you. We have some images already because some of them will be here in person. We don't have any films from them because that's not the usual, but people, if they are not here in Uberaba, you will have the film in order for you to choose. So starting tomorrow, 8 p.m. with the transmission, the broadcast from the ABCD TV. And thank you, Sergio, again for being here with this info about the breed and bringing the invitation to this very momentous auction. Well, yeah, thank you. Congratulations to ABCC and for you to creating this channel that will be a great means for communicating, and that's very accessible to everybody throughout the world. Okay, thank you. Earlier, I promised you that I would bring the reporters to speak about the workshops that are taking place here in the gastronomic fair, and we had some problems before, and now we are going to see those works that have been produced here within the fair.
Além da Expozebu ser uma referência nacional, a culinária mineira não fica nem um pouco atrás.
Minas Gerais cuisine. So in this gastronomic fair within the Fernando Costa Park, you can try it out and get even more passionate about the flavors from Minas Gerais. Well, we can see this wonderful fair here. I think I'm the smaller producer here, so it's a huge event, and I want to get even higher. So we came out of Minas Gerais.
Pequenos produtores como eu, a gente faz seleção de origem, né? Que é justamente mostrar para as pessoas que o mel é um produto único.
Small producers like myself, and you can choose coffee and cheese and whatever you want. You have family productions here with an estimate of 7,000 participants. We have 80 stores and 70 people, companies showing coffee, cheeses, honey, and sweets and cachaça if you want. Yeah, it's a lot of visibility. We have people from all over the world and they can try it out, and sometimes they buy it, so we are very happy to be here. And since I'm a good native from Minas Gerais, I will try out my cheese here.
Que bom, né?
It's good, right?
Esse queijo,
yeah, this cheese is
tem 45 dias de maturação.
45-day-old cheese, and it goes very well with wine, merlot, or craft beer. Or
olha, pessoal, muito bom. Recomendo vocês
yeah,
virem
it's very
aqui
good, folks. I recommend coming here, and you should
aqui
try
desse
this out. It's
gostinho
wonderful
de
to
Minas
taste
Gerais.
this cuisine from Minas Gerais.
Queijo artesanal.
We have a
fabricado com o
craft
próprio
cheese,
leite
and
da
it's
fazenda.
made out of the milk from the farm
destaques,
itself.
como, por exemplo,
And we have
queijo
some
medalha
highlights
de
here.
bronze
We have the
Mundial
Bronze Medal
2021.
2021 Awards cheese.
E estamos trazendo outras
We
inovações
also have some
para
other
poder ganhar o
innovations here
mercado aqui da região, né?
conquer
tá
the market
divulgando
in this
também a
region
qualidade do
too,
nosso produto.
and also to
Mas o
disclose the
diferencial
quality
é o
of our
sabor.
product.
Além
But
de
the difference here
diversidade
is love.
Cursos de
In addition
atualização
to this
técnica,
diversity, we
debates
have
e
the
workshops
courses and
também
debates and
acontecem por
workshops
aqui,
taking place
com
here,
viés de atualização dos
trying to
produtores.
update the producers. The course today goes for many rural producers in order to help them work with the strategic tools for commerce and extraction. In order to take part in this course, you just have to look for us at the Emater stand.
Até o dia 4 de
We
maio,
will be
das 10
with the
da manhã
intense
às 10 da noite,
agenda
no
for the
pavilhão
fair
21.
until the 4th of May in the multi-use stand.
Daqui a pouquinho a gente fala mais de entretenimento.
Soon we talk more about entertainment in our program. During the whole transmission, we will receive different representatives from the Zebu breed, and together here at the studio, directed from ABCZ. Thank you very much for coming. Good afternoon. I want to thank you for the invitation, for the participation. It's an honor from the Gier milk cows to be here taking part of your program, talking about this breed. It's very important to us. Just to begin, how many animals are taking part in the Expozebu? We were talking today, we had the meeting of our association. It's a very happy moment for Gier milk cows. We have 350 animals, the second most number of animals, and we're very happy. The post-pandemic, to be able to take part here at the fair, showing its importance and putting itself in evidence. So, and we really have full pavilions with our cows. And this presence of this breed, it's a reflex of the market. Certainly, yes. We were really happy about the semen commerce, and we're improving the genetics. We have the committees from our country, from different states, new associates participating, wanting to know more about the Gier breed and buying semen. So we are really, really happy to see that after that time, a time which we really wanted to come come back, want to come back to show the animals, to exchange knowledge, but the deer is really growing, and we are really happy to be in this very important process, this treasure that is the deer breed. It has a huge impact on the milk market, and our country needs this work, and we are really happy to be part of this process, and the association in front of this work is so important. Talking about the semen market, are you able to cope with the demands of the market? This is a very important scenario, and I want to invite our colleagues. We will have the progene test, and Tuesday we have the results of the small bulls. The small bulls that will be on the market that will be selling semen, and we have been selecting good animals, and everything is circulating back. If we really select good animals and show to the market the quality of these animals, you will see that there's a demand for this quality, and we have a huge future. And we also selling a lot abroad, and this motivates us a lot. This year, in this pre-selection contest, and we had an increase of 20% of the bulls that are participating. And we are really looking for bulls that are really approved to have a good genetics, and we want to foment the zebu and the breed. And we are seeing that this breed is allowing better results, increasing results, and we showed
que fez comentário muito interessante que na época do pai dele ele mal produzia leite.
A video showing that we had 4 times more milk in the last years because of the genetic improvement. Yes, this is our national program for genetic improvement in Brazil began in 2006. We have new methodologies, new genomes. The beginning of the year was really difficult because of the rain and all the difficulties, but still we got huge numbers from our producers to do our genomic evaluation. And nowadays we have the best methodologies and tools to do this evaluation. We have new ways to do this evaluation, and I want to highlight we have the support from ABCZ, Embrapa, and other organs that help us. This is very important to reach exactly that, to deliver an animal that is improved for this producer, for this breeder, to increase their income, to increase their happiness with the breeding. And this is very important, and that we have to work on. We are leaving this time of pandemic. The association did not stop. And how is this comeback happening? With the facility to be able to meet people again. That's very interesting what you're saying. We had recently the election. We have a new president, Roberta, that is our marketing director. We have a new election, and the old management met us the first time. We had a lot of home office meetings, and our team really tried to do the best they could, and we had to reinvent ourselves, even the way we work, but we never lost sight of the importance to continue with this work. So we distributed the semen to all the ranches that help us to analyze the DNA of the cows, and we never stopped this work. This is really very important. And with the pandemic, we see that the result is here in our pavilions because the quality increased. The result that we see today is here for everyone to see. Is there any special program to visit your stand? Yes, exactly. We have the result of the ProGene test, and on Monday we will have the results of the pre-selection test for the small bulls. And we will have tomorrow the results for GPTA milk, and on Tuesday the results of the pre-selection contest that will get into the ProGene testing, that we will see the offspring and see if the quality. And it's something that we are doing since 2006 with the first ProGene test. It's so important to get this information from Rafael because we can see how this breed is moving forward, following this rhythm of the productive chain of the bovines. And it's nice to see that at no time the Zebu breeds were not forgotten. On the contrary, and it's very nice to be here, and we can see here in the presence of this great people that are honoring with the interviews. The exposition, the fair, is the time you have to show your work, to learn, to have contact with the associations, and it's very important. And we see that the results of the barns must be seen here to show the best animals. You need to remember that the breeders are selecting the best animals to show here, and we can see the evolution of the breed here. And we are really animated, we're very happy about the Gyr breed, and people that like the Gyr breed are suspect, but we are very happy right now. And I'm sure that our challenge is to amplify this program, to create a more robust program, to take forward this work that we began so many years ago, to take forward this work of the pioneers, and we need to improve the spaces that we have in the future. That's the message. Gyr is here, and take part of this process. It's very serious work, very scientific work, very technical work, and I want to invite everyone to be at and visit us at our stand, and we will be very happy to greet you there. He is the technical director for the Gyr breed. I thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. Congratulations for the great work you do, and we are really happy to be able to talk a little bit about the work of our association. Thank you very much. Today in the morning, Banco of Brazil and Museum for the Zebu settled a partnership for the building of the new Zebu Museum. The signing of the intention protocol for the building of the new Zebu Museum was done in our auditorium. The president of the ECBC signed it, the president of the Brazilian Bank, and also the Curator Association president signed this intention letter. This 114 years of Bank of Brazil was built in a very robust way, and the apport of these resources was done by the Bank of Brazil because they know that we are the biggest exporter of meat worldwide. Without the Bank of Brazil, I want to thank the President Fausto for this partnership for many years with the BCZ. So I thanked Rivaldo already for giving to the Bank of Brazil the opportunity to take part in this beautiful history of the EBCZ. And it's important to build this museum to keep and take care of the history of the Zebu race in Brazil, Zebu breed in Brazil. We have been supporting the agribusiness in Brazil for 50 years with record resources. And we are part of the increase of the GDP and of the Brazilian market.
Bank of Brazil is using 22 million to pay for the cost for this for at least 5 years, and in its long existence they have been showing the history of the Zebu races in Brazil. We have now the opportunity to show the role of Brazil in this process and the relevance of Zebu and it being the leader of the tropical cattle raising and the bravery that the Brazilians should be proud of during the promotion for Brazilian cattle raising. And we have many other values here, the values for our people and our culture, our habits and the customs that we have and that have been very much rooted in the rural world. But for us, it's a very momentous event to be here. This is the most important day. And surely from now on, we will have a museum with good conditions to be one of the main museums in the world, and it was developed by Gustavo Pena. The proposal is to make possible to have a full immersion in the universe of Zebu races. The works will happen after the finishing of the Expozebu 2022 in Uberaba. After Expozebu, we are going to work a lot. With me, everything works, especially with Bank of Brazil together with me. Okay.
Tá certo, a gente vai para rápido intervalo.
All right, we are going to a quick break and then we will have more Expozebu 2022 with entertainment, which is ready to take place here, and you are a guest to be here in the park. We are watching live the beginning of the night. Now we have 6 o'clock, and this is the beginning of the evening here in Uberaba. We have no forecast for rain tomorrow or today. The temperature is a little bit lower now, and now we have 27 degrees. See you soon.
É que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia, mais saborosa, mais saudável? Isso tudo num ambiente de preservação do meio ambiente, pensando no bem-estar animal sempre, mas sem esquecer do bem-estar das pessoas.
Conozca más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones. Da para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Conozca más sobre AgroExport, un país generoso en productividad agroindustrial. Lo mejor de este Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Sepa más sobre el trabajo del Grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el Grupo Matsuda.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Anelor y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfacer a un mercado cada vez más exigente. Y el Brahman, por ser un cebú de madurez extremadamente precoz y con alto rendimiento en canal, tiene mucho que aportar a la ganadería nacional.
Más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones, para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Conozca más sobre AgroExport, un país generoso en productividad agroindustrial. Lo mejor de este Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad JLT Tabapuán, Granja Agua Marinha, por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. JLT Tabapuán, amor por la raza.
Seis horas e 8 minutos, estamos de volta com imagens ao vivo do Parque Fernando Costa,
we
27
are
graus,
live at the 27
27
degree Fernando Costa Park here. Beautiful image,
neste céu bonito,
lovely
com
sky,
nuvens, o sol se pondo ali
and
atrás
the sun
do
setting
palanque.
down behind
Você é
the
sempre bem-vindo
stage.
na
And,
nossa transmissão,
you
ainda
can
tem
see
muito
that
tempo.
in
Agora, desse
the
outro
broadcast. We still have a long ways to
imagem
go. We have
central aí da pista, população passeando pelo Parque
population going walking around the park and visiting the attractions here. You are always welcome here. The Fernando Costa Park is with open doors here with you for you as part of the programming for the agenda for the fair today. We are having the Equi Show 2022. The fair will be in the experimental fair until the next 8th, Sunday the 8th, with horse exhibits, and this is already taking place, and we are going to broadcast all of the details of how it's going and how the Equi Show is going on now. You're our guest to follow up. This morning, our chairman Rivaldo spoke to the guests about the new Equi Show, and we are going to see the repeat here. I apologize, these are images that I wanted to show while I was talking to you before about this opening. We will now put that speech from Rivaldo in order for you to check this special moment that was the beginning of the activities at the experimental farm, that is with a complete structure, with the track, with 2 tracks, and also with a track night events, and then you will see the new information going on now. And now we have entertainment. You have Zebu Art and Culture, which is taking place now within the program for the fair. The space, the Zebu Art and Culture space, is next to the food trucks festival for the public, and the restaurants are on wheels.
Movimentam o parque, são uma excelente opção para os fãs de gastronomia urbana.
And for the fans of food, urban food, you have a diversity of foods for all tastes and all the likes. The last time was 2019, and then we had the pandemic. We had to stop everything with the work, and now we are getting back to it with full power, and we want to advance each moment. The party is good, and this is a good moment for all of us. This is going until the 8th. I think it's going to be the last day of the fair, and we will be here until the 2 o'clock in the morning, right? It's our first time. We're very pleased to be here. You have children? How is it going with children? Is it nice? Yeah, it's very nice. It's enjoying a lot. It's a very cool area. After a long while, we have been waiting for our expectations, and it's above our expectations. You have hot dogs and drinks and craft beer. Here you have 12 trucks available until the 8th. We have Delicias da Terra is a 21-year-old bakery. We have food trucks and all kinds of food that we serve here, and we do everything in the cup. This is our food in the cup. It's always a good idea here, and also we have some artistic presentations, dance presentations, and during this week we are going to have many presentations that are free for the public, and they promise to be great to see.
Zebu Arte e Cultura no Parque. O que está acontecendo quando você entra aqui no Parque Fernando Costa, passou pelo pórtico, pela entrada, você já vai à esquerda, ladeando o Museu do Zebu, que você vai encontrar esse palco, os food trucks, o parque de diversão, e você está convidado a ir lá fazer essa visita. Ontem aconteceu a abertura oficial da Expozebu e esse ano contou com a presença, mais uma vez, do presidente Jair Bolsonaro, e a gente vai acompanhar como foi essa movimentação.
Uma imagem que não se via há mais de 2 anos. Numa bela manhã de sábado, o Parque Fernando Costa, em Uberaba, abriu as portas novamente para a realização da maior feira de gado zebu do mundo. A movimentação começou cedo com a chegada dos primeiros visitantes e, aos poucos, o recinto de julgamentos em frente ao palanque principal foi sendo tomado pela multidão.
É muito bom, a feira que marca o Brasil inteiro aí, a maior feira do boi zebu, né? Que gera muito lucro para o Brasil inteiro, né? Muito bom estar de volta.
A gente estava sentindo muita falta, porque faz 2 anos que não tem esse Expozebu, né? Isso aqui é cartão de visita de todo mundo, do agro, né? Foi muito bom ter voltado, e ainda mais com uma festona dessa.
Como manda a tradição, a abertura oficial da 87ª Expozebu foi marcada pelo hasteamento das bandeiras ao som do hino nacional. A solenidade reuniu autoridades do Brasil e do mundo. O presidente da ABCZ, Rivaldo Machado Borges Júnior, deu as boas-vindas ao público.
Muito obrigado de vocês terem vindo aqui a convite da Associação Brasileira dos Criadores de Zebu. É uma honra para nós da ABCZ receber o povo do Uberaba e região.
Participaram do evento oficial o ministro da Agricultura, Pecuária e Abastecimento, Marcos Montes Cordeiro, o governador de Minas Gerais, Romeu Zema, e o presidente Jair Bolsonaro.
Ano após ano, aumenta a nossa produtividade, quer seja na agricultura, quer seja na pecuária. Isso é um trabalho de todos vocês, povo brasileiro, que trabalha, que investe, que acredita, tem fé e quer o seu país cada vez melhor.
Na visita à Expozebu, o presidente conversou com apoiadores e fez um tour pela Feira de Gastronomia de Minas. Tirou fotos com os expositores e degustou produtos típicos da culinária mineira. O presidente ainda participou da inauguração da nova sede da ABCZ Mulher, um espaço criado pela entidade para valorizar o trabalho das mulheres no agronegócio. Bolsonaro circulou pelo local, conversou com produtoras rurais, ganhou presentes e recebeu até uma massagem.
Mas já acabou?
A ex-ministra da Agricultura, Tereza Cristina, também esteve na inauguração do prédio, que leva o nome dela, em homenagem pelo trabalho exercido à frente do Ministério.
Para mim foi uma honra, né? E hoje é um dia de gratidão, né? A ABCZ, a toda a diretoria, aqueles que escolheram o meu nome para colocar nesse pavilhão aí das mulheres produtoras rurais. Então, hoje eu estou assim emocionada, mas muito honrada com essa homenagem.
E isso é muito importante para que seja divulgado o trabalho dessas mulheres. É um apoio muito grande que elas recebem como empreendedoras, né, que trabalham produzindo.
Uma festa marcada pela celebração do reencontro de quem vibra com o agro e com o sucesso da pecuária brasileira.
Tá bonito, tava cheio, tava colorido de verde e amarelo, tava uma festa linda.
Olha só, e o público, como o presidente Rivaldo disse, respondeu ao convite, veio para o Parque Fernando Costa e a gente mostra como tem sido essa retomada das pessoas aqui no Parque Fernando Costa.
Logo após o fim da abertura oficial da Expozebu, uma mega operação começou para desmontar toda a estrutura da solenidade no Parque Fernando Costa. Tudo isso para liberar o palco do maior evento da feira, o julgamento dos animais, que começa neste domingo. Enquanto as estrelas da feira não entram em campo para a Copa do Mundo das raças zebuínas, o movimento acontece aqui, nos pavilhões do parque. As visitações aos criatórios em exposição acontecem o dia todo. Marcelo veio de Limeira, São Paulo, empresário do setor da indústria, quer começar a formar o primeiro rebanho zebuíno.
O desejo seria dar os primeiros passos com a raça Cindy, é uma raça que vem ganhando terreno no Brasil, né? Um gado dócil, um avacado de uma boa habilidade materna, desmamado bezerro aí precoce, pesado, né? Enfim, um gado, para quem vai dar os primeiros passos, creio eu, um gado mais fácil da gente fazer a lida diária para quem não tem experiência.
Criada numa família de neloristas, Juliana aproveitou a visita a Uberaba para conhecer o trabalho de outras propriedades e apresentar o universo da Expozebu para o pequeno Antônio.
É verdade, os meus avós, bisavós ajudaram a fundar a BCZ, a minha família toda cria, GIR no caso, e nós viemos dar uma prestigiada, uma olhada, e assim, é uma coisa que é passada de geração em geração, então eu já vim apresentar tudo para o Antônio.
Leonan é prefeito de Cordeiro, cidade do interior do Rio. Veio para Uberaba pela primeira vez para conhecer a feira e buscar novas parcerias.
A exposição de Cordeiro, Rio de Janeiro, é uma exposição também que está completando 100 anos. Foi o pontapé inicial da raça Guzerá no Brasil, também na exposição. E a gente está aqui visitando os expositores, conhecendo outras raças para abrir também as portas da nossa exposição, para estar sendo também porta do zebu para o nosso Brasil.
Mesmo quem não entende do assunto, encontra na beleza do zebu motivo de sobra para vir ao Parque Fernando Costa.
Como eu disse agora há pouco, a gente mostra agora para você o discurso do presidente Rivaldo Machado Borges Júnior na abertura da Equishow que aconteceu hoje pela manhã.
Um orgulho muito grande eu estar aqui hoje, como vocês todos, debaixo desse sol quente. Mas é bom, hein? Inaugurar uma nova show, como o Marco Antônio falou. Gostaria de cumprimentar a Bequiana em seu nome, em todas as associações. Cumprimentar aqui também os nossos colaboradores através do Ricardo, da Nínive. Tudo isso aconteceu porque foi um trabalho de equipe. Agradecer os cavaleiros aqui presentes por estar abrilhantando esse evento. É um momento muito especial para nós. Nós sabemos que não tem como ter zebu se não tiver cavalo. Por isso nós acreditamos e vamos investir muito na fazenda experimental. Eu acho, no ritmo que a fazenda experimental está indo, ela vai ser dominada pela Expo. E com certeza nós vamos fazer muitos eventos aqui. Mas quero aproveitar na oportunidade, agradecer esse grande homem aqui, Marco Antônio Andrade Barbosa, MAB. Esse aqui, desculpa o jeito de falar, é do saco roxo, trabalhador, dinâmico, companheirão. Eu tenho um orgulho muito grande em tê-lo na minha diretoria. Se não fosse ele, nós não daríamos quantidade a esse sex show. Quem entende de moaras, de cavalo, é o Marco Antônio. Aliás, ele entende de tudo. Ele está com 5 raças zebuínas dentro da Expozebu. É recorde. Uma salva de palmas para esse homem aqui que ele merece. Por isso que as coisas aqui na BCZ funcionam e andam. Porque nós temos pessoas comprometidas como o Marco Antônio, como os nossos diretores, conselheiros, colaboradores, faz com que as coisas se movimentem para o lado positivo. E um orgulho muito grande para nós. Apesar da pandemia,